request all the students sitting in the back to please come forward. I repeat, I request all the students sitting in the back to please take their seats a bit ahead. Everybody, please rise on your seats. Parasparograha Jivanam. Souls render service to one another. This ancient Jain Sutra is not just a religious text. It is the very definition of holistic well-being. In a world fragmented by stress and disease, we are here to stitch it back together with compassion, ahimsa, and discipline, tap.
Good morning, everyone. Jai Jinendra. We are honored to welcome all our learned scholars, senior doctors, and spiritual leaders to Sumandeep Vidyapeeth deemed to be University, Vadodara.
Distinguished dignitaries, respected HOIs and HODs, our revered faculty members, and my fellow students. Good morning and Jai Jinendra. I am Archit Manish Modi, a third year MBBS student.
And I am Sakshi Jain, a third year BDS student, and it is our honor to guide you through this inauguration. Before we proceed to our program, I invite Sir Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, Professor, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to welcome and escort Sir Dr. Chandramani More, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to the dais.
Thank you, sir. I invite Sir Dr. Neeraj Deshpande, Additional Registrar, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to welcome and escort Sir Dr. Rajesh Bharane, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth.
Thank you, sir. I invite Sir Dr. Ashish Shah, Organizing Secretary of the conference, to welcome and escort Sir Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah, Honorable Founder President, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to the dais.
Thank you, sir. I invite Sir Dr. Manoj Kulkarni, respected Registrar, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to welcome and escort Sir Dr. Jaswant Modi, President, Vardhaman Charitable Foundation, to the dais.
invite Sir Dr. Ghanshyam Parmar, coordinator of the conference, to welcome and escort guest of honor, Sir Dr. Sudhir Shah, senior consultant neurology and a proud recipient of the Padma Shri, to the dais.
Thank you, sir. I invite Sir Dr. Shrinetra Pandey, Organizing Secretary of the conference, to welcome Sir Dr. Puvesh Shah, Honorable Trustee, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth. Thank you, sir. I invite Sir Dr. Ashok Jetawat, Coordinator of the conference, to welcome Ma'am Dr. Varsha Shah, Pediatrician and Lifestyle Physician, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth.
Thank you, sir. I invite Sir Dr. Neeraj Pandit, Director of Research, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to welcome Sir Dr. Shashikant Shah, Executive Council Member, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth.
Thank you, sir. I invite Sir Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, Professor, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to welcome FCA Kamlesh Shah Sir, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth.
Now I invite Ma'am Dr. Purnima Mehta, HOD, Department of Jain Philosophy and Research, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to welcome Dr. Meera Modi.
Now I invite Ma'am Dr. Aarti Zawar, Associate Professor, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to welcome Dr. Sudha Malaya, Chancellor, Eklavya University, Bhopal. Thank you, ma'am. I invite Sir Dr. Ashish Shah, Organizing Secretary, to welcome Professor Alejandra Consolaro, Professor of Hindi Language and Literature, University of Turin, Italy.
Thank you, sir. I invite Sir Dr. Ghanshyam Parmar, Coordinator of the conference, to welcome Ms. Corina May-Lohr, Research Associate, University of Hamburg, Germany. Thank you, sir. I invite Ma'am Dr. Purnima Mehta, HOD, Department of Jain Philosophy and Research, SVDU, to welcome Sir Dr. Srinetra Pandey, Organizing Secretary of the conference.
Thank you, ma'am. I invite Sir Dr. Suresh Rathi, Deputy Director of Research, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to welcome Sir Dr. Ashok Jatawat, Coordinator of the conference. Thank you, sir. I invite Sir Dr. Ghanshyam Parmar, Coordinator of the conference, to welcome Sir Dr. Manoj Kulkarni, respected Registrar, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth.
Thank you, sir. I invite Ma'am Ms. Divya Kanodia, Associate Professor, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to welcome Ma'am Dr. Purnima Mehta, HOD, Department of Jain Philosophy and Research, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth. Thank you, ma'am. I invite Ma'am Dr. Shweta Bhandari, Associate Professor, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to welcome Sir Dr. Ashish Shah, Organizing Secretary of the conference.
Thank you, ma'am. I invite Ma'am Dr. Aarti Zawar, Associate Professor, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to welcome Sir Dr. Ghanshyam Parmar, Coordinator of the conference. Thank you, ma'am. We proudly welcome you to Sumandeep Vidyapeeth deemed to be university, accredited with the A++ grade by NAC and the prestigious UGC Category 1 status, comprising 14 constituent colleges and a leading over 1,500-bedded modern multi-speciality hospital. We stand today at a unique intersection. Sumandeep Vidyapeeth has always been a temple of learning, but for the next 2 days, it becomes a lab where ancient wisdom meets modern science. We are here to explore a profound question. Can the doctrines of the past solve the health crisis of the present?
And to answer this, we have convened the International Conference on Holistic Wellbeing, Jain Perspective, organized by the Department of Jain Philosophy and Research, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, the International School for Jain Studies, Pune, and the Vardhaman Charitable Foundation, USA.
Light has always been the symbol of consciousness, the removal of darkness and ignorance. To invoke the blessings of our Tirthankar Bhagwans and to officially open this conference of great minds, I respectfully invite all our dignitaries on the dais to the auspicious lighting of the lamp.
लोगोत्तमा साहु लोगोत्तमा केवली पन्नतो धम्मो लोगोत्तमो चत्तारि शरणं पवच्चामि अरिहन्ते शरणं पवच्चामि सिद्धे शरणं पवच्चामि साहु शरणं पवच्चामि केवलीपन्नतं धम्मं शरणं पवच्चामि
Knowledge is the line that lights the path to liberation. As the flame rise, let us commit ourselves to an exchange of ideas that is as pure and illuminating as this light.
We are truly fortunate to have the opportunity of seeking blessings of Dr. Acharya Vijay Nandi Ghosh Suriji Maharasab, who has sent his divine grace with us today. I invite Sir Dr. Ashish Shah, Organizing Secretary, to share the blessed words of revered Acharya Maharaj Ji with us.
With the blessings of Acharya Vidhi Nandikos Maharaj Sahib Ji, I just recite his blessing. Dev Guru Dharmadharak Shru Shravak Dr. Manshuk Bhai, Dr. Dikshit Shah, Dr. Purvesh Shah, Dr. Harshad Bhai Shah, Dr. R.P. Bharani, Dr. Jaswant Bhai Modi, Dr. Miraben Modi, and all dignitaries and other distinguished guests. Dharmala blessing from Dr. Acharya Vijay Nandikos Surishwarji Maharaj Sahib. It is with great pleasure that I am send my blessing for the success of the international conference at Sumandeep Vidyapeeth deemed to be university. I send my best wishes to all speakers and I thank conference organizers. This conference promises to shed light on holistic well-being Jain perspective. I hope that this occasion sheds lights on these topics and many other philosophical aspects and ethical teachings of Jainism. I also hope the conference will encourage us to further our studies of Jainism. May we all find success in our continuing research of various topics within the Jain studies. It is my privilege to publish 2 books, Jain Locke versus Modern Universe and Water-Bodied Living Beings, under the banner of Sumandeep Vidyapeeth deemed to be university, with best wishes and compliment and blessings for Acharya Vidya Nandiko Surishwarji Maharaj Sahib. Pranam Maharaj Sahib Ji. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. To formally welcome this esteemed gathering, we need someone who is a distinguished leader, doctor, and teacher himself. He is the academic captain who steers this university with a vision of excellence and ethics.
Please welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Rajesh Bharane.
A very good morning to all. Greetings from Sumandeep Vidyapeeth. At the outset, our apologies as the chief guest, Dr. Abhay Firodia, a prominent industrialist and a devout Jain dedicated to the development of Jain heritage and culture, could not join us today because his health could not permit him to travel. He has conveyed his best wishes and blessings for the conference. On behalf of Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to our guest of honor, Padma Shri Dr. Sudhir Shah, a world-renowned neurologist, academician, and researcher in science and spirituality. It's my privilege to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Jaswant Modi, a prominent philanthropist and promoter of Jain global studies, our founder president of Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah, a visionary leader of our institution, Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Chandramani More, distinguished scholars from India and abroad, delegates, faculty members, students, ladies and gentlemen. As Vice Chancellor, I feel honored to introduce a subject that beautifully bridges the timeless wisdom of ancient Jain philosophy with the pressing concerns of modern well-being and its relevance to holistic well-being. The primary objective of this conference on holistic well-being, Jain perspectives, is to explore the relevance and application of Jain principles in enhancing holistic well-being. This conference mainly aims to explore the Jain spiritual principles and their impact on inner peace, mindfulness, and self-realization, to analyze the social relevance of Jain ethics in promoting ahimsa, environmental sustainability, and interpersonal harmony, and many other important related aspects will be discussed. In an age where lifestyle diseases and mental stress are widespread, Jain philosophy offers timeless solutions: moderation in consumption, mindfulness in action, and compassion in relationships. These values seamlessly align with modern concepts of holistic health and sustainable living. I am particularly pleased that this conference has attracted participation from diverse disciplines and institutions. Such collaboration not only enriches academic understanding, but also guides the society towards preventive, compassionate, and sustainable models of health and living. As we listen to our distinguished speakers during these 2 days, I am confident that their insights and deliberations will help us connect the profound teachings of Jain philosophy with contemporary perspectives on health and wellness, and will make us embrace the wisdom of Jain philosophy not only as an academic subject but as a way of life. May it inspire us to live with balance, compassion, and clarity, which is the true essence of holistic health. I congratulate the Department of Jain Philosophy and Research, the International School for Jain Studies, and all collaborating organizations for conceptualizing and organizing this conference. I also acknowledge the dedicated efforts of the organizing committee, the faculty members, and the volunteers who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the success of this conference. And this conference is just a step forward to making this department a center of excellence in Jain philosophy and research. I welcome you all once again to Sumandeep Vidyapeeth to explore, reflect, and embrace the wisdom of Jain philosophy for a healthier and more harmonious life. Thank you very much. Jai Janendra.
Thank you, sir, for the warm welcome and setting the context so beautifully. Sumandeep Vidyapeeth stands tall today because of a vision to create not just brilliant doctors, but compassionate healers. That vision belongs to one man.
He is not just an administrator, he is the architect of this ecosystem. We seek the guidance of our Honorable Founder President, Sir Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah. Please give a big round of applause as he speaks.
Jai Jinendra. I welcome Dr. Jaswant Bhai, Dr. Sudhir Bhai, and all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It is my great pleasure to welcome all the Jain scholars in my campus. And I wish that credit goes to Vardhaman Charitable Trust and ISJR. Both of them have inspired us to have a conference in this campus. The purpose of this campus is very clear, as we are invited all the scholars of the Jain of the country and abroad. At the Vardhaman Charitable and ISS, they are doing the philosophical work, but our university is from day one is on the health related. And the Jain department has started recently 2 years before with the hand of Dr. Jaswant Bhai. So here, when Jaswant Bhai is here, I'll request him also, it will be his own responsibility to make this department at the world level by all your efforts and our support. And my wish is that and all the scholars, those who have come from all over the country, along with the Jain philosophy, we have the research Jain. You implement that, that will be my request. And my all the best wishes to all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your constant support, guidance, and encouragement. We now widen our horizon to be global. In the world of healthcare, we often separate the science of curing from the art of caring. Our next speaker has spent a lifetime bridging that gap. I request Sir Dr. Manoj Kulkarni, respected Registrar Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to introduce us to our guest of honor.
Esteemed guests, delegates, scholars, university officials, faculties, and dear students. Good morning and Jai Jinendra to one and all. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to introduce to you an extremely inspiring personality of Honorable Dr. Jaswant Modi sir. Honorable Dr. Jaswant Modi sir is a renowned philanthropist, educationist, and a social reformer known for his lifelong commitment to community welfare. Rooted in Jain values of compassion, non-violence, and service, he has actively supported initiatives in education, healthcare, and spiritual upliftment. Dr. Modi sir has played a key role in strengthening Jain institutions across the globe, promoting value-based education and encouraging youth engagement in ethical living. His philanthropic efforts emphasize inclusive growth, moral development, and societal harmony. Widely respected for his humility and vision, he continues to inspire generations through selfless service and dedication to holistic human being. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Honorable Jaswant Modi sir for his address.
Jai Jinendra and good morning. Dr. Mansukh Bhai, Dr. Sudhir Bhai, Vice Chancellor, Registrar, Trustees, and fellow friends. It's been my pleasure to be here today. And you may have heard about the journey from a small town in Godhra, Panchmals to the Ahmedabad. And in 75, I went to the US, and there I settled in Los Angeles, and I stopped my practice in 2014. Since last about 15 years, how to make Jain way of life more prominent across the globe, across the masses in general, has been my effort. There are many ways to accomplish this, and one of the way I felt would be to educate next generation of students at universities. In that effort, at the university, at least in the US and probably here and many places in the globe, they teach different religions. Usually in the Western countries, there is a Christianity, Islam, and Judaism taught. But when you ask about Jainism, they wouldn't know anything about it. So myself, along with my mentor, Dr. Sulek Jain, and quite a few others, we approached university to establish a Jain study program. And initially, there was a lot of skepticism. Why we want to do that? Where the fundings will come from? Is there any political agenda? And we explained them who we are, why we want to do it. And after some hesitation, they did accept. And once we had the first university established Jain study program, the subsequent was easy, and now we are at more than 40 to 45 universities across the globe. Many of the Jain community members has contributed towards this effort, and I just want to point it out that all this university chair, professorship, or a lectureship has been named after our 24th Tirthankar Bhagwan. No single person has a naming right to any of the chair. So for an example, the last one that we established few months ago at Rice University in Houston, which is a very prominent Ivy League college, there is a Tirthankar Shantinath endowed Jain study program. And this is how we've been going. So now we are at several universities in California. We are in University of Wisconsin at Madison. In Florida, we are at 4 universities. We have gone to UK. We are at Oxford University, University of London, University of Birmingham. We are at the Ghent University in Belgium, University of Turin, University of Hamburg, and few places over here. I believe that the next generation students, when they learn about our way of life, ahimsa, aparigraha, and anekantvad, I believe that that's what our humanity needs in the current environment, where ahimsa should play a great role. I believe in these efforts, Dr. Mansukh Bhai has joined the hands, and we will continue to make the progress, and I welcome all of you to join. Even if you become an ambassador of Jainism in any capacity, we need each and everybody's help. So I thank you for inviting me today and giving me an opportunity to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your deep insights. You truly are an inspiration for all of us. We would like to take a moment and request Sir Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah, Honorable Founder President Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to come forward and extend a token of gratitude to Sir Jaswant Modi.
Thank you, sir. This next introduction is special, and for that, I again request our respected registrar, Sir Dr. Manoj Kulkarni, to please come on the podium and invite our honorable guest.
Thank you. Good morning to one and all once again. With a great pleasure, let me introduce to you to an extremely distinguished scholar, a Padma Shri awardee, Honorable Dr. Sudhir Shah sir. Honorable Dr. Sudhir Shah sir is a renowned neurologist, Padma Shri awardee, eminent Jain scholar, and pioneering researcher in Jain fasting studies. With decades of clinical experience in neurology, he has contributed significantly to understanding the neurological, psychological, and metabolic effect of Jain fasting practices through scientific research. His work bridges ancient Jain wisdom with modern medical science, promoting evidence-based holistic well-being. He has authored numerous research papers, delivered lectures globally, and guided interdisciplinary studies on health, ethics, and spirituality. Widely respected for his clarity, integrity, and scholarship, he continues to inspire medical professionals and scholars alike. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Honorable Dr. Sudhir Shah for his address.
Thank you for those kind words. Srimate Veeranathaya Sanathaya Adbhutashya Mahananda Saroraja Maralayarhate Nama. With a prayer to Lord Mahavir, let me start my short speech. First of all, I want to thank all the dignitaries on dais, including our beloved Mansukh Bhai Sahib, Vice Chancellor Sri, Pro Vice Chancellor Sri, and of course, my senior mentor, Dr. Jaswant Modi. We studied in the same institution at Ahmedabad Mahavir Jain Vidyalaya. And of course, all the dignitaries here and researchers and speakers. Welcome to all of you, and I'm very happy to be the part of the inaugural function of this conference. I wish success, grand success to this continuing effort to spread Jain thought for the world peace, welfare, and total well-being, that is your holistic well-being. Now, holistic well-being applies to a human being in terms of physical health, mental health, emotional health, as well as spiritual health. But also, when you say word holistic well-being, it can be also applied to societal health, national health, and the global health. And today, if you look at today's perspective, I think it's the most relevant topic to my mind. And what could be the most relevant religion than Jain Darshan? I think I would find very limited answers to that, except for Jainism. So
I'm very happy to be here. Lord Mahavir, after attaining his Keval Gyan, out of compassion, charted out a path for the well-being, holistic well-being of all human beings. Why human beings? For all living beings. It is interesting to note that he actually has drawn a line to moksha, but while walking on this path, we already get our physical health, mental health, emotional health, and spiritual health. That is the beauty of the whole thing. It is so scientifically woven a religion, and if you look at its principles like ahimsa, anekant, aparigraha, paraspara upragraho jivanam, then if you look at the foundation of Jain religion, dan, sil, tap, bhav, if you look at those 10 major aspects of religion, if you see the vows, the 12 vows that we Jain Shavaks do, or Panch Mahavrat, whatever, 5 major vrat that our sadhu sadhvis do. If you look at our Jain tenets, if you look at our 6 external and 6 internal penance or tapasya, all are created in such a massive way that it not only cleans our body, removes all the diseases, but at the same time, it removes all mental impurities, all kashais, also these emotional disturbances, negative feelings, and then, of course, it leads to the liberation. When I'm saying so, I am just looking back of my 35 years of studies in Jain religion, thanks to my Reverend Gurujis and so many Pandits and so many scholars who have taught me Jainism, including my grandfather, as well as Acharya Bhadragupta Suriswarji, who was the first mentor, and then a lot of other people. So, without dilating much, I want to come to the specific topics. I have worked a lot as a chairman of Jain Doctor Federation. Since 2005, we have done lots of work and research, including fasting, prayer, meditation, and other aspects. As far as the fasting part is concerned, I'm sure you know how Jain fastings are. You know what is Ayambil. You know what is Ekasana, Bhyasana, etc. Now the concept was so popular that I had an opportunity to study the fasting with a depth in Jain communities as well as on different monks. And to my great luck and fortune, Professor Abdul Kalam, then the President of India, had recruited a team of 32 scientists from DIPAS Institute of Physiology and Allied Sciences. And we studied fasting in a very, very different perspective with very modern facilities and equipments. Now that was in 2003, 2010. And when I read the research reports from Japan, 2016, Yoai Oshomi, the famous paper that fetched him Nobel Prize, that is autophagy. And then 2017, circadian rhythm, Robash and Wall and others, scientists, those who done work on circadian rhythm. Now, both these papers, if you study carefully, both of the papers received Nobel Prizes back to back. And frankly and honestly, it is based on the intermittent fasting and the principles of circadian rhythm, how avoiding night foods and creating long intervals of fast, remaining without food, say for 16 hours or 14 hours a day, like our Chovihar and then eating in the morning after Naukashi and all that. So it perfectly matches. So I'm so surprised in those days when there was no laboratory, there was no classical teaching techniques, and still Lord Mahavir, out of his Sarvagna, that is omniscient knowledge, he proposed the principles of intermittent fasting, prolonged fasting, and all that. And that has been absolutely in line with today's science. And you know how much intermittent fasting and prolonged fasting helps our body system, physiology, biology, immunology, our telomere length, as well as how it helps our mental and emotional clearance. So this is how the fasting project is. And I'm happy that Sumandeep Vidyapeeth has taken that forward and done some work on that. Coming to the line, Lord Mahavir used to say frequently to his disciple, Goima samayam api ma pamaye. Hey Gautam, एक क्षण का भी प्रमाद मत करो. Don't be unaware for a millifraction of a second. What does that mean? He used to tell him, Gautam himself was a very, very highly acclaimed ascetic person, and still he used to tell him, Gautam, don't be unaware for a fraction of a second. Guard your each thought, guard your each word that you speak, and guard each of your action, because all of them create karmic bonds, and that will lead to the cascade of your births and rebirths. So please be very careful. When I was reading this in my childhood, I wasn't very clear why he used to talk about mental thought. I thought thoughts were abstract, and when I took up my medicine and neurology, I was told that thoughts are abstract, that cannot be measured, etc., etc. Those days of 1984, 1990, 95, we all neurologists and scientists across the world believed that thoughts are abstract. However, when I went to UK for my fellowship and further studies and then to USA, we actually saw in the SPECT machine that each of our thoughts are atomic. They are not abstract. Whatever you think, a single thought of your violence or compassion or jealousy or any negative or positive feeling, there is a definite impact in your brain. You can actually map, actually measure and reproduce if you do the same thing again and again. And not only in me, but in every person. So thoughts are not abstract, dear friends, and what Lord Mahavir used to say was very correct. More than that, we realize that each thought has an impact on each cell of the body. If you are angry, your each cell, not only brain, each cell of the body is on fire. The respiration goes fast, the pulse increases, the blood pressure increases, and your pupils get dilated, and your liver, kidney, everything is on completely mashed. And it affects your immunity at large, and then all those things. You know those things. So, friends, guard your thoughts, each thought. Guard your word. Whatever word we speak, it doesn't only affect the person in front of you. It goes to the universe, ricochets and comes back to you, and it affects you also. So, friends, we have to be. This is what Jainism teaches. Man, vachan, kaya, iske jo dosh hote hain, karma ke, that affects you and takes you into cycles of birth and rebirth. Be very careful. Last part, because I have a limited time. So, when we studied prayer as a scan in our neurological machines, including magnetoencephalogram and SPECT and fMRI, etc., we realized that in prayer, the limbic area of the brain gets increased blood circulation that in turn affects the hypothalamus, the parasympathetic output increases, the person becomes calm, pulse, blood pressure and respiration, they slow down. And ultimately, if you do prayer with a very deep heart and for a long time, you are a different person and your biology can change if you do daily prayers. Not only that, the final part is meditation. You know, Jain religion is basically bhav religion. So we don't believe that meditation should be done as a separate part of the daily avashyak routine. It is a part of your continuous daily processes. As I said, watch your thought, watch your word, and watch your action. That is a part of beginning of meditation. You are very observant and aware and conscious. But when you do meditation, may it be Preksha Dhyan, Vipassana, you do Granthi Bhed, you do qualitative meditation of Shukla Dhyan, Dharma Dhyan, etc., and avoid Raudra Dhyan and Artha Dhyan, what happens? There are three major changes, biological changes. As a neurologist, I want to share these facts because many of you may not be aware or you may not have access to these facts. Our pratikraman, our samayik, these are super meditations. Our daily puja and swadhyaya is a part of our meditation. You be involved and be there. During depth of meditation, like Kayosargas, for example, if you do that kind of meditation, we are just cut off from the world. Your frontal lobe gets increased blood circulation. What is frontal lobe? The prefrontal part of the lobe of the brain is responsible for our cognition, intelligence, executive powers, planning, thinking, communication skill. All this is here. That is why we are superior, supposed to be superior than all other species on this earth. Okay? And we kind of rule the world. Now, during meditation, this part is enhanced in activity. And if you do daily meditation or say samayik for 48 minutes with complete concentration, real samayik, then of course your cognition, your prajna, your all faculties of frontal lobe would be enhanced and you become a super person. Second connotation of meditation is your parietal lobe. The left parietal association area gets shut down of blood supply and that improves your universal communication. What does that mean? Your orientation to time, place and person is in the left occipital association area with the parietal lobe. And if you are in deep meditation, you are cut off from the world. Therefore, your ego, your negative emotions, your orientation to time and person goes away. You do not manifest that way. So your attachment and aversion, rag or dvesh, they get decreased and a time comes when you are totally out of it and so on. So all those kashay, rag, dvesh, etc., they can be released, so your mental faculties become completely clean, and those who are doing daily pratikraman samayik with complete awareness, not a routine ritual, just with understanding, I think they can be very, very clean-hearted and full of positivity, and their all negativity goes away. And third important connotation, just the last 1 minute, and that is, it increases your hypothalamic output to parasympathetic nervous system through limbic pathways and through reticuloactin system, and therefore you are a yogic personality. You become peaceful, quiet, and you don't react to the stimuli or to different people. Whatever happens outside, you are not affected. You are contained within yourself, and that is what is the beauty of meditation. So friends, these are few simple things I took out from the deep ocean of Jainism, some jewels. Even we can talk of Karmavad, Anekantvad, and all those vows and rituals that I'm sure today all of you are going to discuss and propose. But so friends, I request you to study Jain Darshan in details, study the scientific aspect also, propagate that, and also embody that in your own life so that we all become greater human beings and help the humanity. At the end, I can't help praising Mansukh Bhai for creating such a massive work here and the empire kind of thing here for spreading Jain thought as well as helping people to take degrees. And of course, I want to thank the Vice Chancellors and the, of course, all other people who are part of this. And lastly, not the least, Jashwant Bhai for his noble philanthropic work. Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your insight on karma, teen yog, kayotsak, pramad, pach mahavrat, dashravakvat, and a lot had been an eye-opener today. Your insights on neurological impact of spirituality is a wake-up call. I request, Sir Dr. Rajesh Bharane, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to please felicitate our guest of honor, Sir Dr. Sudhir Shah, as a token of gratitude.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have spoken about knowledge today, but now it is time to witness it in its tangible form. The Jain tradition has always revered Shrut Gyan, or scriptural knowledge. Today, we are privileged to add a new gem to that treasure trove. We are launching a seminal work titled Significant Contributions of Jainism.
This book promises to be a guiding light for students and scholars alike. Now I invite the contributor of the book, Sir Dr. Sulekh Jain, to join us and express his opinions. Please, sir.
I invite Ms. Corina Maylor to join us and express her opinions.
Jai Jinendra, everybody. It's a great honor for me to deliver the words of Sulekh Jain today. For over 3,000 years, Jainism has been a quiet yet powerful force shaping the soul of India. Its ethics, its intellect, its economy, and its public life. Through small in numbers, the Jain community has contributed far beyond proportion, producing saints and scholars, philosophers and educators, doctors and scientists, engineers, artists, administrators, and social reformers who have helped build this civilization. Guided by the timeless principles of ahimsa, restraint, and ecological harmony, Jainism flourished alongside other great Indian traditions and enriched India's philosophical, cultural, artistic, and political heritage. There were long periods in history when Jains were not only thinkers and visionaries, but also leaders and key participants in shaping society. For nearly 1,000 years, from the 6th century before the Common Era to the 6th century of the Common Era, Jains played a dominant role in the Indian landscape. Yet, this remarkable legacy remains largely unknown, absent from textbooks, and insufficiently acknowledged in our collective memory. The book, Significant Contributions of Jainism, edited by Dr. Dhruti Ratiji, is therefore more than a scholarly volume. It is an act of intellectual justice. Through rigorous research, it brings to light Jainism's enduring contributions to history, archaeology, science, ethics, literature, medicine, business, and cultural heritage. We extend our deep gratitude to Dr. Dhruti Ratiji, the publishers MLBD, and the distinguished scholars from India and abroad who made this work possible. This is only the beginning, Volume 1. Volumes 2 and 3 will further reveal the depth, diversity, and relevance of Jain contributions, not only to India's past, but to humanity's future.
Thank you, ma'am. I invite the reviewer of the book, Sir Dr. Jaswant Modi, to share a few words.
Jai Jinendra. The current volume that is published by Dr. Dhruti Rati is significant contributions of Jainism, Volume 1. It covers wide variety of the topics on which Jainism has an effect. The volume covers Jainism and its relationship to trade and finance, to the art, to the writing nature, language, to culture and society, architecture, environment, philosophy, cryptography, science, and finance. This is an excellent compilation of how Jainism affects various aspects of our life, day-to-day, living, business, society, and this has been preached by our Tirthankar since last 2 millennia. This is an excellent addition done in a simple language that a common man can read. Congratulations to Dr. Dhruti. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite the author, Ma'am Dr. Dhruti Rathi, to tell us briefly about the journey of this book. Please, ma'am.
A very good morning and Jai Jinendra to the esteemed dignitaries, conference attendees, and those joining us online. Thank you, Jason Bhai, for your insightful review of the book. I much appreciate it. And my name is Dhruti Rathi, and I'm the editor of the book Significant Contributions of Jainism, Volume 1. And a bit about my name. A lot of people ask me, are Rathis Jains? Because they get confused. I said, no, they're not Jains. So I initiate my Jain roots by using my maiden name, Ghia, in my scholarly work. So that's why that's the name. Something that I've learned from my husband's Marwari tradition is to be extremely gracious. So welcome, welcome, welcome to the book launch of Significant Contributions of Jainism, Volume 1. This book brings together work of deeply learned scholars who have devoted much of their time to Jain studies, and their scholarship clearly demonstrates that Jainism's impact is truly significant, both historically and in its continued relevance in the modern world. The Volume 1 presents 29 scholarly articles exploring Jain contributions across various fields to what Jacintai just listed out. And to that, I'll just add another special section on Jain luminaries, which highlight the great work done by Jain community around. I sincerely acknowledge and thank the contributors listed here in the order of the articles: Anthony Ruda, late Lakshmi Chandra Jain, Acharya Nandi Ghosh Vijay Suriji, Narendra Bhandari, Aarti Gulgulia, Anil Jain, Arihant Mehta, C. Dev Kumar, Vidit Shah, Sulekh Jain, Pratap Sancheti, Prakash Sancheti, Maruti Nandan Prasad Tiwari, Patrick Felix Kruger, Anil Jain, Srinetra Pandey, Prakash Jain, Kumar Pal Desai, late Kamala Hampana, Dhruti Kiarati, Prem Suman Jain, Sanjay Sonwani, Bhagchandra Jain Bhaskar, Erika Kranti, Jacintai Modi, Hampa Nagrajya, Jeffrey Long, and Shuganji Jain. Also, my gratitude to Jaina Shah, Brijesh Rawat, and Sri Mahavir Aradhana Kendra Koba for the beautiful cover design and its illustrations. I'm deeply also grateful to Professor Peter Flugel, Sri Devendra Raj Mehta, Professor Hampa Nagrajya, Dr. Jason Modi, and Professor Stephen Woes for their insightful forwards, which add great value to this volume. My heartfelt thanks go to Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, ISGS, and Vardhaman Charitable Foundation for hosting this book launch, and to the Motilal Banarasidas Publishing House, especially Sri Rajendraji Jain and Varun Jain, for their support in bringing this book to publication. The project would not have been possible without my family and my husband, Madhu Prati, who is present with me here today. And I'm equally grateful to my mentors, Dr. Sulekh Jain and Dr. Narendra Parson, for their guidance and scholarly encouragement. This book, designed for both academicians and general readers, this book makes complex material accessible and invites further inquiry, encouraging you to share widely through recommendations and gifting to inspire new research, particularly among young generations. New contributions for future volumes are most welcome, and I thank all conference attendees and those joining us online in celebrating this launch. I now invite the contributors present today to come on stage, and I humbly request Professor Alejandra Consolaro, along with the esteemed dignitaries, to kindly do the honors. The book is, I have a few copies of the books if you'd like to explore, and it will be soon available to us online. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share the celebratory moment with all of you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Your dedication on documenting this wisdom is truly commendable.
Behind every great book is a mind that dared to ask questions and a hand that worked tirelessly to answer them. We are grateful for all your efforts. We now request Professor Alejandra Consolaro, Dr. Manish Mehta, sir, Academic Liaison, Committee of Jaina, USA, Sir Dr. Srinetra Pandey, Sir Dr. Ashish Shah, to join all our dignitaries on the stage to kindly unveil this book. Thank you, everyone. This is not just a book release, it is the release of a legacy. Significant contributions of Jainism is now officially open to the world. I request a big round of applause for this contribution to literature and life.
Gratitude is the memory of heart. To express our thanks to the dignitaries, the organizing committee, and to the delegates from across the world, I invite Sir Dr. Ashish Shah, Organizing Secretary, to propose the word of thanks.
Jai Jinendra, respected Chief Guest Dr. Abhay Firodia sir, esteemed guest of honor Dr. Jaswant Bhai Modi, Dr. Sudhir Shah sir, respected Founder President Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah, Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, Pro Vice Chancellor sir, Registrar sir, distinguished speakers, session chairs, delegates, scholars, students, head of the institutions. It's my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion on behalf of Sumandeep Vidyapeeth deemed to be University, Department of Jain Philosophy and Research, International School of Jain Studies, Vardhaman Charitable Trust Foundation. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the dignitaries and participants who have contributed to the success of this international conference of holistic well-being Jain perspective. First foremost, I express deepest gratitude to our chief guest, whose visionary thoughts, ethical leadership, lifelong commitment to social well-being have truly inspired us. Although he not able to join us, but we grateful to our chief guest also. I sincerely thankful our esteemed guest of honor for their invaluable guidance, encouragement, and continued support of academic, healthcare, and Jain philosophical initiatives at national and global level. I offer my respectful thanks to our founder, president, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, whose leadership, vision, constant encouragement have made this conference possible and meaningful. This conference has witnessed overwhelming global academic response. I am pleased to share that more than 110 abstract was received globally from across the nation and international. Each submission goes through the rigorous peer review, ensuring high academic standards and scholar integrity. After carefully evaluation, we have selected 36 high quality papers for oral presentations, and authors have been invited to submit full paper to be published in international journal. This remarkable response reflects the growing global relevance of the Jain perspectives in holistic well-being and life sciences. I would like to place on record my sincere appreciation for the scientific and review committee, whose meticulous efforts ensured fairness, academic rigor, and quality selection. I am thankful to all session chairs, speakers, panelists, and their scholarly contribution throughout provoking discussions. My heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, faculty members, administrative staff, student volunteers, and all supporting teams whose tireless efforts behind the scenes ensured smooth planning and flawless executions of this conference. I also extend my gratitude to all delegates and participants for their active engagement, insightful question, meaningful interaction, which truly brought life to the academic gathering. I thank each and every individual who contributed directly, indirectly to making this conference as a success. We look forward to continue collaboration, research, and dialogue in the sphere of pursuit of holistic well-being rooted in ethical, compassion, and living. I hope you will enjoy throughout the 2 days and have a meaningful dialogue with research and academic purpose also. Thank you. Jai Jinendra.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. As we close this inaugural ceremony and move towards our technical sessions on spiritual and social well-being, let us unite in pride.
I request everyone to rise for the university song followed by the national anthem.
हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, ज्ञान दीप की ज्योत जली है, नव सर्जन नव विचार धारा लेकर बहती लहर चली है। हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, मंत्र मिला है मानवता का, स्नेह सभर ममता का, मंत्र मिला है मानवता का, स्नेह सभर ममता का, सेवाव्रत संदेश मिला है सबके प्रति करुणा का, ज्ञान मिला है शिक्षा पाई, सेवा की एक लहर चली है। हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, कर्ज नहीं भूलेंगे इसका जिसने विद्या दान दिया है, कर्ज नहीं भूलेंगे इसका जिसने विद्या दान दिया है, शीश झुका कर वंदन इसको जिसने गौरव का सम्मान दिया है। सौरभ देखो विद्यापीठ की गाँव गाँव बात चली है। हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, ज्ञान दीप की ज्योत जली है, नव सर्जन नव विचार धारा लेकर बहती लहर चली है। हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं।
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
We thank everyone for your esteemed presence today. All delegates are requested to join us for the scientific sessions in Mini Auditorium Hall 1 after we convene for a short break. We expect all delegates to be present at 11:25 a.m. Thank you all.
At the SBKS Medical Institute and Research Center here at SVDU. She holds multiple qualifications including a DNB in pediatric, and a postgraduate diploma in lifestyle medicine.
Her work is dedicated to a singular and profound goal: disease reversal. By bridging the gap between nutritional science and modern medicine, she is reshaping how we educate the next generation of doctors. She is not just treating patients, she is transforming the curriculum. She is passionate about teaching the next generation of doctors that nutrition and disease reversal are as important as any other subject.
We are honored to have her guide us today. Please welcome for the keynote address, Ma'am Dr. Varsha Shah, pediatrician and lifestyle consultant, SVDU.
Pranam and Jai Jinendra to all of you. Thank you for that lovely introduction. Before I begin my talk, I have a few confessions to make. This conference is on Jainism, and my knowledge about, though being a Jain, my knowledge about Jainism is extremely very limited. If I can say, it's not even 0.01%. With that confession, I start my presentation. To begin with, I have been practicing pediatrics for almost 25 years now. Before the COVID pandemic, that is early 2018, I'm just sharing a very small story. I came across two patients one who had reversed their diabetes and one who had reversed their autoimmune disease. So that was very mind-boggling. Reversed means they had no symptoms and they were on zero medication. So being a doctor, it was like, how can this go? In our curriculum, we were taught that, these are stamped as lifelong diseases. You have to take medications lifelong. And that curiosity took me towards this branch of what I studied as lifestyle medicine. So I pursued lifestyle medicine from CMC Vellore, which is one of the first institutes to have formally started education in lifestyle medicine. Otherwise, sir, as you rightly said, we have a lot of IBLM diplomats, that is, who are from the ACLM, American College of Lifestyle Medicine, practicing in India. And now Indian Society of Lifestyle Medicine has launched its own course on lifestyle medicine. So we no longer will be dependent on American Board of Lifestyle Medicine for certain, any doctor who is interested can pursue lifestyle medicine from the Indian Society of Lifestyle Medicine. With that background, we'll start. My topic today is Foundations That Heal, 6 Pillars of Lifestyle Medicine. So, Dr. Dean Ornish, before I start, how many of you all sitting here are practicing doctors or medical students? So I actually thought because being a teacher, this talk is a lot of science about lifestyle medicine. So you all are free to interrupt in between and ask questions if there are any questions, because this is more of science than, a general talk. So I apologize for that right in the beginning. So Dr. Dean Ornish is one of the pioneers in lifestyle medicine in US, and he said that if lifestyle medicine was a drug, every doctor would prescribe it. So let's see what is lifestyle medicine. Okay, so this is one of the first cases that I treated using lifestyle interventions. So this is a 36-year-old IT professional who's suffering from diabetes since last 4 years, and at present came to me with uncontrolled diabetes and uncontrolled dyslipidemia. So all his parameters were haywire. He was on 8 medications. So different medications for diabetes, blood pressure, cholesterol, and we started this journey by putting him on lifestyle modifications. After 1 week, he said, I am feeling better. He was feeling weak before that. His sleep was better and he had reduced acidity and food cravings. So when he had come to me, he had, not only was he worried about his blood parameters, he had a disordered sleep, work stress, anxiety, and just 1 week of lifestyle modifications. And he's like, doctor, I can sleep better. My food cravings are less and my energy levels are better. Now, after 6 weeks, he had lost 4 kgs weight. His postprandial, that is 2 hours after meal, blood sugars were better. Fasting sugar was still high, and his acidity, bloating issues had resolved. So this is what I want to say. After 6 months, he was on 0 tablets. He had lost almost 78 to 62 kgs of weight. He was full of energy and vitality. His HbA1c, which is one of the markers of diabetes, had reduced to 5.6. His triglycerides had come down to 190, and he had ran a 5-kilometer marathon. So these were the changes that were there after 6 months. At the end of 1 year, we'll come to that in my last slide. Now, why is there a need for lifestyle medicine? So for me, as doctors, we are taught to take history, to do some investigations, and to give some treatment. And that treatment primarily is medications, surgery, and procedures. This is what we were taught, and when I studied lifestyle medicine, each and every chapter of chronic disease had lifestyle modifications as the first line of management, which was never taught to us in medical curriculum. So why do we need lifestyle medicine? This is the Global Burden of Disease study, which shows that what is the difference between health span and lifespan? Anyone, what is lifespan? The number of years we live. So if I'm going to live, say, till the age of 90 years, my lifespan is 90 years. What is health span? The number of healthy years that I'm going to live without disability, medicine, and dependence. So the current gap is anywhere between 9.6 to 10 years. Now the goal of medicine should be to reduce this gap. We should aim for a healthy health span rather than life. Whatever years that I live, whether I live for 60 years, 90 years, or 100 years, I should be living them healthy to the full capacity. I should be thriving. Again, this is the disease burden study. Despite advancements in technology and medical care, our burden of chronic diseases is just burgeoning. Burgeoning means it's exploding. You know why I'm saying it's exploding? I am seeing, after being a lifestyle physician, I am seeing pre-diabetes at the age of 10 and 12 years. I am seeing diabetes full-fledged in adolescents and young adults as early as I am seeing hypertension at the age of 15, 17 years. Why is this happening? I did not, as in last 20 years of my practice, I've not seen so much disease as I have seen in last 5 years in adolescents and young adults. Why is the graph shifting to a lower age? We have a cardiologist, Dr. Sinush Matthew, and the other day he said 60% of my patients are under the age of 40 years. Coronary artery disease less than 40 years. So it's the peak youth and the most productive years of life getting sick. We cannot afford to have a sick India. Okay. So this was the graph which has changed from infectious disease to chronic disease. So we all see these headlines, 8 crore Indians obese, we are the diabetic capital of the world, 1 crore children who are obese. Now, what are the problems with chronic disease? So just for all people, there are acute diseases and chronic diseases. Acute diseases are something like typhoid, malaria, flu, COVID, which are short duration, and chronic diseases are which are over a period of long time. Now, what is the difference? One, chronic diseases are not contagious. They are not prevented by vaccines. They are not cured by medications. What is the difference between cure and control? Cure is, I take these medicines for say 5 days and I get better and I don't need these medicines later on. And control is, if I'm taking my diabetic medications every day, it's not curing. I have to take them every day just so that my blood sugar remains between the normal ranges. So they are not cured by medications. They develop over time and they never seem to disappear. And remember, all chronic diseases have their origin in childhood, right? From an age as young as 5 or 8 years of age. So this was the ICMR India study done by one of the most renowned diabetologists of our country. And I just want you to see the dyslipidemia. Dyslipidemia is anything where our cholesterol and other lipid profile goes abnormal. Look at the prevalence. Prevalence is 81.25%. Means 8 out of 10 sitting over here have dyslipidemia, right? For Indians. So, why, when we study heart disease, being Indian or a South Asian is itself a risk factor. Just being Indian makes you more prone to heart disease. Why? Because we have a special BMI. Across the world, we have a BMI of more than 23 being overweight and more than 25 being obese, while otherwise it is 25 and 30, right? So, as Indians, we develop coronary artery disease and all chronic disease almost a decade earlier. So, are we doomed? ये तो हमारे genes में लिखा है, अभी इसका क्या कर सकते हैं? So most of the patients who come to me never ask me, why did I develop this disease? The why leads you to the root cause of diseases. Okay? So here comes in the need for lifestyle medicine. I will not go into the details of what is lifestyle medicine. What is lifestyle? The way you live is what is called as lifestyle. So lifestyle medicine basically is a branch of modern medicine. In fact, I would say it is a foundation of conventional modern medicine, which is evidence-based and includes comprehensive lifestyle changes which are used not only to prevent or treat disease but have the potential to even reverse disease. You tell me as doctors which drug has the potential to reverse disease. So that's why I said if lifestyle medicine was a drug, not I said, Dr. Dean Ornish said that if lifestyle medicine was a drug, every doctor would prescribe it. So now I'm not going to go a lot into the science, but on the right side you can see what are the drivers. Drivers means the root causes of lifestyle medicine, which are unhealthy diet, sedentary lifestyle, high stress, poor sleep, addictions, social isolation and medications. These drivers or root causes which we do not address in medical practice lead to disease through complex mechanisms of gut microbiome, epigenetic changes and cellular injury. Gut microbiome means in Ayurveda they say sabhi bimariyon ka jad is in your stomach or in your gut. And now modern medicine is saying that. So gut microbiome is one of the huge contributors to chronic disease. Then I will come to epigenetics. What is Epi means above. Something above genes is called as epigenetics. Epigenetics is where your genes, where there are changes in genetic expression without change in the structure. Now I will explain you. Both my parents have diabetes. So I have inherited the genes for diabetes. But whether I will develop diabetes or not will depend upon whether those genes are switched on or off. Now, what factors contribute to switching those genes on or off? It's the lifestyle and the environment. Okay? So, genes load the gun and lifestyle pulls the trigger. So, even if we are doomed that we have bad genes, we can still prevent that disease by changing our lifestyle. Okay? So again, that's the same slide. So a lot of people ask me, oh my God, again a different medicine. Anyway, medical curriculum is vast. So students always come up with, अरे ये एक और कुछ और पढ़ना पड़ेगा. I'm like, no, this is the foundation of conventional medicine. And can you see that cartoon, everybody? You know, both these people are mopping the floor. What's wrong with this cartoon? No one is bothered to switch off the tap or turn the tap off. So when conventional medicine, by giving only medications and drugs, surgery and procedures, no doubt it is helpful. I'm not against modern medicine. The only thing is you're not turning the tap off. If you're going to, put in the same, Hippocrates once said that when a patient comes to you, ask him if he's ready to make the changes which made him sick. You have to sensitize the patient to what changes made him sick, whether it's unhealthy diet, whether it's his sleep, whether it's his addictions, whether it's his stress, whether it's a social isolation. You have to ask these questions. So these are the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine, and we've added 2 more to this. So most important is nutrition. Nutrition. In Jainism, nutrition is predominantly plant-based. The only thing is that Jains consume only one animal product, and that is dairy products. So I will just in short cover what we advocate. We advocate a whole food plant-based lifestyle. Now what is whole food plant-based lifestyle? This is what the father of medicine said. Let food be thy medicine. Now I showed you that ICMR India study from India, which showed that 81% dyslipidemia. Now that same study came with this. Why are we developing disease? Our consumption of junk food, fast food, fried food, oil, ghee, refined grains, dairy products and animal products is increasing day by day, and our consumption of fruits, vegetables, whole grains and legumes is just reducing. So the best example is, when I travel, I see a lot of packaged foods being sold in the train, whether it's chips, whether it's chocolates, whether it's cold drinks, and I rarely see, those olden days, kakdi bech rahi hai, sing chana bech rahe hai, fruits bik rahe hai. So it is we who have to create that demand. If the demand is for junk food, the market will supply junk food. If the demand is for healthy food, the market will supply healthy food. And remember, in promoting health, there is no profit. It is in promoting disease that there is profit. Remember, all these MNCs, that is multinational companies who sell you chocolates, chips, quick foods, tasty foods, are not responsible for your health. They are only responsible for their profits. It is you who are going to be responsible for your health. And that's the entire science of ultra-processed foods. Okay. So what is a whole food plant-based diet? Consuming food in its whole form, which is recognizable or minimally processed. So it excludes all refined foods like added sugars, white flour or maida and processed oils. So it also excludes all animal products. As Jains, we don't consume animal products except milk and milk products. It includes what? Vegetables, fruits, legumes, and whole grains, herbs and spices. So nuts and seeds and herbs and spices. So what is the most important foundation of whole foods? It's the fiber. Fiber means वो घास फूस बोलते हैं ना, रेशे का भाग जो खाने में होता है, that's called fiber. And fiber is absent in all animal foods, milk, meat, all animal foods, and it is minimal or absent in all ultra processed foods. So your package of chips, your biscuits, your cakes, all bakery items, all जो भी है cornflakes, वो उसमें artificial fiber add होता है. When you process foods, you lose that fiber. Whether that processing is as animal foods or that processing is as ultra processed foods. So consume foods in their most natural form. Now why fiber is so important for us in science? Fiber is the food for the 100 trillion bacteria in your gut. 100 trillion. How many cells in the human body? Anybody? 10 trillion cells. They say that 10 to 30 trillion, there are all varying numbers. So we have 3 times more gut microbiome than the number of cells in our body. And what is the food for that microbiome? It's the fiber. Fiber is, medical students, fiber is fats, proteins, carbs. Anyone? Fiber belongs to which category of food? Fats, protein or carbohydrates? Carbohydrates. And you know what is the latest fad in dieting? Low carb diet. So all low carb diet will be automatically low fiber diet. Okay. So you should be having carbs to let your bacteria thrive. So there comes the concept of prebiotics, probiotics and postbiotics. So what is probiotics? You know, dahi is probiotic, fermented food is probiotic. So they have these live bacteria which are good for the gut. But if I am going to have that fermented food, it is going to be washed away in the next 6 hours. Okay, or whatever, 24 hours. But to let those bacteria thrive, if I consume prebiotics, that is fiber, my bacteria will automatically thrive. I don't need to consume probiotics. When these probiotics, that is the bacteria in the gut, consume prebiotics, that's the fiber, they produce what is called as postbiotics. What are postbiotics? The short chain fatty acids which are produced, and that is the nexus. You know, bolte na ki your gut is a superhighway. You know, it is connected to your brain, it's connected to your skin, to your lungs, to your heart, to your liver, to practically every organ in the body. It has a nexus with every organ in the body. So how does it communicate with all these? It communicates via these short chain fatty acids produced by your healthy bacteria which have utilized fiber. Okay. So it is through these, because these short chain fatty acids produce anti-inflammatory molecules. They act on a lot of receptors. So these are all these G protein coupled receptors through which they produce a lot of anti-inflammatory substances, and these have the potential to reverse your disease. Okay. So I call these SCFA as chota packet, bada dhamaka. So for that chota packet to survive, you have to have fiber in your food. Okay. So I gave the answer. I was going to ask the question, which food group has the maximum fiber? It's the legumes. Gujarati ma kathol kehvai. All the dals and kathol have the maximum fiber. Anyone, what is the prevalence of constipation in our country? The prevalence of constipation in US is anywhere around 90 to 95%, and in India it's around 60 to 70%. Okay, there are various studies ranging from 30 to 70%. And આપણા કલ્ચરમાં છે ને શાક રોટલી દાળ ભાત એટલે સબ્જી રોટી દાલ ચાવલ is a mandatory, and that dal or kathol is extremely very important source of fiber. That is what you have to remember. So anyone having constipation, we say at least 2 to 3 servings of legumes or dals every day. They are the highest source of fiber for the same serving size. And fiber acts like a broom, so it helps relieve constipation. How much do you need? Around 30 to 45 grams. It prevents all chronic disease. Then what else does whole food have? Phytonutrients and antioxidants. So, you know, you can see the color. We say eat the rainbow. Eat the rainbow means the lycopene of your tomatoes, the beta carotene of your papayas, the catechin and from your greens, the anthocyanin from your blue purple, that is grapes, the indoles and all from the whites. So eat the rainbow. Why? Each color has a super nutrient or antioxidants. Now these antioxidants neutralize the oxidants or the free radical species. So eat the rainbow every day. So you should have at least 2 servings of fruits and 3 servings of vegetables every single day to fuel your body with antioxidants. Now, why do you need antioxidants? Anyone? Why do we need antioxidants and phytonutrients? Anyone? Cancer prevention. Okay. So basically our body, you know, whether it is the process of digestion, whether it is the process of aging, whether it is exposure to pollutants, chemicals around, produces what is called as free radicals or ROS, reactive oxygen species. To neutralize that, you need these phytonutrients and antioxidants. So these are the fighters in our food which help you reduce the oxidative stress in your body. So here, this is the science. Basically, all these factors, even exposure to sunlight, even exercise, anything would produce what you call as free radicals. And these antioxidants donate the electron and neutralize those oxygen free radicals. So these have the potential to fight against a host of disorders, including diabetes, hypertension, neurological disorders, and cancer. So, okay. Now, when I studied medicine, we were taught complete and incomplete protein or class A and class B protein. You know what is class A and class B protein? Complete, जिसमें 20 अमाइनो एसिड्स होते हैं उसको कंप्लीट बोलते हैं, और जिसमें जो 9 essential deficient होते हैं उसको incomplete बोलते हैं. But this has been refuted long time back. This is a study by Dr. Chris Gardner from Stanford, which says that each and every plant-based foods, whether it is a grain of rice or whether it is a leaf of mint, has all the 20 amino acids, including the 9 essential amino acids. This is the graph which shows all the 20, essential and non-essential amino acids. Then, what are the benefits of a plant-based diet? There are plenty of benefits, but first let us see the food pyramid. 70% of our body is water, so you should be hydrated. So the base of the food pyramid is water. Then comes leafy greens, ghaspus. So how many of us actually consume 2 servings of green leafy vegetables? Very few. The present generation and kids, hardly do they consume. So the best way of having leafy greens is having green smoothies. That is raw greens blended with fruits, gives you amazing, refreshing green smoothies. Then comes fruits and vegetables. Then comes legumes. Then comes cereals. So मेरे बच्चे, means मेरे बच्चे and मेरे patient who are children, मम्मी को पूछा तो क्या खाते हैं? सब्जी, रोटी, दाल, चावल. तो they have sabzi like a chutney and roti will be char. So that's the disproportion that happens. And they will hardly have any vegetables. So that is what we call a power plate. Consuming the power plate. 50% of your plate should be fruits and vegetables. 25% should be legumes or dals, and 25% only should be cereals, and that also whole unrefined cereals. And here comes in the millets, all kodri, morayo, foxtail millet, barnyard millet. There are 9 types of millets, right, from bajra, jowar, ragi, which have a huge role to play over here. Okay. Then hara hachibu means what? In Japanese it means eat till you're 80% full. In Jainism they say unodari. Unodari means eat less than what your appetite is. Okay. And this is and eat slowly. Sit at one place, mindfully eat. Why? It takes 20 minutes at least for your brain to register the signals of satiety. Satiety is fullness. अभी क्या होता है? We are eating like, वो बोलते ना ढोर बकरी जैसे, चलते चलते कॉफी पी ली, चलते चलते पास्ता खा लिया, I'm biting into a samosa or a banana while I'm talking on the phone. So that is called as mindless eating. Dedicate those 20 minutes or 30 minutes to your food and dedicate them. You will be thankful for it. We have got 32 teeth. कम से कम उसको 10 बार चबाने के लिए use कर लो. So each food should be at least chewed with your teeth for 10 times at least. That is what science says. Then comes the role of chrononutrition, and in Jainism we say fasting. As Sir in the morning said, long before, in 2016, intermittent fasting won the Nobel Prize and circadian rhythm won the Nobel Prize in 2017. Jain literature already knew it long, many years back. And we all have a super clock in our brain, and each cell has its own clock. That is very important to understand. And if we align with the circadian rhythm, eating our food between sunrise to sunset, your body will thank you for that. Okay. So there are a lot of studies being done on fasting. When we had a national conference at Ahmedabad last year in ISLM, we had the privilege for studies from Dr. Walter Lango at the Longevity Institute. And he says the tremendous effects of fasting on right from your brain to your heart to your liver to your kidneys, everywhere it has beneficial effects. Okay, so this is the graph that shows he promotes what? Many types of fasting. Time restricted eating, that is 24 hour, don't eat after sunset, or at least 12 to 16 hours of intermittent fasting. Twice a day, biyasna. Partial fast days, once a week, only fruit fasting or feasting, only juice feasting, or only eating raw, or eating nothing for that matter. આપણા જૈનિઝમમાં 5 તિથિના 5 ઉપવાસ કે 5 fasting કહેવાય છે. Okay, so that actually detoxes the body. And prolonged periodic fasting. So he advocates prolonged periodic fasting for at least 5 to 8 days twice a year, which coincides with Navratri in Hindu religion and with Banne Timeni Oli in Jain religion. Those are the times when seasons change. And believe me, I have been doing Ambil for last 4 years, those 9 days. And I have never fallen sick, like my family members may have cough, cold, something. Somehow the immunity is at its peak, the energy levels are fantastic. So that's my personal experience, but definitely that detoxes the body to a great extent. And that detox is called as autophagy, clearing the dead and dying cells. Every day we have some cells in our body that are going to die. The body has to remove them. There are only 2 ways of removing it. One is sleep adequately, and second is give your GI system some rest, that is upvas or fasting. Okay, so I'm not going to go into the benefits of fasting. The respected people over here know a lot about fasting. Most important, it prevents chronic disease, prevents your risk of developing chronic disease, and second, it leads to better sleep. It's extremely very important to have that beauty sleep, that restorative sleep, that healing sleep. Okay, lifestyle pillar 2 is exercise. Okay, the Lancet study was just published last year, and it said that we are one of the laziest people on the earth, Indians. We hardly exercise. We get time, we will just watch television and gossip. Okay, so what is the recommendation? 150 minutes per week. Which is the best exercise to do? Anyone? Walking. Anyone else? Any other? So I say walking is an exercise after the age of 60. Jab your cardiovascular and all. Before that, though, you should be doing something which bucks up your heart rate. Dhad 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 घोड़े जैसी मेरी heart rate चलनी चाहिए. I should be sweating. That is called exercise. But for me, for my patients, the definition of the best exercise is something that they can do every day. Consistency matters over content or the amount of time. Being sustainable and consistent beats everything else. So the best exercise is something that you can do every day, whether it is walking, yoga. But I would also advise inculcating strength training. Why strength training is important? Strength training is something like doing push-ups, something like doing... so there are 4 pillars of exercise: cardio, strength training, flexibility, and balance. Balance is more important for senior citizens where there are risk of trips and falls. Flexibility is which is enhanced by yoga. Cardio is something like running or any sports that you do which increases your heart rate. And strength comes from strength training. So at least what I advise is 3 days a week strength training, 1 day upper body, 1 day lower body, and 1 day core. Strength training is extremely very important. Any cues why strength training is important? I will give you a clue. It is related to your why Indians have a low BMI. Means, huh? What if I live with less muscle? What is the problem? Okay, osteoporosis. Anything else? Anyone else? मैं कम काम कर लूंगी. Okay. Now, you all are right, but I will just tell you one thing. Your muscles utilize 60% of your sugars post meals. So, as Indians, we have less muscle mass. Okay. So, we are 70% of the diabetics that we get over here. 70, I'm maybe probably a bit higher. 60% of the diabetics that we get here are lean diabetics, TOFI. Thin on the outside, fat on the inside. So we have a lot of visceral fat, which I may look thin, even I am, very underweight for my height. I'm only 48 kgs for a height of 152 centimeters, which is okay now. But still, I had hyperlipidemia. My cholesterol was still above 250. It is when I switched over to a whole food plant-based lifestyle is that my cholesterol numbers reduced, and I had my best TG to HDL ratios when I did my reports last year. So why is this muscle important? Muscle is an organ by itself, and it is important for sugar metabolism, glucose metabolism. So if I am lean, in Western countries, we have a problem of obesity, which of course now we are having it in India as well. But lean diabetics is where the muscle mass is so less that it actually, the postprandial sugar rises because we have a very less muscle mass. So that is why it is important. And for me, my motivation to do exercise, I have not been doing exercise for a very long time. I started in 2015-16. You know why? Because I heard in a talk that exercise is important for the brain. It improves your memory, focus, concentration, and decreases age-related memory loss. So I always think my brain is my asset. So if my brain is my asset, I will have to work for it. Right? So if I have to exercise for my brain, otherwise I'm very lazy when it comes to exercise. I don't like exercising. And upar se I'm not overweight. Why I need exercise? But if I have to maintain my brain power, for my brain is that what I exercise. And for children, I always advocate exercise. You know why? We are all literate, literacy with words lets you enjoy books. Physical literacy lets you enjoy movement for life. So we have not only have to make our children literate in the literate sense, but also physically literate. Physical literacy is much beyond physical activity. It is the love for movement. It is love for the motivation to move. That is also very, very important. And that is what we are advocating in all schools. Now, I'm going to rush for shortage of time. All the next pillars. Sleep is important. Why? Because we showed that those free radicals, it is only during the first few hours of sleep that these free radicals are removed from the body. So it's extremely important. And for children, it is important. Now here comes where the Indian data is lacking. Children grow in their sleep. Growth hormone is released during sleep. So children, preschoolers who sleep less have more obesity when they are in their teens. And teens who sleep less are more likely to be obese adults. Right? So this is one of my favorite slides. One night's sleep deprivation leads to increase in the size of the fat cells. So if you want to prevent from being overweight, sleep well. And for people who want to build muscles, one night's sleep loss also causes structural muscle loss and hypertrophy of the adipose tissue. So beauty sleep, restorative sleep, no compromise. Lifestyle pillar 4. This is something where I have stress. Okay, so stress everybody has. And stress leads to a host of chronic diseases. We all know that. But, I have students over here, they say, Madam, aap exam lena band kar do na, humko stress lena kam ho jayega. So I'm like, there is something called as eustress and there is something called as distress. Eustress is that good stress which challenges you to think out of the box, to prepare. So even I had stress of presenting today because, I didn't know that the audience is not doctors. So I had prepared this talk with the audience being in doctors in mind, So thoda stress is important for self-development. What is harmful is distress. Okay, and I will not talk about stress reduction. I use MBSR, that is mindfulness based stress reduction, as one of the techniques for stress reduction. So, and this has something to do with your values. I'll give you a short example. I usually don't take talks on Saturday, Sunday. And someone who calls me for talks on Saturday, Sunday, I say, I am really grateful and it's an honor for this invitation, but I'm sorry, this time is for my family. So if there is any time that you plan a talk for a weekday, I'm going to come. Okay. So learning to say no is one very important thing. And that comes from my values. What are my values? Curiosity, integrity, and being healthy. So for me, that integrity towards my family matters more, especially because my children, they have school from Monday to Friday. So if I take the talks on weekdays, the stress of the guilt of not giving time to my family always lingers on behind in my mind. So stress is ubiquitous, it's there throughout, but how you manage stress is equally important. So here comes the model of self-care, and self-care model for stress reduction involves all these pillars. It's sleep, exercise, diet, stress, time management, relationships, gratitude, nature, time spent in nature, and time with your hobbies. Some time for something that you like to do. I am a bookworm. I love reading. So, for me, that time spent reading is my aha moment. If I can spend at least 20 minutes a day reading, if I get that time, my goal is achieved. Okay. Then I'm not, this is all that we know, but for me, this is a problem. And this is ubiquitous with both adults and children. So we call it problematic social media use. The first de-addiction center for problematic social media use in India has been started at IISc Bangalore, and now we have much more coming across the country. Okay, so invest in a chronic wellness, not in a chronic illness. This is a beautiful editorial written by Lavanya Vijay Singham. She herself is a patient of chronic disease. This is published, I think, in Lancet just last year in October 25. And she has written this editorial called Coping Through Chaos, which addresses all the pillars of lifestyle medicine. The outcome I aim for is being able to live the best of my life. I want to achieve the unique and subjective goals that matter to me. I do not want to be limited by my health condition. I want to be independent, not codependent. I want to be a valuable contributor to my family, community, and society. I want to be chronically well, not chronically ill. And that is where, as a doctor, I love this cartoon. As I am a healthcare expert, and the patient says, I am an expert on me and my life. So it should be a shared decision. Okay, so there comes lifestyle as a foundation. This is the paper by Dr. Padmaja Patel from ACLM on vital signs. As vital signs, we measure what? Heart rate, blood pressure, pulse, SpO2, and a lot of other things. But lifestyle vital signs, what do you eat? How much do you sleep? What are the stressors in your life? How is your relationship with your family, community? How are you happy at your workplace? These are things that matter. Okay. Now, this is the study that was just published 2 weeks back in Lancet Discovery Science, and it has profound implications. So, you add 1 year to your life just by sleeping 5 minutes extra and 2 minutes more physical activity. You add 4 years more to your life by 24 minutes more sleep, 4 minutes activity, and adding 1 cup of vegetables and 1 cup of legumes. You can add 9 years to your life just by adequate sleep, good nutrition, and 42 minutes of physical activity daily. Small changes, profound effects. That is what this paper. Now, this is a study which was done over a period of 8 years involving 56,000 participants. So, the profound effects that small changes. So, my patients say, we don't have time. I'm like, okay, can you give me 10 minutes for exercise? So, 10 minutes after eating, walk while you talk. Do something small changes and then add up to it. Okay. So our original patient, at the end of 1 year, weight maintained, HbA1c normal, lipid profile normal. So he's maintained, he's gone into what we call as remission. Okay, and at the end of 5 years now also he's in remission. So after treating him, I realized that it is more important to treat a person whole with an illness rather than treat an illness in a person. So when love and skill, love means deep care and concern on part of the physician, and skill means those skills by the patient, the readiness to change, work together, expect a masterpiece. And why I call this as a masterpiece? Because no single drug can reverse diseases, right? Now this is if you want to take home from this talk anything today for your own health or for your own family's health, the acronym is NEST SCOPE. So these are the pillars of these medicine, and I am from Vadodara, so this is the word. Word means the banyan tree. So I would like to describe this. These are the pillars that we discussed in a healing environment. I did not go into deep, but food has a lot of things related to your environment. When you consume junk food, the aluminum foil packaging, the chemicals in food, they come at a cost to your environment. When you animal agriculture is one of the leading causes of global warming. So avoiding dairy, avoiding animal products, you will reduce you can help reduce global warming. And gratitude to the institute, all the people over here, for giving me this opportunity to talk. And purpose, I have added 2 pillars. One is environment and one is purpose and meaning in life. Okay, so if you delve deep into anything, if you don't have a purpose and meaning in life, people don't seem to heal, So what is purpose or meaning in life? The reason why you get up every day in the morning and look forward to that day, that is called purpose and meaning in life. Okay, and this purpose and meaning in life is based on universal human values of love, gratitude, kindness, hope, compassion, and humility. So I thank you all for this opportunity. This is one of my favorite books. Yes, sir. Yeah, last slide. One of my favorite books, Why We Die. This is written by Nobel laureate Venki Ramakrishnan, an alumni of MS University, Baroda. And what does he say? Ironically, the very same advances in biology that are the basis of the anti-aging industry. What is anti-aging? Across the world, the maximum funding is going into longevity studies. How can we live longer? Anti-aging industry also thoroughly validates some age-old advice for living a long and healthy life. Diet, exercise, and sleep. These remedies currently work better than any other anti-aging medicine on the market, cost virtually nothing, and have no side effects. So with this, I would like to end this talk. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Learned here, part of it already observing, and I believe, because I'm from stock market, lifestyle for me is how to increase my happiness index. That is a measurement of my lifestyle. Now only my question is, I do yoga, I do meditation. Recently I am advised to do the sound bath, sound music. Can you just, of course I'm advised and told also, okay, what are the benefits, but there sometimes it is exaggerated also according to me. So is there anything you can help on that?
Music is calming down, basically music as a therapy, listening does calm down. That is no doubt about it. But I'm sorry to say, sir, my core area is nutrition and lifestyle medicine, where we are just hand holders. As a doctor, I would say if that sound therapy is helping you, it's reducing your stress levels, you are enjoying that process, then please do continue it. Okay? Yeah.
Thank you. I have 2 important points to support your lifestyle. I am an example of what she told you. guess my age. I may be the oldest person in the audience today. Guess my age. I'm 87 and a half. And I learned a lot of these things from the Subai. The second important announcement I want to make, last week, we met a group of 4 million women. It's a group called Seva. They are there for 40 years. Their health is declining. They met us to help them to become plant-based lifestyle medicine follower. 4 million more than Jains in this country. So you follow them now. Thank you.
Dr. Varsha, it is wonderful presentation. I just want to add, with the holistic approach, we have reversed 20,000 reversal of diabetes from insulin to the medicine. So majorly your presentation covered that all, and it's the evidence. And being the millet woman of India and being on the director APEDA for the millets, Nutri cereals, we call it in the government scheme. So with the millets, because millets doesn't spike your sugar. So the meals and the ratio what we are providing, because you mentioned about the fiber.
I will ask you one question.
Yeah.
Why do millets don't spike your sugar like rice or wheat?
Glycemic index. Yeah, you are doctor, because you
the thing is,
explain.
What rice is available in the market? White rice.
White rice.
White rice is devoid of the bran and the endosperm.
Yes.
Okay. It's only the carbohydrate. So in millets, the grain is so small, it is difficult to polish it. तो जो wheat, the husk तो rice का भी निकलता है. So that is why they have a lower, the fiber content is there. We are eating polished, means polished rice, maida, wheat, which is like this thing. So even the different types of wheat have different implications. Our traditional wheat varieties were bhalia, khapli, bhalia, or these wheat have a less sugar spike than the sharbati variety which is available.
Yeah. So we added jackfruit flour also.
Yeah.
Which is reducing the sugar intake.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
बहुत ही सुंदर और आकर्षक और प्रभावशाली ढंग से आपने अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दिया और हम सब लोग उससे बहुत लाभान्वित हुए. और मैं उसमें एक चीज़ और ऐड करना चाहती हूँ जो जैनिज्म के बहुत निकट है, टाइम एज मेडिसिन. टाइम एज मेडिसिन में ये लाइफस्टाइल ही मेडिसिन है कि 8 बजे सुबह से पहले कुछ ना खाएं, पी सकते हैं, खा नहीं सकते हैं, और शाम को 6 बजे के बाद कुछ ना खाएं.
Absolutely. That's what is intermittent fasting.
Intermittent fasting हो गई, आपने उसे fasting कहा, लेकिन time as medicine, and then you have already explained about the food as medicine, and third is 0 volt.
Yeah.
Walking on, जो हमारे साधु करते हैं और जो धरती से चलना होता है, जो अर्थिंग है उनकी, ग्राउंडिंग है, वो भी बहुत ज़रूरी है इस लाइफस्टाइल मेडिसिन में. और मैंने भी इसको अनुभव किया. मैं 1 महीने से ही, मुझे एक दोस्त मिला, मेरे बेटे के दोस्त मिला जिसने ये शुरू किया, और उसने अपनी ओबेसिटी बिल्कुल ख़त्म कर दी. और उसने सिर्फ ये कहा कि आंटी आप सिर्फ खाओ ठीक से, आप क्या करो कि ये बीच के जो मील्स हैं सारे स्किप कर दो, सुबह आपको कुछ पीना है तो पी लीजिए, उसके बाद आप 1 बाउल फ्रूट्स का, पूरा बाउल फ्रूट्स का खाना है, उसके बाद सलाद खाना है खाने के पहले. ये 2 ही चीज मैंने करी और मेरे कॉन्स्टिपेशन में बहुत अधिक अंतर आया.
Absolutely, no doubt about it.
और उसी से मुझे लगा कि इम्प्रूवमेंट हो रही है. मेरा बीपी भी कम होता जा रहा है शायद, आई डोंट नो, कांस्टेंट तो हो गया है. पहले रोज शूट अप होता था स्ट्रेस से. पर वर्षा जी आपने बहुत ही सुंदर तरीके से समझाया. मुझे लगता है इस पूरी कॉन्फ्रेंस की जान है ये पेपर आपका. बहुत सुंदर.
Varsha ji, but Varsha ji,
yes, sir.
Whatever you said is the true Jainism. I am also on a plant-based vegan diet since more than 10 years. I have reversed various of my disease. Subsequent to that, I have read Jainism, and Bhagwan Mahavir Swami has precisely said the same. I am there with all the supporting sutras to what I say, and I have all the presentations. Few Maharaj Sahibs have done, and they have experienced miraculous result. Their diseases and the health issues what they were facing since few decades have vanished, and they are now becoming young. That is their statement. They are there in the public domain. The videos are there. And I do the presentation on Jainism special healthy Jain diet system. That's what I do.
Thank you. That's a
sir.
great
Thank
thing
you.
that you started
Yeah.
with.
So
Thank
in
you.
Jainism we have vigai, you know. Vigai means आंबिल में हम विगई नहीं यूज करते. So vigai is what? Ghee, good, दूध, dahi, oil means fried. So if these foods were not dangerous, means I told you my confession, I know Jainism 0.01% भी नहीं आता है. But my logic says कि if these foods were really good, why would have they been forbidden, you know? The fact that they are, limited means you cannot overindulge. And believe me, all processed foods, all processed foods have 3 common ingredients. Salt, oil, sugar, SOS जिसको बोलते हैं. And to make food tasty सिर्फ 4 चीज़ें ऐड करनी पड़ती है. Salt, oil, sugar and उसमें milk, cream, oil. तो वो कोई भी खाना तुम टेस्टी बना सकते हो. The challenge is not that. The challenge to heal is to listen to your body. Eat when hungry and drink when thirsty. We are conditioned to having food 5 times a day, breakfast, lunch, dinner and 2 snacks. But ask your body whether I am hungry और सिर्फ टाइम हो गया इसलिए खा रही हूँ या फिर क्रेविंग हो रही है इसलिए खा रही हूँ. यू नो आजकल के बच्चे, मुझे कुछ सेवरी खाना है, चटाका पटाका खाना है, मुझे कुछ मीठा खाना है. That is not hunger, that is a craving. So you have to learn to differentiate between a craving and hunger. Genuine hunger है ना, तो सामने ककड़ी रखी है कि एप्पल रखा है कि लौकी की सब्जी रखी है. If it is genuine hunger, it will go. जैसे मैं जिस दिन मीन्स इन पर्यूशन व्हेन आई फास्ट एंड दूसरे दिन खाना आता है सामने पारने के वक्त, तो वो मूंग का पानी नहीं कम पसंद है, फिर भी आई डेवोर इट. बिकॉज वाई? You have to learn to listen to your body. Symptoms are the only way your body talks to you. So, it should not be because I'm conditioned कि अभी खाने का time हो गया. It's time to eat, that's why I have to eat. Whether I am hungry or not. Okay? And a lot of time hunger stems out of boredom. तो कुछ करने को नहीं है इसलिए we are eating. You know that. So, being active, having that purpose and meaning in life, as Sir said, Goyam Amamba Payo something, be aware each moment. Be aware that I'm getting bored. So what do I do? What do I love to do? How can I help someone? So finding your purpose or meaning in life is also equally important. If you're clear of your purpose and meaning and values, and you work towards that, it is not difficult remaining healthy or disease-free.
Varsha ji.
Last thing, there are multiple sutras on Vighai Tyag, not a single sutra supporting not to take plant-based or greens, eat or fruits or no.
Okay.
There is no mention, but we are deliberately not eating greens and fruits. And there are multiple sutras for Vighai Tyag, but we are luxuriously consuming Vighai all throughout the life. So that is the root cause why Jains are diseased.
वर्षा जी, आपने स्लीप के बारे में बहुत बताया है, पर स्लीप में साइंस भी है. हमारे महाराज जी लोग बताते हैं कि अगर हम 10 बजे सो जाएंगे तो हमारे हर 1 घंटे की स्लीप 4 घंटे के बराबर होगी. तो 10 बजे से 2 बजे तक तो हम अपनी नींद पूरी कर लेंगे 4-4 घंटे के हिसाब से. लेकिन अगर हम 12 बजे के बाद सोएंगे तो हमारे उसमें से हर 1 घंटा कम होता जाएगा. कि हमारी जितनी नींद हमारी पूरी होनी चाहिए. तो स्लीप इज ऑल्सो अ साइंस.
So that you saw that picture of the bucket, no, the ROS being emptied during sleep. That happens only between 10 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Yes.
So if you compromise on that time, you compromise on healing, recovery.
पर हमारी जो आजकल की लाइफस्टाइल है उसमें तो हम लोग कंप्यूटर पे 2-2 बजे तक बैठे रहते हैं रात को. पूरा समय ही निकाल देते हैं हम.
Most of the times you have to make choices, and those choices have to be based on your values, and you have to talk with yourself to understand what are your values.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Any questions? That's it. So we are running out of time. I'm available here to answer your queries. I'm sorry for overshooting the time.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for educating us on such an insightful topic.
We're sorry for the interference, but since we're running short of time, we will take all the remaining questions later this evening. I request our guest of honor, Sir Dr. Jaswant Modi, to felicitate our keynote speaker, Ma'am Dr. Varsha Shah, with a token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, as we move ahead, I would like to take a moment to invite the chairpersons of our sessions, Dr. Sailesh Mehta, sir, and Dr. Neeraj Pandit, sir. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Sir Dr. Shailesh Mehta professionally is a senior practicing eye surgeon in Vadodara. He was fortunate to be blessed with vision of pure self through Bhed Gyan in 1977. Since then, he is into practice, study, and sharing of Vitrak Vigyan and its principles as laid down by the Tirthankars. On a lighter note, he has opportunity to work with the outer eye, inner eye, small eye, ego, and I, pure self. He loves to interact, learn, and share this experience and knowledge of Vitarag Vigyan, including Bhed Gyan, for which he has been involved throughout his life in several discourses, presentations, seminars, and shibers, nationally and internationally. He has traveled all over the world, including the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, and even UAE, several times for the same purpose. He also is the author of multiple books in Gujarati, Hindi, and English. We welcome you, sir.
Coming to Dr. Neeraj Pandit, he is the Director of Research and Innovation and a distinguished professor and head of the Department of Community Medicine at SBKS Medical College and Research Center, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, Vadodara. With over 70 high-impact publications, he specializes in preventive medicine, occupational health, and in evidence-based research, and has conducted extensive research on reproductive and child health, communicable disease like TB and malaria, and health work morbidity. We welcome you, sir.
So, greetings to all. And when I say greetings, I say with both the viewpoints, by relative viewpoint, my humble pranam to all the scholars and dignitaries, and by real viewpoint, I see the pure self within all of you, which is me only. So with that, we start with the technical session, and there is a little change because of situations that Dr. J.D. Lakhani is invited first to present his paper on benefits of intermittent fasting, a Jain perspective. Before we really start, I have a small thing to announce that we as chairpersons have been entrusted a little unpleasant duty of managing the time. So far, we were in a free time zone. Now the chairmen are asked. So at 13 minutes, there will be a sort of warning or awakened call, I would say. And from another perspective, I respect the speakers that if I take more time, it's a sort of subtle hinsa because I take from somebody else. So as a Jain, I think we should be aware not to snatch anything from anybody. Thank you very much. Please, Dr. J.D. Lakhani.
So good afternoon, everybody. Jai Jinendra. See, I'm thankful to Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah Sahib because he was one of the person who told me to sort of do research in the field of Jainism. And see, what I'm going to talk about intermittent fasting, there is some sort of research which we have done. Slide, please. So when we talk about fasting, what is fasting? Fasting basically is voluntary abstinence to food and water. So that's what we would be calling as fasting. When we talk about fasting, today when obesity is been increasing, diabetes is increasing, lifestyle medicine is increasing, what we have been finding is that there are journals packed up with intermittent fasting as one of the topic. And this intermittent fasting which has been done, they are prescription fasting. It's not a fasting done as a part of religion. So you all might be knowing about that in 216, Yoko Shuri was one of the Japanese scientists who was awarded Nobel Prize because he found out autophagy. What he found out was that the yeast cell, if they are deprived of calories, the cells which are, say, older, the cells which are necrosed, they can be taken up by the normal cells, and that's how its treatment has implication on cancer therapy. And that's how he was being awarded. Now, these things were been there in Jainism long year back. When we are trying to talk about intermittent fasting, say we have Ambil, where there is intermittent fasting. Not only there is intermittent fasting, here the circadian rhythm also comes into picture. When we talk about Jainism, what we are trying to say about the circadian rhythm, the sun plays a very important role in our hormone regulation. See, daily we do in Jainism, Choryar is been done, and that is a sort of a type of say chrononutrition which we are trying to do. It's not only that we are doing fasting, when do we fast, at what time we are fasting, that is also very, very important. When we are trying to talk about intermittent fasting, which is a prescription fasting, say what the medical journal says is a time restricted fasting. You eat for 16 hours, you take rest for 16 hours, and you take food for 8 hours. So there is another type of time restricted fasting, that in 7 days you eat for 5 days, you don't eat for 2 days. The third type of time restricted fasting is that you would be eating for 18 hours and you would not be eating for 6 hours. So this time restricted fasting has come into picture, and what they say is that it plays a very important role in obesity and lifestyle management. However, when the fasting is done with a purpose in Jainism, say not only the sort of, it would have physical benefit, but it would have mental benefit also. And we have done, say, studies in which what we found was that, as Dr. Varshabin was trying to say, the person who were doing Ambil fasting, their stress level went down. They were able to do mindful eating. They were eating once only, and in Ambil fasting, say it's not only that it's a type of calorie restriction which we are doing. It is also that we are going away from the taste. It is a type of food which does not have many sort of ingredients like what Varshabin was trying to say. So, see, Ambil tried to sort of reduce the pulse rate. It tried to reduce the say weight also. It also improved the cognition of the person. So it's not only that it's a physical benefit, but it also has mental benefit. Say, as Neeraj might be trying to say, the definition of health would include not only physical well-being, but it is also mental well-being. And when we are trying to sort of adapt the Jain rituals, Jain intermittent fasting, it's not only that we are trying to take care of our physical domain, but we are also trying to take our mental domain also. So, see, the intermittent fasting, as for the purpose of religion, this is done in such a way. See, when a person has been doing prescription fasting, he has his sort of, he might not be, his mind might be diverted to eating, while when it is being done for religious purpose, because the religion would be coming into picture, satsang comes into picture, many other people also would be doing with the same thing. it has much more benefit. And one of the things which I always try and appreciate is that Jainism has a value system, and that value system makes everything in such a way that when you are doing something, your work also influences the other people. That aura comes up, and that aura influences the other people. I think I wouldn't take much of the time. We have done some sort of review papers also. We have done some studies also on Ambil, and maybe what we found was that it was much more beneficial than what prescription fasting is to be done. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you. Any question from the audience? We can take at least one question, not more than that. Sir, there is a mic, please.
Sir, everybody is telling about only the health and mental, physical and mental health. But I think so there is another dimension is also there. That is called as a bhav. भाव और मन ये दोनों चीज़ अलग अलग है. हम हर एक जगह पे मेडिकल साइंस में मन और फिजिकल शरीर का ही चिकित्सा की बात करते हैं, लेकिन भाव की बात कहीं पे भी नहीं करते. तो मेरा ये सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि भाव के बारे में बहुत सारा लिखा गया है हमारे में, जैसे संवेग है हमारा जो है, तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा सोचें कि उससे भाव कैसे, जैसे हमारे मन में जो राग और द्वेष जो उत्पन्न होता है वो भी एक भाव है, और हमारी बॉडी के ऊपर इफेक्ट करता है, हमारा मेंटल स्टेटस पे ऊपर भी इफेक्ट करता है. तो भाव का उद्गम बिंदु क्या है वो हमें हर एक लोगों को समझने का ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि दिस इज अ थर्ड डायमेंशन, स्टिल इट्स नॉट इन द रिसर्च फील्ड. सो भाव को समझे, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. और जैनिज्म इज बेसिकली नॉट ऑन द मेंटल, it's basically on the bhav only. I think so. Sorry. Okay. क्या बोल रहे हैं?
I think we will discuss this more detail on the lunch time.
Okay.
सर रिसर्च में साइंस बेस्ड पे 2 एरियाज है, फिजिकल एंड साइकोलॉजी बेस्ड. एंड साइकोलॉजी फुल्ली भाव पर बेस्ड है, और आगे जो पेपर्स हैं उसमें साइकोलॉजी पार्ट ऐड है.
I think further detailed discussion. If any question specific, Lakhani sir, you want to add one line or 2 lines?
See, basically I agree to what the sir has been trying to say, but what I am trying to find out is that we should have the tools which have been there, and we might have limitation in the research also. So somebody would say that okay, we should study aura. Now, how exactly we should be trying to study? And as sir is trying to say, there are many more research is to be done. There is much more in Jainism, and it is akin to what modern science has been telling. So you are right, sir. You are right.
Thank you, sir. I think we will invite the next speaker, Dr. Ashish Shah from the Sumandeep Vidyapeeth. He is going to speak on the Jain healthcare model. Please, Dr. Ashish.
Okay, we are running short of time. I'll not take much time, but let us understood the thing. My today's topic is जैन हेल्थ केयर मॉडल. आप लोगों को जो भी सारे क्वेश्चंस है या जो भी क्वेश्चंस हो रहे हैं या तो अपकमिंग सेशंस में आएंगे, शायद उनका सॉल्यूशन जैन हेल्थ केयर मॉडल से हो सकता है. सो व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू टॉक इज बिफोर स्टार्टिंग दिस जैन हेल्थ केयर मॉडल, हाउ इट वर्क्स, व्हाई इट शुड बी इम्प्लीमेंटेड, and what will be the application of this in healthcare model, that I will going to talk in next 10 or 12 minutes. Now we have discussed enough regarding our religion is scientific. We have talked about intermittent fasting and everything. You might aware about the wellness center, but I'm just asking you one question. Do you aware about any Jain wellness center? Have you heard about this? Why we have not established this? We are claiming so many things which is relevant to science, and we still not able to establish. So because maybe we haven't looked this. So my idea is to how we can implement this Jain healthcare model. Slide please. I'll skip this introduction. Okay, so Jain principles in healthcare as well as disease prevention sector. So Jain healthcare model particularly works on 4 strategies. One is preventive and lifestyle medicine. Second one is mental health and emotional well-being. Third one is ethical and holistic healthcare. And fourth one is disease prevention. So we work on all kind of strategies. Perhaps आज और upcoming session के जो भी speakers है, they might going to talk on any of the subtopic of this. So I am just presenting कि हम एक umbrella के नीचे कोई चीज establish कर पाए. अभी PO में भी हम make in India की बात कर रहे हैं. So now why we not make in India as a Jain healthcare model? One of the things should be implemented. So this could be work on this 4 different strategies. Okay, so there is relevance of आगम सूत्र. You यहाँ पे जो भी dignitaries है शायद आगम्स के बारे में मेरे से ज़्यादा जानते हैं. But these are the agam which tells you about the whole lifestyle. I mean, just for one example, if you see Acharang Sutra, so they gives you idea about lifestyle and preventive health. There are more 45 different agams are there. So they giving you so much kind of a gist that we have not seen as a different aspect that we could take as a lifestyle medicine. So, yeah. So what is the vision is to establish globally recognized evidence-based Jain wellness center. हम एक ऐसा center establish करेंगे यहाँ पे जो भी topic होगा उसकी research based बात होगी. We'll start with the research. We establish as a therapy. So our vision as a Jain healthcare model should be evidence-based studies and start with the Jain wellness center. And what will be the mission is we divide into the different aspects. Like dietary practices, as Mezam already talked a lot of on this, meditation practices, lifestyle related disease, even that, it also work on the environmental aspects also. Now how it going to work, I'll discuss in next 2 or 3 minutes. So how you can implement this Jain healthcare model? Step 1 will be establishment of Jain wellness center. जहाँ पे जो भी है लाइफस्टाइल रिलेटेड डिसऑर्डर है, कैंसर है, जो भी है उनका सिस्टमिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा बेस्ड ऑन अ जैन थेरेपी. वी हैव अ सब्सटेंशियल एविडेंस. हम यहाँ पे सुमनदीप विद्यापीठ में रिसर्च स्टडी करते हैं, मेडिकल बेस्ड रिसर्च स्टडी. वी आर नॉट मोर टुवर्ड्स फिलोसॉफी. हम रिसर्च बेस्ड स्टडी करते हैं और उसको एस्टैब्लिश करते हैं और उसका रिसर्च के बाद वी ओपन अप द फाइंडिंग इन इंटरनेशनल जर्नल्स ऑल्सो. So step 1 will be the establishment of health or wellness center. Now step 2 will be conduction of scientific research study. Step 3 will be publication and finding in the journals. This is the very important aspects. Being Jain, whatever I know, we are very, limited towards the academic publishing, especially in case of index journals. We need to look after that also. Step 4 will be integrated curriculum, health education. Step 5 will be youth launch campaigning program. Step 6 will be establishment at an international level. And step 7 will be a development of digital mindfulness app. ये जो सारे 7 steps मैंने बात बताई, इफ यू कैन कनेक्ट कि जैन वेलनेस पे डाइट पे काम हो सकता है, देन मेडिटेशन पे काम हो सकता है, एनवायरमेंटल एस्पेक्ट के काम हो सकता है, रोज बरोज की जो भी चीजें हैं, वी कैन वर्क आउट विद दिस जैन वेलनेस called as Jain Wellness Center. Now, why we look after this is, and what this model has a potential, it will create a job. Remember the thing, what I am talking is, it is creating a job, especially it can be created from job Jains for the Jains also. As you are looking for the Jain Wellness Centers, Jains will get more jobs into that also. So there are the different kinds of sectors where this you can have a job aspects also. So I'm not talking about this, you do the research study and that's all. I'm creating the job also, right? So this much potential it have in different aspects like Jain Wellness Clinic, plant-based diet, mindfulness app, etc. Everywhere you need to recruit expert people, so they are getting a job. Now what will be the impact of this? If we impact starting at a national level, it can create 3,000 to 5,000 jobs. Now, if you go at a global level, it have a substantial potential at a starting phase. It can create a 10,000 plus more jobs. So you are giving jobs also. Now, just I am moving towards the conclusion of that part. Okay, why this model have a strong potential in all aspects? Let me just discuss in 2 minutes about what we did towards this. We did a pilot study. Next मेरे साथ next जो presentation है डॉक्टर घनश्याम का वो लिंक ही है, so we'll go with the link also. हमने आंबेल पे रिसर्च स्टडी की मेडिकल एस्पेक्ट्स पे, हमने 8 उपवास से लेके 30 उपवास, इवन 171 डेज फास्टिंग उपवास की भी स्टडी की. As the time is short, I'm just covering a gist. Then we have done study on Udhyantap also. You might aware about the Udhyantap. क्या होता है Udhyantap? It will be a 47 days activity. You are living like a monk, right? So that will be called as a Udhyantap. Now see how medical aspects are covering on this. जो मैंने बताया कि health benefits of Ambil, body weight, BMI, fasting blood sugar, HbA1c. Also it works on a psychological aspects. Hamilton depression rate is also decreasing. So જેને કહેવાય ને અનએસા મન, so it will also correlating with the psychological aspect also. Second thing, we did a prolonged fasting study. उसमें 8 उपवास से लेके हम गए 171 days fasting, जिसमें हमने मेडिकली अप्रूव्ड प्रोटोकॉल लिया, उसका रिसर्च स्टडी हमने किया. एंड one thing I want to highlight that as a Jain हम always B12 deficient होते हैं. Many of us are B12 deficient. Now we see in 3 different research studies, 8 days fasting, 30 days fasting and 171 days fasting, B12 level was come into the normal range, or even it is increasing in a fasting. Now being a doctor, being a pharmacy, I'll prescribe you a B12 injection only. But that fasting cures you or heals you also, that research studies tells you. So this much potential it has. Then many more parameters are there. If we talk on a glucose profile, if we talk on, say for example, cholesterol profile, so everything is working. Body is actually regenerating. And these are the research study which we have already published in an international journal also. You may find out it. We're going to interact more in the evening if you want. We are running short of time right now. And project 3 was Udhyantap. हमने 2 एस्पेक्ट लिए इसमें, साइकोलॉजिकल एज वेल एज एनवायरमेंटल. तो साइकोलॉजिकल में हमने अलग अलग स्केल लिए. मेडिकल जो है दे माइट बी अवेयर, DS10 स्केल, दैट इज डिप्रेशन एंजाइटी स्केल, GAD जनरलाइज एंजाइटी डिप्रेशन स्केल, एंड WHO 5 वेलबींग इंडेक्स. नाउ स्टेटिस्टिकली पी वैल्यू अगर 0.001 से नीचे है, so that is very significant. So that Ambil, if you are living like a lesser, हमारा सिद्धांत है अपरिग्रह. So this is a kind of activity of अपरिग्रह. Now whole stress level is 360 turn around. We made the around 60 plus people who are observing for 47 days and they feeling like that we are rejuvenated. हम मतलब 0 से करें, we are feeling very well. So nothing in a world kind of a system, आज हम stress anxiety के लिए pills खा रहे हैं, but really it is working. So we need to establish this. Second thing is environmental क्या फायदा हुआ? जो 62 या 65 लोग थे उन्होंने कितना पानी बचाया देखो. They have said 8 lakh liters of water. और they have a carbon fruit emission कितना था? 37.1 टन कार्बन 65 लोगों ने बचा लिया. उसका मतलब ये हुआ कि 918 ट्रीज कटते हुए बच गए. दिस इज द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ उद्यान. मतलब अभी हम रिलीजियसली स्पेशली हमारी जनरेशन और जेन जी जो भी है, वाई दे आर रेजिस्ट टू फॉलोइंग? बिकॉज दे डोंट नो दिस फैक्ट्स. नाउ इफ दे नो फैक्ट्स, दिस इज इजी टू परफॉर्म. अभी सोचो हम 47 डेज कंटिन्यूस नहीं करें, अगर महीने में एक बार या तो हफ्ते में एक बार करें, एवरी पीपल विल डू, what will be the environmental impact? Or most of problem will be solved. Now this whole things you can do under Jain healthcare model. So you can do research study, you can have an administrative position, you can have a doctor position, pharmacist, teachers, administrator, everyone can work. So this is the potential of Jain healthcare model. Now in our university we are doing such kind of a practice, as sir has also tell that we are less towards philosophy, we are more towards research, medical research studies, and we also do environmental studies also. भले ही हमारा प्रोफेशन नहीं है, बट हमने ट्राई करके देखा, बट देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ इम्पैक्ट ऑन दैट. सो इन कंक्लूजन आज का मेरा एम ये था कि वी नीड टू थिंक अपॉन एज अ डिग्नेटरी, एज अ प्रोफेशनल और व्हाटसोएवर, it's our duty, how should we implement this? Think upon this. This is just take home message how we can establish this. We can discuss more on later on in the evening also when we have free time, but this is my just take home message that you should think upon this while you are doing any kind of a research. So with this I am just concluding as the time is very short. So this is about our university and Jain Philosophy Research Center, and these are the activities actually we are doing. We have our own ethical committee system and everything, so which functions very smoothly, and we are getting the approvals of that also. And if anybody, I mean, wants to collaborate with us, then they are really most welcome. We can help you. We are sound in how to publishing and all. We are sound in up to clinical trials also. We can have an idea of environmental aspects if anyone is working on that also. So with this I am just concluding. Thank you very much. We can interact more, but time permits. Now coming toward the next one, he will explain you what will be the genetic aspect. I mean, if you do fasting, what will be the genetic change will be occur. We will cover in next 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Ashish. I think we will not take a question currently because we are running short of the time, but I like to just add one line. Dr. Mansukh sir told me as a director of research that you should develop a Mahavirology department. So this is not a Jainology.
Sir, I'm coming back on to this. We have a Ayurveda, we have a homeopathy, we have a naturopathy. Why don't we have a Mahaviropathy? We can establish. Yes. And how we can establish? With the help of this Jain Wellness Center. Yes, sir. Yes.
We will that much confidence I have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think now I'm handing over mic to Dr. Ghanshyam to present his presentation.
So thank you, sir, for inviting me. And as Dr. Ashish explained about the Jain model and research and everything, so we are already doing. We are in a step forward to the doing a research. So as the sir motivate us, and we already started working on a Jain model in our university. So this is the just extra plot of whatever the Dr. Ashish said. One of the project we have done in where Virag Muniji, who were on a fasting for 171 days in prolonged fasting, and during his Chaturmas, he were in Balaghat, MP. So we went there and we collect the blood sample of Muniji, and we do the all genetic study. Sorry. So we taken a personal interview, we taken blood reports, we do a physical examination, BMI and everything. Okay, so we have one of the local doctor there. So this is his reports of 0 days. Sorry, 0 days, 137th day, 171 days, and these are the reference values. So fortunately, we just collected blood sample at the 171 days. Okay, but fortunately, we have his previous reports also there. So we collected all the data and compiled with it. So during this data, we found that if you just look into the, as Dr. Asi said, that vitamin B12. See, look, he is only a water fasting, means he took warm water twice a day only. Okay, till there is a normal B12 level. So this is the one of the best finding that we got through the his all the biological reports and everything. Along with this, we done all the parameters. Okay, so we do measurement of cortisol level and everything. We do MRI, upper abdominal MRI and everything, and no any malfunction has been found. Sorry. So what we do, we just collect the blood sample and we go for a whole genome sequencing. Okay, so we analyze the DNA and we sequence the entire genome sequence of a particular individual. So during this evaluation, we found more than 5 millions of reads and total variants also. Then we found single point mutations, variants, and insertion, deletion, everything we concluded. So it is a total of 90 GB of data that we collected from the whole genome sequencing. So this data is still analyzing. So this study was 2 years back, and this data we are still analyzing. So what is why we adopted this study? Because we have a very much literature on short-term fasting. Okay, that is called as a which help in a reduction of oxidative damage, which help in energy metabolism and many other parameters. But we don't have a data, or we have a gap in a long-term fasting. We don't have much data. So our objective is to prepare a foundation data for the long-term fastings. That is our main. That's why we adopted this project. So we just collect the blood, we do whole genome sequencing, process it for a quality control parameter. Then we compare with the whatever the human genome data available on NCH NCBI website, and we go for this analysis. So during this analysis, we have find that total 593 millions of reads has been there. Among them, we found that 1,11,896 novel variant. So these are the variant which are not available in any database. So these novel variant can be for the base foundation for this study or for the genetic marker. So these are the variants which are from the 3'. Sorry for the this is basically a pure scientific lecture. So talk. So many of might not understand about what is this mean, but this is our fingerprint, our genetic impressions that we find through our lifestyle or through the life. So here what we found that 90% of the variants are a non-coding region, and our research for the particularly on the metabolic disorders. So what we find that there are thousands of missense which mainly related to the metabolic disorders. So our finding is that we found during this genome sequencing, we find that these 4 main pillars for metabolic survival, like glucose metabolism, fat metabolism, oxidative stress, and DNA repairs. So whatever the whatever the color is represented in a graph, that gives us the variant, means change in the DNA sequence. So these are the respective numbers of, and these are the chromosome. In each and every chromosomes, these variants has a present. So if you just look into the this data here, the majority of variants are for fat metabolism. So fasting proved that that it help in a fat metabolism, glucose metabolism, and oxidative stress and DNA repairs. So these are the variants where are to be found in a DNA sequence. All based on this study, we found that the chromosome 4 is a most prominent chromosome and having the highest burden of a clinical relevant variant. So we can do a more study on chromosome 4 related to the metabolism and everything. These are the few variants I have cited in an example where HADH means this is the at a chromosome 4, and we found that there is a missense mutation which is responsible for the conversion of fat into the energy. We also found that the two more genes like KIF6 and SCARB1, which is respectively present on chromosome 6 and chromosome 12, which are also responsible for the cholesterol metabolism. One more variant which is found related to the stress response, that is MRAP1, which is on a chromosome 21, where we found that there are insertion of a new nucleotide instead of a parent nucleotide, so which is mainly responsible for the cortisols and stress related functions. Also there is in concern with the DNA repairing, this is called as a rewiring of our genome sequence and rewiring of our genome variants. So based on this key finding that not an overwhelming burden or any specific chromosome, the subject resilience is likely driven by specific variant, not by genetic instability. Just one more example. I'm just skipping it due to sort of time. So in a key point, these are the new variants which are to be found related to lipid profile, hypoglycemic risk, and mitochondrial energy. So the main conclusion of this presentation is, did the fasting change the genome, or did genome allow the fasting? So this is the main take home message from as all the study have their limitation. So the limitation of this study is we have only one subject, because as a prolonged fasting, there are less number of subjects available to willing to give us a blood, and also in there are less number of people who are doing a long fasting. Okay, so this is the only limitation of this study. So we have no baseline for correlation. So in future, we can use this data and we can go for a personalized nutrition, personalized therapy, and for the intermittent fasting and other stuff. Okay, so this is from my side. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. If any question.
So it was a nice study trying from different perspectives. Well, it is only one subject, but it opens the doors of thinking, yes, out of box thinking. Yes, so yes, welcome, and we move in all the directions. So okay. So there is a little change in the program since lunch is approaching. We request our main guest, Dr. Jashwant Modi, to have his few words, and then we will break for the lunch. I request all the participants to note down their questions and queries, and there is a panel session in the evening. So in fact, the program should have more time for interaction, but somehow to accommodate all the people. We have not, the organizers are not able to do that. But please note down your queries. We'll like to take it over in the panel discussion or at some time.
Jai Jinendra, respected scholars, medical professionals, spiritual guides, and distinguished delegates. It is a privilege to speak at this conference on holistic well-being from a Jain perspective, a tradition that for over 2 millennia has emphasized prevention, restraint, and compassion as the foundation of health. In today's era of rising non-communicable diseases, mental stress, and environmental degradation, Jain philosophy offers not only ethical clarity but also a lifestyle framework increasingly validated by the medical science. Next. Health as an harmony. Jainism views health not merely as an absence of disease, but as a state of harmony within the body, the mind, the society, and the natural environment. This multidimensional understanding aligns closely with the World Health Organization's definition of health as a complete physical, mental, and social well-being. Modern system medicines now recognizes that the lifestyle, diet, stress, and an environment interact dynamically, echoing what the Jain philosophy has articulated centuries ago and which was said earlier by the other speakers right before me. Next. The one before. The plant-based diet is a foundation of compassion. A central expression of ahimsa today is a plant-based sattvic diet, fresh, minimally processed, seasonal, and consumed with a mindfulness regarding the quantity and the timing. From a scientific perspective, large cohort studies consistently show that the plant-based dietary patterns are associated with a lower overall cause mortality and a reduced risk of chronic diseases. Ethical restraint, when combined with the nutritional adequacy, becomes a powerful tool for the health promotion. Thus, Jain dietary discipline represents not only moral restraint but the evidence-based prevention nutrition. Next, the Jain practice of upvas or voluntary fasting reflects conscious dietary restraint, and that was mentioned just a few minutes ago. Next, physical well-being and the disease prevention. Plant-based diet rich in whole grain, legumes, fruits, and vegetables are associated with lower body mass index, reduced systemic inflammation, improved gut microbiome diversity. Preventive medicine increasingly emphasizes the lifestyle modification as a first-line intervention, particularly for the cardiovascular and the metabolic disorders, an approach fully aligned with the Jain ethics of the self-care without harm. Next. Hypertension remains a leading global risk factor for cardiovascular morbidity. Evidence from the DASH diet, vegetarian cohorts, and the whole food plant-based intervention demonstrates that it lowers the systolic and the diastolic blood pressure, it improves the endothelial function, and it reduces the sodium density, and it improves the potassium intake. Next, diabetes mellitus, particularly type 2, is closely linked to the dietary patterns. Clinical trials and the epidemiological data show that the plant-based diet improves insulin sensitivity and glycemic control, often reducing the medication requirement under medical supervision. High fiber intake, low saturated diet, and the reduced ectopic fat deposition contribute to the improved metabolic outcomes, illustrating how Jain dietary restraint approach modern diabetic management strategy. Next, Jain text emphasizes the impact of food on a mental states. Modern research in nutritional psychiatry supports this view, linking plant-rich diet to reduce depressive symptoms, improve cognitive function, lower stress, and inflammatory markers. Ethical eating further reduces cognitive dissonance, supporting emotional well-being and the psychological coherence. Next, dietary choices shape social systems. Plant-based diet reduce environmental strain, improve food quality, lower public health burdens, contributing to the collective well-being. From a Jain perspective, compassion is incomplete if the personal health comes at a cost of environment and well-being. Next, hospitals and the healthcare system increasingly recognizes nutrition as a therapeutic tool. Integrating plant-based options respects cultural and ethical values while supporting cardiometabolic recovery, reduced inflammation, and the patient-centered care. Such model reflects Jain values of dignity, respect, and holistic healing. Next, traditional systems such as Ayurveda and the naturopathy, which emphasizes the plant-based nutrition, digestive balance, and the preventive care, align naturally with the Jain ethics. These systems complement modern evidence-based medicine, reinforcing lifestyle as a central determination of the health. Next, ethics, diet, and end of the life care. Jainism extends ahimsa to the end of life care, prioritizing dignity, minimal suffering, and ethical restraint. Modern palliative medicine echoes these values, emphasizing comfort, nutrition, appropriateness, and the patient autonomy rather than an aggressive intervention. Salekhana, which is our century-old practice, is validated by the modern-day medicine. Next, plant-based diet and the public health. It reduces the chronic disease burden, environmental sustainability, and ahimsa as a public health principle. Next, this concludes my talk. As you see that whatever I said has been said by physicians before sleep and the DNA evidence. Our Jain ethics and the Jain rituals are mostly based on the old age teaching of our acharyas, Tirthankars, but it is well evidenced by the modern medicine. Lifestyle has become a specialty of its own. Many medical colleges now has a department, and sometimes it's a college of its own. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I am a proponent of plant-based food, and many of you are. Please try to practice and see what you can do. At least try for a day, for a meal, and there are enough alternatives available, and that will help you overall. Thank you very much.
So we thank you all for this session. Only a small sentence to be added. We talked a lot about upvas or fasting. Fasting is actually upvas. The inner subtle meaning of upvas is to stay near. To stay near what? To stay or go near pure self. That is just a last sentence to be added. And with that, I think the tummy needs food. So we allow the participants to take food with a humble request that if we can shorten the lunch break instead of 1 hour, if we can return back in 45 minutes, I think we'll compensate the time. So 2:15, or if we can come back. Thank you.
So I thank our respected chairperson of this session, Sir Dr. Sailesh Mehta and Sir Dr. Neeraj Pandit. So distinguished delegates, after this engaging and insightful session, we shall now adjourn for a lunch break, and it is at the VIP cafeteria at the convention, near the convention center. The session will commence at 2:20, so I request everyone to be seated so we can continue without delay.
Excuse me, all delegates as well as presenters will be on a side small auditorium जहाँ पे सुबह का lunch था, and special invitees will be in the cafeteria because to have a smooth arrangements. Thank you.
Respected chair, dignitaries, my dear friends, respected Jaswant Bhai and Corina and all the dignitaries come all over the globe. Today I am going to speak on Jain fasting as a metabolic therapy, bridging traditional spiritual practice and modern intermittent fasting science for life-size disease management. And from the morning we have been listening about the fasting and what are the benefits and how it is related with the genealogy. So just to begin my presentation, I would like to start with a hypothetical story for a boss and an employee. So suppose for the time being we can consider mind as our boss and body as our employee. So an employee is working for his boss, and the boss is allotting some time to his employee, some task to his employee, that it's a 4 hours task. You complete it. So in the morning 8 o'clock at the time of breakfast, the boss says, okay, you do this task for 4 hours. So 4 hours task the employee is doing, and after 2-3 hours, that boss says, okay, you do one thing, you leave this work aside and I am giving you some other, I am allotting you some another work which is of 6 hours work. So the employee says, okay, no problem. Since you are my boss, so I will have to entertain the work. So he take up that work and he continues. He leaves that work aside and he continues that task for 4 or 5 hours, whatever the boss has allotted. And as soon as that work, it is not yet completed, and the boss says, okay, you do thing, you leave it aside, and I am giving you another 4 hours work. So, so that work, so what the employee says, does, okay, since the boss order is there, so he entertained that work and leave whatever the previous work is there. It is by the time the whole day that employee is working, and in the evening when he is very much tired, 7 o'clock, and then the boss, all of a sudden the boss comes and says, you do one thing, you leave everything and I'm giving you 12 hours work, you'll have to do it this thing. So the same thing our mind is doing with our body. So as you know, we have been listening, there are different foods and they are having the digestion time. So if you are taking juice, liquors, water is immediately absorbed. But about the other foods, the plant-based food, we have been listening for last, just a minute. So plant-based food, we have been listening for quite for last 1 month or so. I am privileged to be with Jaswant Bhai, and we have been talking a lot about the plant-based food. So, but anyhow, in the morning we listen, and whatever the food we are taking, each and every food is having different digestion time. So if we take fruits, other foods, or the raw vegetables, the digestion period is approximately 15 to 30 minutes or 1 hour. If we take the grains, just white rice, pista, white, its digestion time is 1.5 hours, and dairy product, the digestion is 1.5 to 2 hours, and grains 2 to 3 hours. So now, next, fried foods 4 to 6 hours, processed meat 4 to 6 hours, and unprocessed meat sometimes it is more than 12 hours also, and high fat desserts 6 to 8 hours, and the food which we are taking mostly in the evening, means marriages and all, this buffet system, its digestion system timing is 8 to 12 hours. So the most dangerous for our health is the evening food we are taking in the marriages and all. While sleeping, our body requires the energy for each and every clock. In the night when we sleep, then also energy is required to make us alive. So continuous processes are being done. Pancreas produces insulin when we are sleeping in the night. Carbohydrates converted into glucose and glycons. Intestine maintains the balance of gut microbiotes and generate new microbes. Fats break down into fatty acids. Proteins are converted into amino acids. Stomach secretes hydrochloric acid, and liver produces bile juice. So continuously different parts of our body are working, even we are sleeping, because energy is required. If there is no energy, we cannot be alive. As has been said in the morning, Dr. Sudhir and even that Madam Miss also said, so our Tirthankaras are saying for centuries, but we do not believe unless otherwise there is thousands of dollars investment, and research is being done by the Western countries, and it is endorsed by the Nobel Prize or something like that. So as we listened by the Sudhirji in the morning, in 1974, a Belgian scientist, Cristiano, he received a Nobel Prize on lysosome and peroxisome. So he found 50 different digestive enzymes in lysosomes. And those of the enzymes, what they do, they are capable of eating undigested food, particles, toxins, fats, toxins, fats, blockage in the veins, bad bacteria, viruses, dead cells, and stop manufacturing and the cells who stops manufacturing proteins. But these are active only when there is no extra food in our stomach, and at that time only these lysosomes are working. So that the Nobel Prize, based on the Jain principles, was received in 1974. And then next. So in 2016, and again a Nobel Prize was given on fasting and autophagy. So that was given to Dr. Yoshinori Osumi. And in autophagy, means self-digestion, when we are not taking the food, so there is an automatic system in our digestion system, so they take, it works automatically. And autophagy is the body's natural self-cleaning and self-repair process, and it works better when we don't take the food and when we are in the fasting. So I'm not going, but we are hearing since morning metabolism system. So there are two types of metabolism system, catabolism and anabolism. So metabolism is the process by which the body breaks down food to produce energy and uses that energy to build new cells. And it works more effectively when there is no food in our stomach. So that process starts automatically. That is called metabolism. And metabolism switching, it means when the body does not receive enough glucose, it burns fat for energy, and the switch occurs naturally during fasting and exercise, because when there is no any external food, automatically that metabolism occurs. आप चेंज कर दोगे ना, मैं इधर देख Right. Thank you very much. Since I'm having a shortage of time, so I'm maybe making it fast. And again in 2017, there is a Nobel Prize given to Jeffrey C. Hall, Michael Roshab, and Michael C. Young. And it was given on the circadian rhythm. Our Tirthankaras are saying from the long for centuries that you should take the food in night and in daytime, and you should take the rest in night time. The same thing, 24 hours clock. These three scientists, they got the Nobel Prize. So in circadian rhythm, it is the body's natural 24 hours biological clock which regulates our sleep, energy level, digestion, and harmony. And if the rhythm is disrupted, overall health also deteriorates. So there are different type of fast where we know very well: Upvas, Ekasna, Ayambil, Varshi Tap, Santhara. So different type of taps are there. And it is there in all the religions. Jainism, we know very well, around the clock, or some anytime we can do. In Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, everywhere that fasting is having the important role in all the religion. And its approach means intermittent fasting. We know very well. We can do 16:8 fasting, means 16 hours we don't take anything, and 8 hours window means morning 10 o'clock to 6 o'clock only we take the food. Similarly, sometimes we can do one thing, that 5 days in a week we can take the food, and 2 days we don't take anything. At the most we can take water or something like that. So different type of fastings are there, and there are various examples. You might have heard about Acharya Shanti Sagarji Maharaj. He traveled 60,000 kilometers in his whole life. He did so many fasts. So special fast means one day fast, then next day fast, then 2 days fast, next day fast, 3 days fast, next day fast. So like this reaches from 1 day to 15 days, and then reverse means 15 days fast, then upvas, then 14 days fast, 1 day upvas. So like this he did so many times. Acharya Shanti Sagarji, he is one of the most popular sant in Digambar Sampradaya. Similarly, there is a Dada Guru. This is the news of Rajasthan Patrika. So Dada Guru, Niraharat Vrat. So he did 1350 days continuous fasting. He took only 500 milliliter to 1000 milliliter water in a day, move around 20 to 25 kilometers, do the parikrama of Narmada, and he was quite healthy. There was continuous monitoring of his body for 8 days under the team with the CCTV camera and everything, and it found, this was done by the medical university, and it was found that he was quite healthy without taking the food for 1350 days continuously. So this is the valid report, authentic report. So means our body is just prepared, just that without food also we can survive, and with fasting we can survive, because in our body 70% water is required. So while moving or doing the parikrama, he was taking the energy, because he was we are not wearing anything. So by touching with the earth, he used to get the energy, and he remained alive and healthy for 1350 days. Similarly, our founder of Mansukh Bhai, he was having so many diseases: hypertension, high blood pressure, diabetes, cerebral ataxia, and I found about him. So you must be knowing 500 doctors are working under him, but he has not preferred to take any allopathic or any medicine, and he preferred to be on the Ayambil, or not taking the food, or taking the food once in a day, or so many times he is doing the fasting. And we know, we have seen in the morning Mansukh Bhai, he is quite happy, healthy, and he is just asking us to promote Mavirology. And there is a very good health center, Harsha Shah. She presented in the morning. She has developed a very nice, excellent center. I request all just to visit their center. It's an excellent center. I think everybody should visit their center. It is there in the university itself, here itself. And we are also trying to promote, because we are having a collaboration with Sumandeep University. So whatever, suppose somebody, because this year itself, more than 1,000 people did worship up in Ahmedabad itself. Every city in Chaturmas, so many people are doing fasting, and they are quite healthy. So we would like to see what is their parameters before fasting and after fasting. So that we would like to have to establish a research center in Sumandeep University, do the experiment, and just publish the research in the journals and all. So this is a very good example. Similarly, Hira Ratan Manik, he did a continuous fasting for 411 days, and he was called to NASA. Just because in NASA the luggage or the weight is the greatest problem. So how a person can survive without taking the food? So then Hira Ratan Manik phenomenon was just developed by him, and it was accepted by NASA itself. So it's he did the fasting in Ahmedabad itself, in the Gujarat. So it's a very good example of Hira Ratan Manek Shah. Similarly, Acharya Sanmati Sagarji Maharaj, whole life means just I have given. I am not reading each and everything, but for the whole life, most of the life, he took only the juice, only one juice, nothing else, and he remained. Only 2 minutes, sir. Please, thank you very much. So Similarly, next, Acharya Sri Vijay Sagarji Maharaj, he did fasting of 180 days continuously. 118 days, that too 6 times in a 6 times in his lifespan. So this fasting was not done. Means 180 days for 6 times is the ultimate. But before that, he did practice for 25 days. So like that, and he so many times he did the fasting. Next. Similarly, Chundri Wale, he at the age of 11, he left the food, and he was blessed. He got the in dream, and he has not taken any food, and he survived for 70 years. So it's a live example which is in front of us. Next, and he passed away just previous, and he passed away in 2020. Next. There is another example. I am also fortunate that I got the blessings of this Balasati Roop Kamarji Bilara, and she survived for 40. She has not taken any food or water even for 43 years, and she took the energy from soil or that sun. So that is also possible. There are so many examples, and I did the darshan in my lifetime. Next. And last year, this is the news of Rajasthan Patrika, 10th of October 2025. There are 3 munis. So they did the fasting for 87 days, then 75 days, and then 60 days. So this is in front of us. Last year only there was a Chaturmas, and we have witnessed these fastings. Next. So this, as I told you, CN is created. In this fasting, you do fasting for 1 day and take parna. Next day, 2 days fasting, then parna. 3 days fasting, then parna. 4 days fasting. You reach to 15 days, then reverse. Next. So the highest world record is of 62 days. There was a person, and he got the Nobel Prize. And after that Nobel Prize, they have stopped giving the not Nobel Prize. He is the world record, Guinness Book of World Record. And now they have stopped giving the record because of the health problem. Next. So these are the parameters which we are just testing before fasting and after fasting. Blood, rental, liver. Next. Metabolic parameters, vitamin, minerals. Next. This hormonal urine analysis, blood composition. Next. So there was a research in 2024, researchgate.net, and the sample was done for
please
52.
compile within 1 minute now.
So that's just next. So these are the parameters. These are the parameters which are required after fasting. Next. And there are challenges that if we are doing the fasting, we should take the doctor's help. We should not do it without any experiment. Next. And next. And future directions, I am not going into the details because we are already knowing. Next. And these are the conclusions that we should encourage fasting for good health. And we have been listening. Fasting is very good for the general for our body, and it has been connected with the spiritual, so that people will follow. Otherwise, it is very, very good for our health. Thank you, Ashish bhai, and thank you, the chair, for giving me the time. Thanks a lot once again.
Thank you so much. We are moving towards our next speaker, Dr. Sudha Malaya.
डॉक्टर सुधा मलैया, कुलाधिपति एकलव्य विश्वविद्यालय, संस्थापक ओजस्विनी ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट, ओजस्विनी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, इन्फिनिटी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, ओजस्विनी फार्मेसी कॉलेज सागर, ओजस्विनी नर्सिंग कॉलेज, ओजस्विनी एजुकेशन कॉलेज, शोधार्थी, इतिहासकार, पत्रकार, ओजस्विनी पत्रिका की प्रधान संपादक, साहित्यकार, लेखिका, अनेक पुस्तकों एवं ग्रंथों की रचयिता, कुंडलपुर ग्रंथमाला, राम जन्मभूमि, चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य आदि 400 से अधिक लेख प्रकाशित, राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन की इतिहासकारा, पूर्व सदस्य राष्ट्रीय महिला आयोग, पूर्व राष्ट्रीय सचिव भाजपा, मूर्तिकला में नृत्य का अध्ययन विषय की विशेषज्ञ। अब मैं उन्हें आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ उनके प्रस्तुति के लिए अशोक के शिलालेखों में स्वास्थ्य व जल कल्याण नीतियों पर जैन प्रभाव।
समस्त प्रबुद्ध श्रोताओं को नमस्कार, जय जिनेंद्र। बिना समय नष्ट किए मैं आगे बढ़ूंगी। अशोक के युग में उन्होंने जो मेरे पेपर का, ये मैं थोड़ा सा बात, एक मिनट बात, अशोकन एरा में क्या है पेपर का नाम, आपने क्या रखा था? वेलबीइंग इन अशोकन एरा, जैन अप्रोच। अशोक के युग में प्राणी कल्याण की नीतियों को जानने के लिए हमें जानना होगा अशोक का धम्म, जिसकी प्रभावना उसने अपने शिलालेखों में, बृहत और लघु और स्तंभ शिलालेखों में की। और इसके लिए हमें जो कलिंग युद्ध के बाद अशोक का जो हृदय परिवर्तन हुआ, उस समय उसने बौद्ध धर्म ग्रहण कर लिया। ये तो हम सबको पता है, ये हम सब ने जाना है। लेकिन अशोक जो हमने नहीं जाना है और जो हम कम जानते हैं या नहीं जानने दिया गया है, वह यह है कि अशोक की पृष्ठभूमि क्या थी, अशोक का बचपन कैसे बीता था, अशोक जन्मना क्या था, जन्म से क्या था। अशोक के इस पूरे शिलालेखों में जो भी झलक आती है, जो रिफ्लेक्ट होता है, वो क्या जैन धर्म है या विशुद्ध बौद्ध धर्म। तो अशोक ने जिस प्राणी कल्याण की बात की, जो समस्त प्राणियों के लिए जो उनके वेलफेयर की बात की, वो क्या की थी, उसका प्रभाव उसके ऊपर कहाँ से आ रहा था। तो उसके लिए हमें जानना होगा अशोक के दादा, भारत के लिखित इतिहास के सर्वाधिक शूरवीर, करुणावान, कुशल प्रशासक, प्रजावत्सल महाराजाधिराज चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य का पौत्र था अशोक। चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य की केवल यही विशेषता नहीं थी कि उन्होंने पूरे खंड खंड भारत को अपने गुरु चाणक्य की सहायता से अखंड किया था, और जितना बड़ा साम्राज्य चंद्रगुप्त ने खड़ा किया था, वह आज तक किसी राजा ने नहीं किया। बहुत से लोगों को ये गलतफहमी होती होगी, हमारे कई लोग आज की मॉडर्न इतिहास की किताबें पढ़ के कई लोग ये कहने लगते हैं, बहुत सारे अपने ही विचारधारा के लोग भी कहने लगते हैं कि ब्रिटिशर्स ने हमें अखंडता का पाठ पढ़ाया, ब्रिटिशर्स ने भारत को एक किया। भारत जरूर उस समय राज्यों में बटा था, लेकिन अखंडता का पाठ तो हमें चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य ने बता दिया था, चाणक्य ने बता दिया था। हमारा बृहत्तर इंडिया, जो ग्रेटर इंडिया था, वो बहुत बड़ा था, जिसमें अफगानिस्तान, नेपाल, श्रीलंका, श्याम, बर्मा आदि सारे देश थे। लेकिन आज हमारे इतिहास की पुस्तकों में उसके बारे में नहीं है। मैं सिर्फ चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य के पृष्ठभूमि के बारे में इसलिए बताना चाहती हूँ, मैंने किताब लिखी चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य की, सम्राट चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य की मृत्यु का रहस्य। मैंने जब मास्टर्स किया इतिहास में, तब मुझे ये बताया गया था, सारे इतिहास की किताबों में लिखा था, पता नहीं चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य 50 वर्ष की उम्र में कहाँ चले गए, कोई को नहीं पता है। स्मिथ ने कह दिया कि हम जैन सोर्सेस को नहीं मानेंगे, अन्य इतिहासकारों ने भी, लेकिन स्मिथ के 4th एडिशन में उसने माना कि हमारे पास जैन सोर्सेस को मानने के अलावा कोई हमारे पास साधन नहीं है। चंद्रगुप्त बसदी एक हम अशोक के में एडिक्ट्स पर बाद में आएंगे। मैं थोड़ा सा चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य का परिचय से उसका क्या संबंध है, प्लीज शो मी द स्लाइड, द फर्स्ट स्लाइड। चंद्रगुप्त बसदी श्रवणबेलगोला में एक विंध्यगिरी पर्वत है जिस पर गोमटेश स्थापित है, लेकिन जो सामने वाली छोटी पहाड़ी है जो चिकबैट कहलाई जाती है, छोटी पहाड़ी को चिकबैट कहते हैं, और वो चंद्रगिरी पर्वत जाना जाता है, और वो चंद्रगिरी नाम चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य के नाम से पड़ा। कैन यू शो द स्लाइड? वो आपको बताया बस वो जो, तो उसमें चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य, उसकी महानता इस बात में थी कि जब भद्रबाहु स्वामी उज्जैन आए, जो उनकी मगध की दूसरी राजधानी थी, उज्जैनी में जब आए और वो वहाँ थे, तो भद्रबाहु स्वामी वहाँ आए और उनको कुछ आभास हुआ, और चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य ने उसी समय 16 स्वप्न देखे। उन 16 स्वप्नों का सार पूछने भद्रबाहु स्वामी के चरणों में गए। भद्रबाहु स्वामी ने उन्हें बताया, उन्होंने अपने अवधि ज्ञान से भी बताया कि 12 वर्ष का अकाल पड़ने वाला है, और उन 16 स्वप्नों के अर्थ भी निगेटिव ही थे। तो चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य ने बहुत सारे यज्ञ आदि अनुष्ठान कराए, और उनको लगा, जब भद्रबाहु स्वामी ने कहा कुछ नहीं हो सकता, जनता को ये 12 वर्ष का काल भोगना ही पड़ेगा, तब चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य को लगा कि ये तो जीवन असार है, मैं अगर महाराजाधिराज होकर भी अपनी जनता के कल्याण के लिए कुछ नहीं कर सकता, तो मेरा ये राजपाट का मतलब क्या है। और 50 वर्ष की आयु में दिगंबरी जैन दीक्षा लेकर चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य, जो भारत का एक क्षत्र सम्राट था, वो दिगंबरी जैन दीक्षा लेकर अपने गुरु के साथ, भद्रबाहु के साथ श्रवणबेलगोल दक्षिण की तरफ चले जाते हैं, और वहीं उनकी संलेखना पूर्वक समाधि मरण हुआ। ये उनका लास्ट होम था उनका। नेक्स्ट, ये वहां पर चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य और भद्रबाहु स्वामी उनके गेट पर वहां लगा है। नेक्स्ट, चंद्रगुप्त के नाम से एक चंद्रगुप्त बसदी है। चंद्रगुप्त का मतलब मंदिर, वो पार्श्वनाथ भगवान वहां मूल नायक है, लेकिन उसके दोनों तरफ 2 जालक लगे हैं पत्थर के, उसमें हर एक जालक में 45 पैनल्स हैं, ऐसे छोटे छोटे 4x4 इंचेस का एक पैनल है। एक तरफ भद्रबाहु स्वामी के जीवन की कथा शिल्पांकित की गई है, और दूसरी तरफ चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य के दीक्षा लेने की। लोग कहते हैं कि इतिहास में प्रमाण नहीं मिले कि चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य कहाँ चले गए। वहां पर 7 से ज्यादा अभिलेख हैं कि चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य ने दिगंबरी दीक्षा ली और मुनि प्रभाचंद्र कहलाए, और उनकी साधना और तपस्या इतनी थी कि उनकी कीर्ति स्वर्ग तक पहुंची, और उनकी भोजन आदि की व्यवस्था सब वन के देवता आदि करते थे। तो ये एक, और नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, नेक्स्ट, ये जालक है। नेक्स्ट, ये चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य की, ये भद्रबाहु का लाइव स्क्रीन है। नेक्स्ट, ये चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य हैं जब इनको सूचना मिलती है कि भद्रबाहु स्वामी आए। नेक्स्ट, चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य उनको आहार देते हैं भद्रबाहु स्वामी को। ये जो बालक है ये कौन हो सकता है, ये अभी जानने लायक बात है, लेकिन इस बालक का महत्व है। नेक्स्ट, 16 स्वप्न देखते हैं। नेक्स्ट, घोषणा करते हैं कि मैं जा रहा हूं राजपाट छोड़ के, तो रानियों का तड़पना बिलखना। नेक्स्ट, ये है, उस समय शिल्प कला में ये प्रथा थी, सांची में भी है, कि कई बार लाइव वैसा नहीं दिखाते थे, प्रतीकों से दिखाते थे। जैसे सांची में और भरूच के स्तूपों में प्रतीकों से दिखाया गया बुद्ध को, वहां कहीं बुद्ध लाइव नहीं दिखाए गए, वैसे नहीं दिखाए गए हैं। तो बुद्ध का जो प्रतिक्रमण है जैसे वो दिखाया गया है, ऐसे ही चंद्रगुप्त का घर छोड़ना, घोड़ा खाली जा रहा है, अश्व खाली जा रहा है, और ये उनके पीछे उनकी सेना चल रही है, इसका मतलब उन्होंने गृह त्याग कर दिया। नेक्स्ट, लेट अस कम टू द पेपर। तो चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य को इसमें 45 शिल्पांकित पट्टियां हैं जिसमें चंद्रगुप्त का लाइफ दिखाया है। उसमें एक आध में आगे एक बालक भी आहारदान दे रहा है, जब उनके माता पिता अपने बिंदुसार जब चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य के मुनिश्री प्रभाचंद्र के दर्शन करने को श्रवणबेलगोल जाते होंगे। मेरा विश्वास है कि वह बालक अशोक था। उन्होंने 12 वर्ष तपस्या की या 24 वर्ष, इसके बारे में कोई ऐतिहासिक प्रमाण उपलब्ध नहीं है अभी कि कितने वर्ष वो बाद उनकी संलेखना पूर्वक समाधि हुई। लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि क्या अशोक जन्मना जैन नहीं था? अशोक के दादाजी ने दिगंबरी जैन दीक्षा ली, बिंदुसार उसी वातावरण में पले बड़े और अशोक का जन्म वही उसी वातावरण में हुआ। उसके ऊपर तो उन जैन संस्कारों का पूरा पूरा प्रभाव था। उसने तो पूरा पूरा देखा, उसको जिया, उसको। वो जरूर बाद में कलिंग युद्ध के बाद बौद्ध हुआ, उसने बौद्ध धर्म ग्रहण किया। अपनी पत्नी श्रीदेवी जो विदिशा की थी, विदिशा के श्रेष्ठी की लड़की थी, और उनके पुत्र दोनों ने बौद्ध धर्म ग्रहण किया। लेकिन बौद्ध धर्म का प्रभाव पड़ा होगा, लेकिन जैन धर्म का प्रभाव तो उसके ऊपर, जिसे कहते हैं ना हम जो पहले से जानते हैं। मेरी दोनों मुंह में मारवाड़ी परिवार से आती है। अब जो गणेश जी और शिव जी की पूजा वो करती है, मैं नहीं जान सकती, मुझे उसका नैक नहीं है। और उसे भगवान महावीर की पूजा कैसे करनी है उनका नैक नहीं है। वो सीखने की कोशिश करती है, मैं भी सीखने की कोशिश कर सकती हूँ, लेकिन मेरा नैक नहीं है। अंदर से मेरे अंदर वो भाव नहीं है, अंदर से मैं वो जानती नहीं हूँ। अशोक ने भले ही बौद्ध धर्म ग्रहण कर लिया होगा, उसका नैक नहीं था बौद्ध धर्म में, उसका नैक था जैन धर्म में। और वही उसके पूरे के पूरे शिलालेखों में बिल्कुल स्पष्ट परिलक्षित होता है। लेट अस सी द स्लाइड। यहाँ ये कहते हैं, अशोक कहते हैं पहली स्लाइड में, पहले अभिलेख में, जो कि गिरनार कलसी वगैरह में मिला है। और राजा देवा प्रियदर्शी कहते हैं कि पूर्व काल में जीव हत्या के अनेक भयंकर रूप प्रचलित थे। सभी प्राणियों की रक्षा और उन्हें कष्ट से बचाने के लिए मैंने ये आज्ञा जारी की है, जीवों को नहीं मारा जाए, जीव रक्षा की जाए, उनके प्रति संयम की व्यवस्थाएं की गई हैं। पूर्व में जो भी अनियंत्रित हिंसक थी, जो कर्म कांडों में जो बलियां दी जाती थी, जो रसोई में जो वध होता था पशुओं का, वो सब उसने बंद कर दिया था। मैंने राजमहल में तथा अन्य प्रदेशों में जीवों को मारना निषिद्ध किया है। जीववध की अनेकों परंपराएं पूर्णतः समाप्त कर दी गई हैं। अशोक यहाँ किस धर्म की बात कर रहा है? ये अहिंसा का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, ये अशोक के मन में कहाँ से आ रहा था? जो उसकी रसोई में भी जीववध होता था, वहां सब भी बंद करके, और उसने पूरी प्रथाएं बंद करवा दी, पूरी तरीके से नहीं करवाई। ये बुद्धिस्ट प्रभाव नहीं था। अर्ली बुद्धिज्म में अगर एक कहानी आती है कि एक भिक्षुक जा रहा था भिक्षा में, कहीं से चील के मुख से वो गिर पड़ा, चूहा उसके उनके दान पात्र में, भिक्षा पात्र में। तो गए गुरु जी के पास, बुद्ध भगवान के पास गए कि क्या? बोले अगर ऐसे मिला है, अगर तुम्हारी वजह से हत्या नहीं हुई है, वध नहीं किया गया, तो तुम इसे ग्रहण कर सकते हो। तो अर्ली बुद्धिज्म में मांसाहार वर्जित नहीं था, और जबकि जैनिज्म में टोटली वर्जित था। अब क्योंकि उसने बौद्ध धर्म ग्रहण किया था, इसलिए उसने कहा जहां तक हो सके जीव वध को रोका जाए, प्राणी मात्र को बचाया जाए। तो ये जो जीव कल्याण की, प्राणी कल्याण की जो अहिंसा का कॉन्सेप्ट था, वो वहां से आ रहा था। जो तत्वार्थ सूत्र में कहते हैं कि जहां पर इतनी अधिक अहिंसा का इस प्रकार से कहा गया कि प्रमाद से भी, हमारी नेग्लिजेंस से भी, असावधानी से भी अगर मृत्यु होती है किसी की, किसी प्राणी की हिंसा होती है, तो वो हम उसके भागी हैं दोष के। इसीलिए हमारे सारे मुनि, चाहे वो दिगंबर हो चाहे श्वेतांबर हो, सब नीचे देख कर चलते हैं कि मेरे पैर के नीचे आकर कोई जीव की हत्या तो नहीं हो जा रही। और इसीलिए वो शाम को प्रतिक्रमण करते हैं कि कोई ऐसा तो नहीं हुआ है दिन भर में। न केवल अपने आप को देखते हैं, और अपने आप से उन सभी अपराधों की भी जो अनजाने में की गई हैं, उन सब की भूल के लिए भी क्षमा मांगते हैं। तो ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट था, तत्वार्थ सूत्र में भी, सूत्र कृतांग में भी, आचारांग सूत्र में भी, उत्तराधन सूत्र में भी, दशवैकालिक सूत्र में भी, इन सभी में अहिंसा को परमो धर्म बताया गया है। और नेग्लिजेंस कॉजिंग हार्म इज वायलेंस। तो नेग्लिजेंस से भी नहीं हो, लैक ऑफ विजिलेंस नहीं हो, ये सब उन्होंने कहा। दिस एडिक्ट इकोस कोर जैन हाउस होल्ड एथिक्स, जो हमारी रसोई का भी एथिक्स है, वह भी पालन किया जाना।
मैडम प्लीज सम अप 1 minute.
Only 1 minute.
The time given.
We have got 14 edicts to go.
I don't think.
Okay,
it's left
then
to
let me
organizers.
complete it now. Let me sum it up. मेरे 15 मिनट हो गए क्या?
1 minute left to sum up.
Please allow me 3-4 minutes more. अशोक के शिलालेखों में दिखाई देने वाले, मैं सम अप कर देती हूँ। पशु का वध का निषेध, आप स्लाइड्स दिखाते जाएं, नेक्स्ट एडिट करके मैं पढ़ती जाती हूँ, मैं उधर नहीं देख रही हूँ। अशोक के शिलालेखों में दिखाई देने वाला पशुवध निषेध, शिकार त्याग, दया, सभी प्राणियों के लिए समान करुणा, अनावश्यक कर्म कांडों का विरोध, आत्म संयम, सत्य, मित भाषण और सर्व पंथ सहिष्णुता, वो साफ साफ कहता है कि सभी पंथों का सम्मान करा जाना चाहिए। और ये वह समय था जब जैन और बौद्धों में संघर्ष हो रहा था, जब ब्राह्मणों का कर्मकांड बढ़ता चला जा रहा था। उस समय उन्होंने ये कहा कि हमें किसी भी सांप्रदायिक कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में नहीं पड़ना है, सभी पंथों का सम्मान किया जाना है। और ये सभी सिद्धांत जैन शास्त्रों में अणुव्रत, गुरु गृहस्थ धर्म, दया धर्म और अनेकांत के रूप में हजार वर्षों से स्थापित थे। इतिहासकार भी इसे स्वीकार करते हैं कि जैन परंपरा मौर्य राजवंश के जीवन मूल्यों में समाहित थी और चंद्रगुप्त भाद्रबाहु परंपरा ने मौर्य शासन की नैतिक दिशा को गहराई से प्रभावित किया। यही प्रभाव आगे चलकर अशोक की नीतियों और उनके धम्म की अवधारणा और उनके शिलालेखों में परिलक्षित नैतिक आदर्शों में स्पष्ट होती है। इस प्रकार चंद्रगुप्त का जैन दीक्षा ग्रहण और संलेखना के माध्यम से समाधि मरण अपनाना अशोक के नैतिक दृष्टिकोण का मूल स्रोत माना जा सकता है, और जहां राजनीति करुणा, समता, अहिंसा और लोक मंगल पर आधारित होती है। अशोक का धम्म केवल बौद्ध प्रभाव का परिणाम नहीं है, यह मौर्य वंश की उस गहरी जैन परंपरा का विस्तार है जिसकी जड़ें चंद्रगुप्त भाद्रबाहु के ऐतिहासिक मिलन में स्थापित हो चुकी थी। उसके अभिलेख, अशोक के अभिलेख किसी नवीन संप्रदाय की स्थापना नहीं करते, न ही किसी मत विशेष का प्रतिपादन करते। वे उस धर्म को कर्मकांड से पृथक कर उसे नैतिक आचरण के रूप में प्रतिष्ठित करते हैं। माता पिता और गुरु की सेवा, समस्त प्राणियों के प्रति दया, वाणी और व्यवहार का संयम तथा धर्मदान, यही अशोक का धर्म है। यह दृष्टि श्रमण जैन श्रमण परंपराओं की मूल नैतिक चेतना को से पूर्णतः संगत है। अहिंसा अशोक की नैतिक संरचना का केंद्र है। कलिंग विजय को वे गौरव नहीं बल्कि पश्चाताप के रूप में प्रस्तुत करता है। हिंसा से उपरांत दुख का स्पष्ट स्वीकार और उससे विमुख होने का संकल्प, यही वह बोध है जिसे जैन परंपरा ने बंधन का मूल और बौद्ध परंपरा ने दुख सुख का कारण कहा है। अशोक की विशेषता यह है कि उसने उस नैतिक अनुभूति को राजनीति में रूपांतरित किया। Truly speaking, Ashoka's Dham was a state-sponsored moral code, not a full religious system. A complete religious philosophical system with metaphysics, ontology, ethics, and ritual, it was not. The central emphasis of which was ahimsa and reduction of animal slaughter, humane treatment, absolute ahimsa in thought, word, and deed. It included strict vegetarianism, non-injury to all life forms, even microorganisms. पानी को बचाने की बहुत सारी बातें हमारे इन सारे शास्त्रों में और आगम में कही गई है। The sole purpose was social welfare, harmony, moral behavior, and compassionate governance and liberation through austerity, karma shedding, and strict self-discipline. Asceticism encourages restraint and self-control, but Ashoka discouraged extreme asceticism. Strong commitment to austerity, renunciation, fasting, nudity, etc. Karam Theora or Jainism has not been explicitly been discussed in edicts. Detailed doctrine of karma as material principles binding the soul to stop rebirth or so, or moksha or liberation or release of jiva are not doctrinally explained, but what he explains is philosophy of religious tolerance, welfare of all the living beings, और उनकी ये जो सेकेंड रॉक एडिक्ट था उसका, उसमें जो औषधि कल्याण है और शायद वृक्ष लगवाना है, औषधीय पौधों जो जिसमें मनुष्यों के लिए ही नहीं केवल पशुओं के लिए भी पौधे लगवाने हैं, औषधीय पौधे लगवाना है। मतलब उनका जो दया का विस्तार था, कंपैशन का, उसमें जो हमारे 10 लक्षण धर्म है, उन पूरे धर्मों का पूरा समायोजन और पूरी झलक हमें अशोक के शिलालेखों में दिखती है। और अशोकन एरा में जो भी उसने धर्म का प्रतिपादन किया और जिस प्रकार से उसने मॉरल कोड को पॉलिटिकल कोड में बदल दिया, ये उसकी सबसे बड़ी सफलता थी। और उस समय जो भी वहाँ की राजनीति थी वो जैन धर्म से प्रभावित थी और शमन धर्म से कह सकते हैं। शमन धर्म में बौद्ध धर्म भी आ जाता था। और
मैम प्लीज सम अप।
यस, आई एम समिंग इट अप। यस प्लीज। तो इस प्रकार से अशोक के समय में जो भी वेलबींग और हॉलिस्टिक उसकी अप्रोच थी, जो हमने सुबह के सारे पेपर से हमने बात की मन की, भाव की, और जो हमें तन से हमें जो भोजन लेना है, उस भोजन की बात इसमें होती है, औषधियों की बात इसमें होती है, और पूरी जीव दया की जो बात है, जो मन से अगर हम प्योर हो जाएंगे तो उसमें क्षमा, मार्दव, आर्जव, शौच, सत्य, संयम, तप, त्याग, अपरिग्रह, अकिंचन्य, सब ब्रह्मचर्य सब आ जाते हैं। और अशोक ने उनका भली भांति पालन किया, और यही अशोक के युग में वेलबींग की, होलिस्टिक वेलबींग की कॉन्सेप्ट थी। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू।
Thank you for your insightful research, Dr. Sudha Malaya ma'am. Now I request Dr. Jashwant Modi sir to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Sudha Malaya ma'am.
Next, we have presentation of Dr. Manish Jain. The topic is astrology and astro remedies as per the Jainism. After this, we have presentation of Ria and Nayar. So please be ready.
Respected chair and respected scholars, good afternoon and Sadar Jai Jinendra. So my topic is medical astrology and astro remedies as per Jainism. This is another dimension of medical thing, medical stuff. So let's start. So very first, what is astrology? Actually, astrology is nothing else, but it's actually a methodology or tool which reflects our previous karmas, nothing else. As per Jainism, this is the definition. And what is medical astrology? Medical astrology is actually a branch where we study the body inferences, planetary influences, and karmic timings. And due to that, whatever diseases happens and what are their remedies, we study and discuss in this branch, the medical astrology. So one can ask that we have heard about Vedic astrology only. We have never heard about Jainism, Jain astrology, but that may be limited knowledge, because very first literature was from Jainism side about the astrology. And that time astrology was Ganit in fact. Then Falit came into. So in parallelly, all the schools developed it in parallel, the astrology thing, and Jainism was also one of them. And even the Jainism principle was the base on which the astrology matured. So let's discuss a little bit in detail. Because we have a short of time, so I am going a bit fast. So it's a Jain medical astrology is nothing else but supplementing medical knowledge in most Indic traditions. We have already discussed this. So as per Jainism, what is fundamentally distinct with other schools? So very first, there are some remedies which may be different in Vedic schools or any other school, but in Jainism it's a pure ethical thing. Very first. Second, non-violent and ahimsa, aparigraha are followed in this. Third is there is no karta, there is no divine. Here Jainism principles comes in, where no karta is there. So everything is due to our karma only, and that reflects in the same life or any later lives. So beyond physiology or fate, illness is as a karmic unfolding. That is one thing. Second, medicine embedded in ethics, dhyana and nirjara. So medicine is not only dietary regulations as per Jainism, but it has other dimensions as well. We will discuss a bit later in other next slides. So it is non-deterministic systems. So in Vedic system, what happens? planets are, we want to appease the planets. And planet, due to planet only disease happens, or due to God only diseases happen. But it's not the case in the Jainism stuff. So it emphasizes on self-responsibility and purification based on pure karmic, elemental and planetary factors. So let's move to next slide. So ontology of disease in Jain philosophy. So Jain metaphysics rejects any external divine causation of suffering. It's all due to our previous karmas only, plus temporal disorders, elemental disbalances, and other things which may be due to our lifestyle. So these are some major reasons of the diseases in as per Jainism. So one can ask that how previous karmas can affect. So we have here Uttradhyan Sutra, as per Uttradhyan Sutras and Tattva Sutras and other texts. We have found that karmic theory is true, and due to karmic theory only, there are four type of karmas. Nam karma, Ayu karma, Vedaniya and Mohaniya. So those karmas are attached with the our soul. So karmic bonding works there. So due to that only we birth in such environment only. So under some planetary influences. So that's the Jainism derives. And other things, disease manifest when karmic udaya coincides with disturbances in elemental composition and adverse temporal or planetary conditions. The Uttradhyan Sutra. So diseases happens due to this. And one more important thing is when Jiva meets with Pudgala under governance of karma, disease happens. So what kind of disease would happen, in which part of the body it would happen, when it will happen, it is studied in the medical astrology branch. So there are some principles. So we have analyzed more than 2000 kundlis in last 5 years, and we have not published anywhere else, but we have found the very great results. And this is again a very, we can determine or we can direct that this disease may happen in that time frame. We can not just guess, but we can even determine with the help of medical astrology and planetary influence. So when karma will get in Uday, so we can find out that timing as well. So how? Let's see in the later slides. So there are 5 elements. We all know. Even in Vedic astrology also there are 5 elements, and we have 5 elements as well. So names are a bit different, but here Akasha, Vayu, Tejas, Apa and Prithvi. So these are very similar to Vedic astrology, and because origin was the same for the Vedic astrology and Jain astrology. That's why these elements are same. So Yat Pinde Tat Brahmande means whatever is in universe or cosmology, that is in our body as well. So cosmic principles pervading Jiva and Ajiva, not mere matter. So Tattva Sutra and other Jain texts supports this theory. So chronic disease happens when long-term elemental disbalance happens, or long-term karmic uday happens. Then chronic diseases or some serious diseases happen. So Jain remedies doesn't tell any time that we can suppress the disease or we can cure the disease, but we can prevent the disease before it happen. We can say like that, and it can support to stable our mind, our psychology, our physiology. So we have found better results as per this perspective. We'll share our research in coming slides. So there are Surya Pragyapti and Chandra Pragyapti. It was the base of every astro text, even in Jain schools or Vedic schools. So Surya Pragyapti and Chandra Pragyapti are describes planetary motions with seasonal variation, mental fluctuations, bodily vitality, implicitly forming the astrological basis of our disease identification. So So these are the base text actually. So we now comes to Jain. We are covering theory first, and then we'll see the practical results. So what is the Jain concept of healing? There are what kind of healings or astro remedies we can do. So one is gem therapy. Gem therapy is nothing but it's related to metals, because we all know you are all doctors, so you already know that there are minerals in your body, in everyone's body. So there are essentials, 24 essential minerals, elements and metals we have. So if any metal is lacking, then some disease happens. So due to, as per the gem therapy, we can do some vibrational things to balance that those elements. And the energy we get from it, from universe, cosmology, or we can say we can get energy from sun or moon, especially, and the other planets. So as per the planets, there are some definite colors. There are some definite gems. So we can suggest those gems as a therapy, as a remedy. And apart from that, we can also suggest dietary regulations, or breath control, or posture, fasting, etc. And then comes color therapy. So color therapy, there are two aspects of color therapy. One, we can put colored water in colored bottles, through prism or crystals, and that can also increase or decrease colors in your body, and the impact would be good. And other thing is related to leishia. So leishia also have some colors as per Jainism. So suppose we have black color in great number in our body, then we can suggest our clients or any person that you should eat white, see white, become white, and behave like white. So that's also color therapy. Other thing is mantra chanting, mantra based healing. We all know mantra is nothing to evoke, it's not invocation actually, but it's sound therapy, some vibrational therapy, and mind therapy. Actually, it calms our mind, and it actually emotionally it can better your behavior or life. So other thing is Preksha Dhyana. So Acharya Mahapragya also written a book, a good book on this, and most of people are also aware of this. So can we find out, determine the cancer or TB or such diseases? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. How? Let's see. So they, after analyzing more than 2000 kundlis, we have found that cancer happens. In multiple observed cases, it is identified that long-term Saturn or Rahu malefic influences combined with elemental fire imbalance. So अग्नि तत्व यदि कम ज़्यादा होता है, उसमें मेलिफिक इफेक्ट है, शनि और राहु का उसमें संबंध है, और बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें, तो उससे हम पता लगा सकते हैं कि क्या कैंसर होने की संभावना है, किस राशि में वो स्थित है. ये मैं हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ बिकॉज ये हिंदी में ही स्टडी किया गया है, दैट्स वाई. तो ये चीज़ है. तो आगे हम देखते हैं कि कैसे कर सकते हैं. कुंडली के माध्यम से मैं एग्जांपल देके बताऊंगा आपको. So what observations outcome happened? So reduce anxiety and depressive symptoms after those therapies. The color meditation. Yeah, I am finishing 2 minutes. Yeah. Mantra practice, breath regulation. So we have applied these therapies to cancer patients in parallel. We have not removed their medicines, but we have also introduced these things in parallel, and we found some good results. Reduce anxiety, depressive symptoms are reduced, improve tolerance, and enhance emotional acceptance of illness. So these are some observed outcomes. Similarly, for TB cases, there are lunar affliction and water element imbalance. It's a main cause we have found. So again, we have suggested some remedies to balance the EPA element. So So one more thing, animal sacrifice, harmful ritualism and dependency creation and fear-based prognostications. Jainism strictly prohibits these things. So let's come to charts now. So this is the basic chart where we can find these are nakshatras and these are bhavas. So for example, there is a kundli. In 5th house, there is number 4, there is Mangal and Rahu बैठा हुआ है, उसके सामने चंद्रमा केतु और शनि बैठे हुए हैं. तो चंद्रमा केतु और जो शनि है वो देख रहे हैं मंगल और राहु को. 5 ग्रहों का 9 ग्रह में से 5 ग्रह एक ही एक्सिस में आ चुके हैं. प्लस जो पंचम भाव का जो कारक है वो होता है आपका गुरु, है ना. वो लग्न में बैठ के बहुत ही मजबूती से बैठा हुआ है, किंतु पंचम भाव में मंगल नीच राशि में बैठा है, राहु उसके साथ बैठा है, शनि की उसके ऊपर दृष्टि है, केतु की उसके ऊपर दृष्टि है, चंद्रमा शनि मिलके विष योग बना रहा है. और ये सब हो रहा है 4 नंबर में और 5वें हाउस में हो रहा है. तो इससे हम डिटरमाइन कर सकते हैं कि 4 और 5 का संबंध बन रहा है कि इसमें मंगल जो है वो अग्नि का प्रतीक है और अग्नि के साथ में राहु बैठ के इम्बेलेंस कर रहा है उसको 4 नंबर की राशि में और 5वें भाव में. तो हम इस चार्ट से जैसे देखेंगे भाई चतुर्थ भाव और पंचम भाव को देखेंगे. पंचम भाव में है, यस जस्ट 1 सेकेंड. सो दीज आर सम कलर्स. तो हम ये बस ये करके खत्म कर रहा हूँ. पंचम भाव जो है वो किसके संबंधित है? तो ये पेट के संबंधित है और चतुर्थ भाव आपके फेफड़ों से संबंधित है. तो इस रोगी को टीबी भी था और आमाशय का कैंसर भी था और ही डाइड एक्चुअली. सो ये जो कुंडली है उससे हम पता लगा सकते हैं, मतलब इस तरीके से हम पता लगा सकते हैं. सो जस्ट these are some points in our palms related to different angas, and there is nakshatras and vanaspati, so we can also suggest vanaspati therapy, and these are some colors, so whatever is missing we can suggest. So these are some results. Actually there is a limited of time, so I am leaving here only. So anyone can ask me if there is any question in the evening time. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Moving towards the next session. Before this, we have a felicitation of sir. Sir, please 1 minute.
Thank you for your insightful research. I request Dr. Sailesh Mehta sir to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Manish sir.
Moving towards the next presentation, Dr. Riya Nahar. Her topic is effect of performing Khamashamna on flexibility of lower back structures.
Pranam and Jai Jinendra to all of you present. So my topic is effect of performing Khamashamna on the flexibility of lower back structures. So basically, Khamashna being one of the most dynamic posture assumed by during various prayers of what we do, like Guru Vandan, Samayik Pratikaman, it has its to pay homage. Khamashna is performed moving 5 parts of the body, namely 2 hands, 2 knees, and forehead. So basically, this is the posture of Khamashna. So we decided to do a study on it. Is it the posture is having any effect on flexibility? So flexibility is the ability of the muscles and joints and soft tissues to move through unrestricted pain-free range. So the main focus was on flexibility, and then we also focused on the thoracolumbar fascia, which is a fascia of the which occupies the thoracic and the lumbar muscles into it, and we also checked for the lumbar spine range of motion. So the lumbar spine supports the upper body and in basically the lumbar spine is used to transfer weight from lower body to the upper body. So we had taken these three main components, and aim of the study was to find the association between practicing Khamashna and its effects on the flexibility. So this was because previous literature suggests that performing religious poses have good effect on flexibility among practitioners, Khamashna being one of the frequently performed in Jainism. Therefore, we want to check the effect on the lumbar flexibility.
So I'll explain the methodology of the study. So the study was an observational cross-section study. Ethical approval was taken from the Sumandeep Vidyapeeth Institutional Ethical Committee, and study locations were different temple of the Vadodras. We collected the data from the 220 different individuals. So inclusion criteria was the adults who were between the age of 18 to 60 years, who were at least performing 3 Khamashna per day, 3 Khamashna for 2 days in a week, both genders. We excluded people who were not able to perform Khamashna or were having pain while performing Khamashna. We also excluded the people who underwent the surgical procedure for spinal fracture. We excluded the athletes, people who were performing yoga or were going to the gym. So study duration was for 1 year. Materials are listed below. Outcome measure, we used V-sit and reach test and modified Scobus test. Next. So moving towards the procedure, to assess the range of motion from the lumbar spine, we use modified Scobus test. So this test was used. In this, we asked patient to move their spine forward and backward. With the help of this test, we assessed what is the range of the lumbar spine. To assess the flexibility, we used sit and reach test. Here we ask the participants to sit in a long sitting position with both their feet apart, and a 15-inch marker was placed in between. Then we ask the patient to keep their back straight and perform forward bending. So this way we assess the lumbar flexibility. Data analysis was performed by IBM SPSS Statistics 22 version. So normality data was found using Comro-Scrutiny test. Weight and BMI were following the normal distribution, but rest other parameters were not following the normal distribution. So to find out the correlation between the Khamashna and V-sit and reach test, and a correlationship between Khamashna and modified Scobus test, Spearman rank was used. For result, my colleague will help.
So the data sample which we collected had a median range of age group around 42, and the height was 161 centimeter with a weight of 63.1 kgs and BMI of 23.8 and we found a strong as the R value we got was 0.728, which indicates a strong positive correlation. So we we established a strong correlation between Khamashna and V-sit and reach test, and a moderate correlation of Khamashna and modified Scobus test. So to conclude, the study concludes that regular practice of Khamashna is significantly associated with better flexibility of the lower back structures. So basically, if a person is performing Khamashna at least for minimum 2 to 3 times a week and a minimum of 3 Khamashnas, it is showing that the flexibility of the lumbar structures is improving. That is what we found out from the study, but this was a one-time study. We had just taken like the people who were performing. So I would that is the limitation of the study, that it was a cross-sectional one-time study. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your valuable contribution. I request Dr. Ashish Shah sir to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Riya Nahar and Dr. Sayyam Shah.
Thank you, Sir Dr. Sailesh Mehta and Sir Dr. Ashish Shah for our session chair.
So we conclude first session over here and we hand over to the next chairperson.
I would really like to thank Sumandeep to give me the opportunity to conduct this research, because university had funded this research, and I am really grateful to Ashish sir. उन्होंने भी हमारी काफ़ी हेल्प करी थी, so thank you.
Now I welcome Dr. Manish Mehta sir and Dr. Suresh Rathi sir to chair the next session. Dr. Manish Mehta is a senior leader of JAINA, the Federation of Jain Association in North America, USA. He currently serves as a chairman of the JAINA Jain Diaspora Committee and vice president in the Midwest region. With a truly global background spanning East Africa, India, Singapore, and United States, Dr. Mehta brings rich international perspective to Jain leadership. He has been actively involved in Jain community service, long-range planning, and academic initiatives, and is a respected voice on Jain diaspora and a heritage worldwide.
Dr. Suresh Kumar Rathi, a qualified medical epidemiologist, health specialist, and a skilled researcher with a rich experience in research of more than 20 years. Currently associated with Mamta Health Director and Research, he was also associated with Indian Institute of Public Health, Hyderabad, and has a significant number of research publications of 50 in peer-reviewed journal as author and co-author.
Thank you.
Jai Jinendra, can you all hear me? All right, very good. So it's a pleasure and an honor to serve as session chair, a moderator or facilitator, and I'm glad to do it with Dr. Suresh Rathi. Without further ado, we'll just start with the first speaker is Dr. Muskan Jain on the topic, the health benefits of fasting and dietary practices in Jainism and Ayurvedic perspective. And Dr. Rathi has very kindly offered to continue to monitor time. So hopefully we'll keep everybody in check, and please cooperate with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jai Jain, to all respected chairperson and esteemed guests. Myself, Dr. Muskan Jain, second year PG scholar from All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi. Today my topic is the health benefits of Jain fasting and dietary Jain practices through an Ayurveda perspective. When we heard about the fasting, we think of deprivation. Jain fasting is not starvation, it's a precise regulation of Agni, that is digestive fire according to Ayurveda. Today I will show you how Jain dietary practices and Jain fasting follows the Ayurvedic basic principles or Ayurveda physiology. Jainism, Jain fasting and dietary restraints mainly focuses on spiritual practices, whereas Ayurveda mainly focuses on Agni, dosas balance, and Am, that is toxins and dosas balance. My aim is not focuses on religious comparison, but the correlation, functional correlation between the Jain fasting and dietary habits with the Ayurveda. How Ayurveda correlates with the Jain fasting, and how Jain fasting works on Agni, that is digestive fire, metabolism, and detoxification. Jain restraints rooted in ahimsa, tapa, and the Ayurveda considered Ahar a fundamental pillar of the life and health linked to well-being. Ayurvedic foundation of well-being. Ayurveda mainly focuses on Triyopistam, that is Ahar, Nidra, and Brahmacharya, and Agni, that is digestive fire, and dosas balance. Vata, Pitta, Kapha is the Triyodosha in the Ayurveda, and the Am, metabolic toxins, undigested food matters that accumulates and leads to disease. Preventing arm formation is the key. Jain dietary philosophy, a part of ahimsa and restraints. Jain philosophy based on the restraint, timing, and the simplicity. I will discuss about the ahimsa paramo dharma, restraint and consciousness, daytime eating, and the fasting for purification. Firstly, I will discuss about the Ekashan Bhojan. Ekashan Bhojan, the power of single meal. It is not a extreme fasting. It is a kind of fasting. In Ayurveda text, Kal Bhojan Arogya Karanam is mentioned, and Ekashan Bhojan is Sukh Parinam Kara. It means single meal indicates leads to easy digestion and assimilation, along with the proper digestion. It boosts metabolism, supports Agni, promotes lightness and mental clarity also. Ayambil and oily fasting. It is a qualitative kind of langhan, decreasing digestive load without full abstinence, avoids taste and ulcers, consuming only specific unspicy foods once a day, emphasizing purity and simplicity. It helps to balances doshas, mainly the Pitta and Kapha doshas, because Ayambil is a kind of ras parityag. It now comes to Dvikal Bhojan, sustaining his strength and preventing arm. In a Ayurveda text, Charak Samhita, Acharya Charak is mentioned in shloka, Deva Prabhudatte Arkena Hridyam Pundrikavat Tashmin Vivuddhe Srutansi Svutitam Yanti Sarvasaha. It means by the daytime, in the sun, presence of the sun, the heart is awakened like a lotus flower. When heart is awakened, it means all the channels are fully opened. It indicates to active physiologically and functional activation of the body during daytime. So it can support Ratri Bhojan Tyag in Jainism. I can say Ayurveda is also supports the Ratri Bhojan Tyag. Long-term fasting, Anushan, Jain philosophy more focuses on self-purification and unattachment, while Ayurveda focuses on the arm intense langhan for arm accumulations, cough and overnourishments. Individualized approach, that is Yukti. Ayurveda not generalize the Ansan, it focuses on Yukti. It must be assessed by the nature of individual, prakriti of individual, age of individual. After assessment of the individual, we can perform anashana. Mental and ethical dimension. Jain fasting regulates behavior, not just biochemistry. In Anashan and Upavas, I will give an example. If we keep adding fuel without clearing ash, it will produce smoke. That's why Anashan is essential for regulation of Agni, that is digestive fire. Conclusion is metabolism, Jain dietary habits and Jain fasting regulates the metabolism, and ethics regulates the behavior. So we can say they both prevent diseases. This is the research methodology. References. If we follow the Jain dietary habits and fasting, we will not lead to lifestyle disorders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muskan Jain, for that wonderful and brief presentation. I wish we could have heard more about the results, but perhaps at a future meeting. Our second speaker is Dr. Aditya Jain on the topic of sattvic diet and vegetarianism. Is he here? Yeah, please come forward.
Hello. Jai Jinendra or Om Namah Siddhebhya. My topic is Sattvic diet and vegetarianism. It's a broad topic for now. I'll shorten it down, or I'll be more specific. My entire topic is Sattvic diet and vegetarianism, a comparative analysis of Jain ethics and modern nutritional science. My research paper and my entire topic, which I'll be presenting now, is divided in 3 subtopics. I'll get to that shortly. First, my topic. When I was a bit younger than what I am now today, whenever I used to go to restaurants with my parents or in an airplane, they used to ask 3 things. One thing regarding food. They used to give 3 options. Would you like to have non-vegetarian food, vegetarian food, or Jain food? And during that time, I used to question, Jain food and vegetarian food, are these 2 different things? Because in vegetarian food you're not consuming meat, so in Jain food you're not consuming meat as well, so these are 2 same things, right? Now I've come to realize these are 2 different things at broadly, and there are 3 things now, not only vegetarian diet, Jain diet, but also vegan diet. And what makes Jain diet different from these 2 things? It's the psychology of Jain diet. It is not focusing on physical health at all, and I'll get to that shortly. My PPT. My topic in the research paper as well is divided in 3 portions. You'll first encounter the philosophical portion of diet. By philosophical, I mean its origin as well. Where did sattvic diet or the idea of vegetarian food, where did that come from? Then we'll move to the physical, the main part of food, which we associate food with. So your physical health, your nutrients, your deficiencies regarding vegetarian health, everything. And then at last, which is also the basis of Jain diet, the psychological, in which we'll discuss the mental state, the emotional state, and the purity of a sattvic diet. Now, I explained sattvic diet. In the philosophical roots, we have Jainism, Buddhism, and Hinduism. Now, all 3 of these claim to be the earliest. If we are looking at Jainism, our own religion, we claim to be Adinath, to begin from Adinath Bhagwan, the first Tirthankar. But historians have only proved up till Neminath Bhagwan or Shri Krishna. And if they prove Shri Krishna or Neminath Bhagwan, they are not only proving Jainism but also Hinduism altogether. And then we have Buddhism as well, which claims to be the earliest. So I have included all 3, starting that these 3 are the basis of vegetarian diet. These 3 were the ones that started with it. I have then started with Western philosophy. We all know about our Indian philosophy and our Indian philosophers, which religions do what, but I have started with Western philosophers as well. Plato, Pythagoras, these all supported vegetarian diets, and I have written as well. The Greek philosopher Pythagoras is considered the father of ethical vegetarianism. The Pythagorean way of life was followed by a number of important personalities and influenced vegetarian nutrition. Stoic teachers like Rufus prescribed a minimal diet of readily available foods, seasonal fruits, raw vegetables, milk, cheese. Rufus also advocates lacto-vegetarian foods that are least expensive and most readily available. Now, these are their opinions. I'll move forward a few lines and you'll see them criticizing those who don't follow a vegetarian diet. Diogenes says that those who eat lot of meat seem slow-witted. He even quotes Socrates saying that the majority of people live to eat, but he ate to live. These are not my words, these are words of philosophers. I am not being rude, I am not trying to demotivate anyone or demoralize anyone. These are words of philosophers that existed way before me and you. Rufus believes because we obsessively embellish our food's presentation and fuss over what we eat and how we prepare it merely to amuse our palates. That we focus more on its preparation, how it looks, how it tastes, forgetting that food is the basic fuel for the body. It's nothing more for the body. Your body wouldn't care if your food looks good, if it's more presentable to you. It will only care about the nutrition it provides. There are many more. I can keep on going. I have written at least 3 to 4 pages about different philosophers and their opinion. Many of them have written many things. I will not go into that. I will move forward with my own. Buddhism, Hinduism, Sikhism, and Jainism. I'll move directly towards Jainism. Now, Jainism promotes a rather strict diet. It kind of eliminates your food levels by that. If I hope that's, I think my image is in the way, but I'll try to describe it. Your first thing, even in vegetarian diet, that you should leave is animal products, alcohol, and honey. And the reasons are all listed in the paper. They have to do with the correlation with your mind and your emotions. Animal products, those who consume animal derived products, not animal products like meat, fish, etc. These and alcohol, these correlate with your emotions, your purity, your spiritual purity. Then you move forward by banning the consumption of root and underground vegetables. You then go a step forward with multiple seeded and terrestrial items, and then you take it a step further by consuming only filtered water, eating before sunset, environmental restrictions, and whatnot. Now, these are the pillars of Jainism. You can locate yourself in any one of these. I hope no one's in the last one, but everyone is above, where we don't eat root and underground vegetables or multiple seeded fruits and all that. Multiple seeded foods, you have bhindi and all that. Some believe, some don't consume bhindi for the same reason of ahimsa and all, but it's all there as well. People consume it, people don't. In a rather strict diet, you only consume filtered water, you only eat before sunset, etc. Now, scientific views and our theories. We have obesity, heart disease, diabetes, microbial safety and hygiene, mental health and emotional equilibrium, and metabolic improvement. These are all common points between science and a Jain diet, including the sunset rule, which matches your human circadian rhythm, and stale food, which Jains do not eat, and even science backs it up by saying it has a higher microorganism level, hence the consumption is not preferred. Then a questionnaire was conducted between Jain people, and this will include your participation as well. Now, Jain diet, or people claim a Jain or a vegetarian diet, has nutrient deficiencies. You have B12 deficiency, you have protein deficiency. People cannot reach those levels that science has labeled as minimum. A questionnaire was conducted in which these two questions are the main I want to draw your focus on. Do you consciously include protein rich foods, in which only 24% labeled as yes, we include it daily? Are you aware of basic nutritional concepts, out of which only again 20% voted as yes, we are very aware, means we are fully aware of what we eat, what we consume. If I ask a question now, we had lunch. The lunch was delicious in my opinion. If I ask you a question, how many people were completely silent during the lunch session, who did not speak at all while the consumption of food? The first speaker of today labeled this as a healthy habit of eating food silently. They said this as a healthy habit, that your mind should be able to focus on what you are eating, and yet these are not in our practice. Meaning, or I want to divert your attention on one thing. The problem does not lie with the diet. The problem lies with habits. People don't know what they're consuming. People are not aware of every nutrient that their body needs. Hence, they don't know what they're consuming. Hence, their habits come in between of their health, and they end up blaming the diet. If I was invited on this stage and I wasn't able to speak, I got nervous, I started shivering, I did not get my words right, would you blame me, or would you blame this mic, or would you blame this podium, or would you blame the stage? The blame would fall upon me. If you're not meeting your nutrients, the blame doesn't fall on the diet, it falls on the habit of the person. These are basic needs of the body. If I dive into it, I'll take a lot of time. We'll move forward. Vegetarian treatment. If I label this entirely as a vegetarian treatment, I feel like this would be an insult to modern nutrition or modern medical practices. So I can say that these fruits or these food items that I have listed help in these diseases or help in the prevention of these diseases as well. So if I take insomnia, we have grapes, apple or their juice. These are all Ayurvedic and mentioned in our own text as well. If you are dealing with pimples, take lemon water. We'll move forward. Okay. Now in diet, we have seen the philosophical part, the physical part, and now the most important psychological factor. Food beyond nutrition. Even in my research paper, I have labeled it as that. One question was asked to one of a Jain practitioner or a Jain monk, you can say. He was asked, why do people that are Jain are able to understand Jain texts better than those who are not Jain or consume meat? Why are they not able to understand texts better? And the answer was related to purity, not spiritual purity, but mind purity first. He said, or he claimed, that a person who consumes meat on a daily basis, or a person who does not follow a vegetarian diet, a sattvic, a pure diet, his mind, his emotions aren't in balance. He isn't pure enough to understand Jain texts or Jain scriptures or shastras or whatever you call them. So whatever you consume, whatever food items you take, whatever food items you like, it has a direct correlation with your emotions, with what you think, your conscious, your subconscious mind. It affects it directly. And then again, the point holds of spiritual purity as well. You cannot assume that a person who eats meat on a daily basis, who enjoys eating meat on a daily basis, can be spiritual. For the emotion part, you can see the last question. Do you believe a Jain diet promotes mental clarity and emotional balance? Over 90% people listed yes for that answer. My last exercise, I feel like if there were more students present here, they would be able to recognize this image. So I'll just brief on where this image was taken from. Sumandeep Vidyapeeth's hostel mess. I found these two lines or quotes, you can say, stuck to their wall. The first says, you don't have to cook fancy or complicated masterpieces, just good food from fresh ingredients. Just whatever I said in the philosophical part, it sums it up. And the last, so many people spend their health gaining wealth and then have to spend their wealth to regain their health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aditya Jain. Right on time. Our next speaker is Dr. Sonal Jain Jaiswal on the topic of integrating Jain values with Garbh Sanskar, a holistic intelligence model for maternal and fetal well-being. And I'm sorry we are giving her such little time. She was a special invited speaker at the Jaina convention held last year in July in Chicago, and did an amazing job and built a very large fan base from that speech she gave. So on with it. Thank you.
Jai Jinendra. First of all, I'd like to thank all the esteemed speakers who just spoke before me, because आप लोगों ने मेरी जॉब को बहुत आसान कर दिया है. मैं बहुत स्ट्रेस में थी कि इतनी बड़ी डीप टॉपिक जो ऑलमोस्ट 300 पेजेस में मैंने बुक में कवर की है, उसको मात्र 10 मिनट में कैसे समेटूंगी. बट आप सबके सहयोग से, with the help of all of you, half of my job, in fact most of my job is done, and I'm very relaxed now. So getting started with the presentation. Integrating Jain values with Garbh Sanskar, a holistic intelligence model for maternal and fetal well-being. This is not working. सो जब गर्भ संस्कार की बात आती है तो एक नाम हम बिल्कुल भूल ही नहीं सकते. द वन नेम दैट कम्स टू आवर माइंड, कैन एनीबडी बी हेल्प मी विद दैट? अभिमन्यु. यस यस, बैंग ऑन. मतलब मुझे लगा था सब सो गए होंगे अब तक आफ्टर लंच एंड सो मेनी सेशंस, बट थैंक यू, सब जागे हुए हैं. सो अभिमन्यु, द नेम कम्स इन आवर माइंड इंस्टेंटली. वाई? बिकॉज अभिमन्यु ने माँ के गर्भ में चक्रव्यूह में घुसना सीखा था. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट प्रसंग है गर्भ संस्कार समझने के लिए. वाई? बिकॉज it teaches us lot many things about this deep topic of गर्भ संस्कार. That number one, learning happens in the womb. अभिमन्यु सीखा चक्रव्यूह में घुसना माँ के गर्भ में. नंबर वन, learning happens in the womb. नंबर टू, माँ सुभद्रा जैसे ही सो गई, अभिमन्यु ने सीखना बंद कर दिया. यानी दिस इज सिंबॉलिक. सो गई मतलब क्या? उनकी कॉन्शियसनेस वहां से हट गई, उनका ध्यान वहां से हट गया, उनकी माइंडफुलनेस वहां से डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो गई. राइट? तो जब तक मदर कनेक्टेड रहती है, माइंडफुल रहती है, तब तक बच्चा वूम में सीखता है. जैसे ही मदर डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाती है, बच्चा सीखना बंद कर देता है. यानी व्हाट डज दैट टीच अस? दैट लर्निंग हैपेंस इन द वूम. ऑफ ऑल दोज थिंग्स मदर इज माइंडफुल अबाउट. मदर जो चीज माइंडफुली कर रही है, बच्चा वो सीख रहा है. तीसरा, मां सुभद्रा ने सीखा चक्रव्यूह में घुसना. डिड शी लर्न? नो, शी डिडंट लर्न. शी डिडंट लर्न. बट अभिमन्यु लर्नड. मां सुभद्रा नहीं सीखी, अभिमन्यु सीखा. यानी कि जब बेबी गर्भ में है, तब मदर बहुत सारी चीजें कर रही हैं, उसका उन पर पता नहीं कितना इंपैक्ट हो, बट बेबी पर एक्सपोनेंशियल टाइम्स ज्यादा इंपैक्ट होता है. I will come to why in my next slide. So basically, Garbha Sanskar is all the values that are instilled in the womb, where mother is your first teacher, womb is the divine school, and जो learning होती है वो सिर्फ 9 महीने की learning नहीं है, वो 90 years की भी learning नहीं है. वो लिखने में अच्छा लगता है, in just 9 months. It's not even 9 months learning, it's a learning of lifetime, learning for generations. क्योंकि आप जब एक अच्छे बच्चे को पैदा करते हो, वो सिर्फ एक बच्चा नहीं होता है, वो generations को तारता है. सो इट्स सो इम्पॉर्टेंट. आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में व्हेन देयर इज सो मच ऑफ डिस्ट्रैक्शन ड्यू टू सोशल मीडिया एंड एवरीथिंग, गर्भ संस्कार इज गेनिंग मोर एंड मोर इम्पॉर्टेंस. इट्स वेरी वेरी इम्पॉर्टेंट. नाउ व्हाट आर द बेनिफिट्स ऑफ गर्भ संस्कार? 80% of brain development happens in the womb. A child is born with 100 billion cells when the child is born. That's why मदर नहीं सीखती है, बच्चा सीखता है. मदर का 80% ब्रेन डेवलप नहीं हो रहा है, उसका हो चुका, बच्चे का हो रहा है. सो लर्निंग हैपेंस एक्सपोनेंशियली इन द वूम. एवरी मिनट 2.5 lakh neurons are getting developed. Brain development starts from 16th day of conception. Even before the mother gets to know I am pregnant, उसे पता चलता है 1 महीने बाद. बच्चे का ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट उससे काफी पहले शुरू हो चुका है. Helps developing eternal bond between the mother and the child, जो आज एक्चुअल में बहुत बड़ा इशू हो रखा है पेरेंटिंग में. Helps in protection of womb. Diseases of inheritance can be controlled, and develops the PQ, IQ, EQ and SQ of the unborn child. Physical quotient, intellectual quotient, emotional quotient and spiritual quotient. All the quotients are beautifully developed in the womb itself. So you are able to create the divine child of your dreams. Now, Dr. Howard Gardner, in 1983, in Harvard University, he came up with a very amazing theory of multiple intelligences, जिसमें डॉक्टर गार्डनर ने 9 इंटेलिजेंस बताया, जिसके द्वारा हम अपने ब्रेन की फंक्शनिंग करते हैं. हम कोई भी काम करते हैं, या तो वो इंटेलिजेंस, नहीं तो कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ इंटेलिजेंसेस होता है. द फर्स्ट इंटेलिजेंस इज बॉडीली किनेस्थेटिक इंटेलिजेंस, दैट इज ब्रेन बॉडी कोऑर्डिनेशन. एक क्रिकेटर है, वो राइट टाइम पे बैट घुमा के छक्का लगा देता है. That is what it is, his bodily intelligence. एक डांसर है जो म्यूजिक को सुन के परफेक्ट मुद्रा कर लेती है, परफेक्ट फीट वर्क कर लेती है. That is bodily kinesthetic intelligence. Then comes logical reasoning intelligence. I don't need to talk about it. We all know हमारा मैथमेटिकल कंप्यूटेशनल स्किल्स और लॉजिकल इंटेलिजेंस. वर्बल इंटेलिजेंस, जो मैं आज बात कर रही हूँ, इतने स्पीकर्स बात कर रहे हैं, हम सब सुन रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं, दीज आर ऑल अ पार्ट ऑफ आवर verbal intelligence. Then comes spatial intelligence, our visual intelligence. जब ये यूनिवर्सिटी बना नहीं था, एक बैरन लैंड था, तब किसी ने विजुअलाइज किया था कि ये इस तरह से बनेगा. That is what spatial intelligence, visual intelligence is all about. Musical intelligence, all about music. Then comes naturalistic intelligence. It is about plants, animals, the 5 elements of nature: earth, water, fire, ether, and space. So this is naturalistic intelligence. Interpersonal intelligence, me and you, two human being bonding, connecting, that's interpersonal. Intrapersonal, introspection, खुद को समझना, अपने आप को समझना, that's intrapersonal, my relationship with myself. Then finally, existential intelligence. Why I exist, why I come. आज सुबह वर्षा जी ने कहा that one factor very important, purpose. What is the purpose of my life? So this all comes under the domain of existential intelligence. So these are the 9 intelligences with which we function. This was proposed and researched by Dr. Howard Gardner. Now, when I did my doctorate in Garbha Sanskar, I came up with my model, which is Sonal's intelligence model for holistic development, and with the grace of God, it got copyrighted by Government of India. In this model, I partitioned these 9 intelligences into 4 quotients: PQ, IQ, EQ, SQ, because whenever I used to ask any of my moms, आपको कैसा baby चाहिए? They used to say best. मुझे आज तक कोई मदर नहीं मिली जो कहे कि थोड़ा मोड़ा जैसा तैसा चलेगा. हर मदर कहती है मेरा बेबी बेस्ट होना चाहिए, चाहे वो मेरी काम वाली बाई हो, चाहे कोई बहुत इंटेलिजेंट एडुकेटेड वुमेन हो. हर मदर को बेस्ट बेबी उनके कॉन्शियसनेस से चाहिए होता है. बट व्हाट इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ बेस्ट? बिकॉज तब मुझे प्रॉब्लम हुई कि बेस्ट तो इन्होंने कह दिया और मैंने कहा भी हाँ बेस्ट बेबी को अपने क्रिएट करने की कोशिश करेंगे, बट व्हाट इज द डेफिनेशन? एंड दैट gave me food for thought and some divine insight out of nowhere. मुझे डॉक्टर हार्वर्ड गार्डनर की कहाँ से याद आ गई, and then I just sat, and some divine insight which helped me in partitioning the 9 intelligence into these 4 quotients. PQ, physical quotient, is all about bodily kinesthetic. IQ is what? IQ is skill based technical know-how. So that is verbal, logical, visual and mathematical. Then comes EQ. EQ is emotional quotient. Relationship with myself, that's intrapersonal. Relationship with others, that is interpersonal. And as per our Jain religion, things don't end, emotions don't end between human being. It extends to the entire universe. Plants, animals and 5 elements of nature. That is naturalistic intelligence. And then comes SQ, spiritual quotient. That is my existential intelligence. So these 9 intelligences got divided into PQ, IQ, EQ and SQ. And when a mother focuses on all these 9 intelligences like this, then she's able to work on the PQ, IQ, EQ and SQ of the child in the womb. So now comes the most important part of my presentation. This was just a background कि हम जैन theories, जैन philosophy से कैसे हम PQ, IQ, EQ और SQ को develop कर सकते हैं. And for that I have already thanked, and with lot of gratitude सबने मेरा काम बहुत आसान कर दिया है. I just need to show the slides because everybody has spoken in great depth with so much of insight. So PQ is all about your bodily kinesthetic intelligence, your brain-body coordination. So brain-body coordination कैसे होगा? When you're having the right kind of diet. तो हमारा जैन धर्म जो है वो हर चीज की बात करता है. What, when, how and why to eat. Everything is covered in the Jain philosophy. अभी इसके ठीक पहले आदित्य जी was giving his presentation. He covered in great depth about the Jain food. फिर कब खाना चाहिए, कैसा खाना चाहिए, चौविहार होना चाहिए, सात्विक आहार होना चाहिए, अहिंसा का पालन होना चाहिए, भोजन विधि सही होनी चाहिए, देश काल के अनुकूल हमारा आहार होना चाहिए. Everything is covered in the Jain philosophy. So when a mother eats like this, then her PQ gets developed. Then again, proper sleep cycle is very important part of PQ. So हमारा Jain dharma is all about circadian rhythm, which we have spoken in great depth since morning. Then adequate exercising and breath work, which is like yoga, pranayam, हमारा कायोत्सर्ग है, तप है, संयम है, प्राण संयम है. All these things we focus a lot in our Jain principles. ये सब हमारे Jain principles का ही है. And focuses on brain-body coordination. When we take so much of care with the sattvic diet, circadian rhythm and everything, our body is not a slave Our body, it does not make, like, we are not a slave to our body. Our body is able to, like, handle all the things that we want our body to do. So the brain body coordination works really, really well. So when we follow all our Jain principles very well, we are able to develop the PQ of the child. Coming to IQ. So Jain doctrine recognizes intellectual intelligence as a skill-based faculty concerned with different parts of the brain, refined through conscious effort, that is पुरुषार्थ, and disciplined practice, that is तप. पुरुषार्थ और तप के द्वारा हम अपने लॉजिकल इंटेलिजेंस को, हम अपने इंटेलेक्चुअल इंटेलिजेंस को बहुत अच्छे से डेवलप कर सकते हैं. लॉजिकल स्किल्स, लॉजिकल इंटेलिजेंस डेवलप थ्रू विवेक एंड युक्ति, by activation of left brain, by solving puzzles, brain teasers, mathematical competitions, taking interest in strategy games like chess. When mothers do all these things, all these activities while she's pregnant, she's able to activate the left brain, the logical brain of the child. Coming to linguistic skills, हमारे शुद्ध ज्ञान है, knowledge gained through listening, reading, and all these things. So mother is able to transfer the linguistic skills. I have got mothers who learn Sanskrit. और बच्चे जब पैदा होते हैं, सीरियसली वो नॉर्मल बातें नहीं करते हैं, वो श्लोक बोलते हैं. 1.5 साल का बच्चा ऐसा श्लोक बोलता है कि आप खुद दंग रह जाओगे. और मदर बोलती मुझे तो आता ही नहीं है. तो भाई आप नहीं सीख रहे थे, आप खाली सुन रहे थे. सीख वो रहा था, जिसे सीखना है वो सीख रहा था. सो आई हैव गॉट माय मदर्स हु लर्न जर्मन, हु लर्न स्पेनिश, हु लर्न संस्कृत, एंड the child speaks it so flawlessly when they are born because they learn everything in the womb. Then musical skills. Jain philosophy acknowledges the power of music, naad, and its impact of mental purity. And then comes spatial skills. Spatial skills is all about the higher level, higher order thinking where you can visualize things really, really well. So these skills together help in the overall development of the brain and leads to the increase in the intellectual quotient of the fetus. Coming to EQ. Jain philosophy works in great depth about EQ. When we talk about interpersonal skills, forgiveness, gratitude, and unconditional love, these are three pillars of interpersonal skill. हमारा प्रतिक्रमण, कृतज्ञ भाव और हमारा निस्वार्थ जो प्रेम है, ये जैन धर्म के बेसिक प्रिंसिपल्स है जो हमें इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स सिखाते हैं. Coming to intrapersonal skills, हमारा जो अनेकांतवाद का जो philosophy है, where we don't want to impose ourselves on everybody, where we see everything in their own perspective, that helps us to develop our intrapersonal skills. हमारा जो समभाव की philosophy है, जहाँ हम हर चीज को एक बैलेंस पर्सपेक्टिव से देखने की कोशिश करते हैं, that helps us to develop our intrapersonal skills. समायिक, inner reflections, these are small things जो हमारी चर्या में already included है, जो हमें intrapersonal skills develop करने में help करता है. Naturalistic, इसके बारे में तो मुझे बताना ही नहीं है. जैन धर्म जितना केयर करता है अबाउट द वर्ल्ड एट लार्ज, उतना कोई भी नहीं करता. राइट हमारा जो अहिंसा का कॉन्सेप्ट है, जीव दया का कॉन्सेप्ट है, ये सब हमारे नेचुरल स्किल्स को ब्यूटिफुली डेवलप करता है. एंड देन कमिंग टू फाइनली द एग्जिस्टेंशियल स्किल्स. सो जो जैन धर्म का कॉन्सेप्ट है सोल एंड बॉडी के बारे में, और अभी आगे और प्रेजेंटेशंस भी होने वाले हैं जिसमें हम इसको और बहुत डिटेल में समझने वाले हैं. तो एग्जिस्टेंशियल स्किल्स के बारे में जैन धर्म बहुत ब्यूटीफुली हमें एक्सप्लेन करता है, जो हम ध्यान के द्वारा, मंत्र चैंटिंग के द्वारा, प्रार्थना, मौन, सेवा, स्वाध्याय, समायिक, प्रतिक्रमण, हमारे पास अमेजिंग टूल्स है बाय विच वी कैन डेवलप आवर ओन IQ. एंड ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दिस आई हैव, अच्छा मदर जो है वो जो चाहे, आई गिव द ऑप्शन टू माई मदर, आपको क्या चाहिए आपको बेबी में डेवलप करना है. दे प्रिपेयर देयर ओन लिस्ट. I want my child to be great at music, this. Then they prepare their beautiful daily routine. They start working on those activities. And not necessarily the mother learns, but the child learns for sure. And finally, on the basis of all these things, I developed my app. And in this, the mothers get activities, 9 activities or 9 intelligence on a daily basis, by which the neural pathways of the brain gets developed. So, this is my final slide. By implementing the Jain way of living marked by discipline, tap, sanyam, aparigrah, conscious conduct, the expectant mother transforms pregnancy from a biological process to a sacred journey of soul-to-soul transmission. The womb thus becomes not merely a physical space, but a spiritual classroom where the foundations of holistic intelligence are gently yet powerfully laid. So this was a small presentation. If you want to learn more, know more about Garbh Sanskar, you can grab a copy of my book, which is available on Amazon. It's Manifestation Through Garbh Sanskar. And thank you so much. I feel like exceeded a couple of minutes. I'm sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you. Jai Jinendra.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jaiswal. I know you were running a tough race here. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee on the subject, on the topic, Bridging Traditions, Jain Psychological Concepts and Homeopathic Approaches to Emotional Suppression and Psychosomatic Health.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abhijit.
Good afternoon to all of you, respected speakers, distinguished guest, and dear student. I'm a homeopathist and a psychometrician. I'm a it is okay? Okay. I'm a homeopathist, psychometrician, and working as a professor in Homeopathic Medical College, Sumandeep Homeopathic Medical College, in Metria Medica. Metria Medica means that is the medicine of homeopathy. That is called Metria Medica. I'm the HOD there. And I'm also a student, a PhD student of Jain philosophy, first year. As we know, we can start. As we know that Jainism is a 3,000 years tradition, culture, very structured form, where the ethical value, spiritual freedom are marked. Ahimsa, Anikantavad, Shayadbad, and Karma theory, which is already practiced. On other hand, homeopathy. Homeopathy is a very modern medical science, only 230 years, invented at Germany, 1796, and WHO, World Health Organization, already given as a second largest alternative system of the medicines. 100 countries worldwide practice homeopathy, and 27% remarkable annual growth in homeopathic medicine companies are there, so the consumptions are more worldwide. In next 12 minutes, I will connect the Jain philosophy and the homeopathic philosophy to show how the ancient wisdom and the modern science can work hands in hand to promote holistic health and ethical living. So already I have completed that. So emotion. Emotion is a key factor today. It can break, it can make a health, mind, and our personality. In homeopathy, the mind and emotion hold the very important factor for the identification of the medicines and identification of the disease too, and the progress of the disease. And particularly emotions create a equilibrium with our physical body, and when that equilibrium happen, we are called healthy, and when that equilibrium disbalance, we become disease condition. So we make it 3 pillars: a vision expanding health beyond the physical, a balance, harmonized body, mind and consciousness, and growth, the fostering the emotional transformation. These principles empower the practitioners and the patient towards the compassionate comprehension and enduring the wellness. So a wellness model. It is not change. Yes. Homeopathic principle, there are 3 pillars. we consider constitution, individualizations, and the miasm. Let me explain. Constitutions means which we inherit. Disease ऐसे ही तैयार नहीं होता है. We inherit the property from our paternal and maternal side, and the environmental factors particularly modified that. We have an example of COVID. Lots of beloved person we have lost, but many have exposed. Almost we all have exposed, but few are got affected and few are cured by own. Why that disparity happen? Any personal relations with COVID? No, it is due to our constitutions, because our constitutional effect and resistance of that particular disease, that is the most important things. So for homeopathic treatment and practice, we prioritize the constitution of an individual. According to the constitution, we prescribe the medicines. Another most important, that is the individualizations. We have a different taste, we have a different nature, we have a different expressions. So our medicines also different. We have a different 3% having the diabetic mellitus, but the medicines will be different for the homeopathy according to the constitutional factors and environmental modifications. And another most important thing, the miasmatical factor, where I going to tally with the Jain philosophy and the part. Miasm particularly, that is the main disease factor, psora, syphilis and psychosis, which is the main factor for development of the disease. Psora cause the functional disturbances we all have, and the miasm, if you go through the dictionary meaning, it is the disease producing power. Psora is the functional disorders, psychosis mainly cause the extra growth, and the syphilis particularly cause the distractions. And when we go to the Jain philosophical framework, Kashaya, that is the anger, grievance, these are the part which is called the susceptibility, and the emotional component which is comes under the Shora. When we are not able to control that, then expression part and exaggerations part happen, that will come under the psychotic nature. Karmic reflux also we can incorporate in the miasmatical theory. So in the syphilitic part particularly explain the distractions, all the destructive part. It may be self-destructions or the destructions of the others, and the physiological and pathological area also. And that also cover in the Jain philosophy. Try to understand that all the emotional bondage, that karmic influx and the bondage of the emotions, without the freeness of the bondage, it is very difficult to liberate. So in the medicines, in the homeopathic point of view, when we prescribe the medicines, we should understand the depthness of the emotions and how the emotional component particularly modified into the disease part. Same conditions, different constitutions, and the different medications. We believe that we don't have any specific medications for the fever, for the diabetes, for the anything. Individual person have a individual disease development according to the constitution and the miasmatical background, so that their medicines will be different. So suppose the acute anxiety may be and depression may be the same, but the cause of the anxiety and depression will indicate the different style of the medicine, which is constitutional medicine, which can cure the root cause, and we can say the karmic influx or the bondage of that particular karma. I think just a minute. I will explain one case where she had a complaint of hypertension with osteoarthritis for the 7 years. We know that we have a specific medicines of the diabetic mellitus. We have a hypertension, osteoarthritis for the pain reliever, anything, we all that, and patient also have taken that. How the emotional influence or emotional reflections can modify the symptoms that I want to show in that particular case. 58 years old lady with a widow from the Rajkot, a name I have changed, hypertension with osteoarthritis. She had a history of fall and injury. So after the case taking in homeopathy, there is a long case taking, present history, past history, personal choices, and after that we have given a medicine of arnica, which is very popular nowadays. Arnica have a property to the muscle relaxations, as well as the if there is any hemorrhage, that can reduce. So after given of the arnica, patient complaint reduced. But we have came to know that the every 3-4 months the complaints are recurring, same pain, but there was no change in the hypertension level or any pathological level. The pain reduced temporarily. So we have retake the case after the 6 months. We have retake the case. So after the retaking, so after the retaking the case, there was no depressions. Suddenly her husband died, but there was no depression as an age-related problem, age-related scenario. Her husband died, so there is nothing issue, no depression. So we cannot focus on the depression part. But we are not able to relieve the pain, and we are not able to relieve the symptoms. That is the fact. So according to the homeopathy, we dissect the emotional plane, and after the emotional dissections, we ask few questions कि जब ये incident आपके साथ हुआ, the death हुआ, तो what was the situation? Can you explain that? So she mentioned that सुबह का time था 4:30. Suddenly उनका husband उसको बोला कि छाती में दर्द है, एक ग्लास पानी मिलेगा? तो वो बोला कि मैं डॉक्टर को बुला के लेके आऊं। बोलो नहीं, डॉक्टर को बुलाने का जरूरत नहीं है, आप पानी लेके आइए, आई एम फाइन। तो पानी लेने के लिए गया और आने के बाद देखा कि ही वाज नो मोर, गुजर गए हैं। पानी लेके आए और दैट वाज ए सडन कार्डियक अरेस्ट हैपन। फॉर होम्योपैथिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू इट वाज ए इवेंट, it was an event of a person. But how we interpret that particular thing? She mentioned that 2-3 points. I don't have any regret ki the death hua. That is not an important thing. But we have a 32 years togetherness. मुझे पानी लेने के लिए उसने बोला और आने के बाद थोड़ा वेट नहीं कर सकते थे. That was the reflections and the emotional expressions of that lady. Now, how we interpret in the homeopathy, that is not a grief, that is a silent grief, and we say it is a sweetness of the face of grief. There was no revenge, no self-destruction, no destruction to others. आपने किया, आपने किया, आपने किया, अपने लिए मेरे ये चीज हुआ, nothing. It is come to her. So anger and violence, 2 minutes. Anger and violence, after giving the Staphysagia was the medicines. After giving that medicines, pain reduce. How? Pain is a threshold. Pain, we cannot measure the pain. Pain is a threshold. When the emotional rigidity and the bondage, according to the karma, that reduce, the pain will reduce. So pain reduce, hypertension part also reduce, but one thing remember, that is an age related process. What are the changes? We cannot reduce that. And the patient was better. Yes, this is the correlation. Kashaya, we can connect with the emotional suppressions, karma, that is the miasmatical predisposition, sora, syphilis, and psychosis. Shammayakva, that the meditation, Sabhava, that is the vital harmony, and Ahimsa, that are ethical regulation, minimize the conflict and the guilt. And Jiva, that is the soul, which is the vital force. We consider in homeopathy, inside our body one vital force is there which is controlling the total system, and that create a balance, that is health. When the disharmony happen, vital force derange, that is disease. And for regaining the health, we need to restitute the vital force. That is the correlation. I want to conclude my presentation from a Rishi Aurobindo quotations. The spirit within us is the only all efficient doctor, and submissions of the body to it the one true panacea. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee. Very enlightening. I have to apologize, but because of the time stacking up this afternoon, I have to leave. Dr. Rathi has agreed to continue to chair and moderate this session. But unfortunately, Dr. Modi and myself and several others have to leave right now. So kindly excuse us and please continue with the program.
Okay. No, it's okay.
Okay, we continue with our next session. Now we invite Dr. Pradanya. Her title is Nigoda to Neurotransmitter, Translating Jain Ethics into Chronobiological Nutrition and Microbiome Health. Ma'am, please.
Namaste. Welcome to your mind and soul. Whenever we have seen so many cases, Doctor just mentioned, we have finished our studies, but we happen to understand that there is something beyond the body. Sir did very intent, deep research on how one person can survive without so-called scientifically needed food and be okay biologically in all terms of blood and body. So there was an always question inside of me, and all of you who are present here, I saw one pediatrician madam who's talking about lifestyle changes and holistic approach. I saw some homeopathy doctor. I feel fortunate to be a part of this crowd who understands this language. I thank His Holiness Acharya Shri Naratna Sureshwarji. One of my greatest blessings have been, I'm not a Jain, but I have had a privilege of working with Jain Swamijis very closely, with which I have been able to understand what are the do's, what are the don'ts, and to what extent so passionately they are following it, to what extent they are so kind to. That's why it is my topic today, Nigoda, to jivas which you can't even see. अरे चल लिया तो क्या होगा पता नहीं. यहाँ पे आज के दिन कलयुग में we see people are like eating up the other human being, and literally, and I see this kind of crazy people and I feel mesmerized and I feel so honored to be able to do a little bit of justice, to be a little bit of some use to these people. And I thank Acharya Shri Ji for giving me all the blessings, all the support, all the lessons, and a lot of grace. for all the things that I have been trying to practice and learn from him. Our topic today is Nigodu to neurotransmitters. As Dr. Sonal has already mentioned, so much of it has already been very beautifully, very elaborately, very relentlessly, already has been established, explained. I'll just do my bit, and I thank the organizers again for allowing me to be here. Translating Jain ethics into chronobiological nutrition and microgenomic health. Objective of this talk, I'll take one more case example wherein I had a patient who happens to be a Jain, and he came with acidity, okay, which was not curable. He went to Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, which is one of the best for GI tract disorders, and he was not getting any results. He got to many other centers. Now this is very simple acidity was not being responded at the best of the best institutions. So we have this place wherein we have multiple formats where we are finding cure for kidney disorders, cure for cancer, cure. A simple acidity was not being resolved. He was suffering with it since 14 years. Okay, and this is a true case I'm giving. Fine. So he came to me in a matter of 10 minutes. I speak a lot to them. I try to understand what is their problem beyond their perception of what is happening. So in a matter of 10 to 15 minutes, he got a call, maybe not less than 15 to 20 times. He had to talk to me and he had to attend the calls. So he was not at one place. So what do you talk about mindfulness? He was not alive at all. So what do you expect him to eat, and what do you expect him to digest, and what is the point of he going to an Asian Institute of Gastroenterology or any other place when you're eating not right, when you're not even knowing what you're eating? When recently sir explained so beautifully, it is all about multi-dimension approach towards what you are, what you eat, and how do you digest. So that comes to the solution of a problem कि आपको एसिडिटी हो रहा है, किस लिए हो रहा है, आप बराबर से खा रहे हो, क्या खा रहे हो बाद में, are you eating it right, are you eating on time? No, I'm not having time for lunch, I'm so busy earning money, I'm so busy maintaining, I have a very big business. I understand, but you have a problem and tablet is not the solution. And this is why we tried to come to a place wherein I started researching more towards what more exists beyond the disease and just the treatment concepts. So here we come. We want to see how ancient Jain rituals and tools can help in act as evidence-based tools for preventive health. Heart attack आया, उसके बाद में आप बड़ा सा नारायण हृदयालय बनाएंगे, उससे पहले आप कुछ कर सकते हैं. We are here to see that, and I see so beautiful research scholars and Sumandeep supporting the research objectives for preventive health, which is the need of the hour. Mental resilience, go through all the difficulties what we have, ethical living, ecological sustainability. खाली मैं अकेली जिंदा नहीं रहना है. I have to have the whole ecosystem. Only with the people, with the other jivas, I'm going to grow. We are interdependent, and these are the tools that we have. We are here to explore and learn, and this is the objective of my talk. Need of addressal at a time when humanity is searching for sustainable solutions, as we mentioned, ignoring a living tradition built on restraint, awareness, non-violence is no longer an academic gap. It is a societal at risk. We all have already read this in multiple times since morning. WHO definition: health is not just when my blood reports are normal. There are several people you also might have known. Sara report normal hai. अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है. If something is not right, I'm not in peace, I'm not fine, I'm not able to eat, I'm not. बस थोड़ी सी एसिडिटी है, ब्लड रिपोर्ट सब नॉर्मल है, शुगर थोड़ा सा बड़ा है, बीपी थोड़ा सा हाई है, एक टैबलेट ले रहा हूँ, एक शुगर ले रहा हूँ, बस सब बाकी सब मस्त, everything else is fine. WHO focuses, as well as Ayurveda, as well as Jain philosophy, focuses on well-being at multi-dimensions and not just your body existence. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. मेरा ब्लड रिपोर्ट नॉर्मल है, रोज सुबह उठ के मैं अपने पति से झगड़ा करूंगी, अपने बेटे से पीटूंगी, then I'm not healthy. समदोषः समाग्निश्च समधातु मलक्रियः प्रसन्नात्मेन्द्रिय मनाः स्वस्थ इत्यभिधीयते. This is what even in Ayurveda we believe, and that's where we correlate, and that's how I'm mesmerized with the principles which coordinate and correlate with Ayurveda, wherein prasanna atma, prasanna indriya, स्वस्थ होने के लिए ये दोनों भी बहुत ज़रूरी है, along with samadosha samagni. Why we need an approach to health in a different order? There are rising disorders. Every day we have more challenging difficulties. India is diabetic capital. We are so proud to say that. And Madam spoke so detailed about how to reverse lifestyle disorders. She absolutely nailed it with multi-dimension approach, A to Z. There was nothing that she left. And there is a need for such a thing. And there are lots of, not everyone understand this kind of approach. Lifestyle diseases are on rise. Root cause, nobody is interested to understand. So we need a different approach. The methodology of Jainism has already been requested by Sir, and I really wish such approaches should be improved and applied. When we talk about somebody coming to your clinic कि मुझे कुछ हुआ है, कुछ अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, शुगर ज़्यादा बढ़ा है, किडनी डिसऑर्डर है, कॉन्स्टिपेशन है, डाइजेस्टिव डिसऑर्डर्स, लाइफस्टाइल डिसऑर्डर्स आई डू वर्क अ लॉट विथ. आई ऑलवेज सी कि मेटाबॉलिज्म में क्या है, वो कितने बजे सो रहे हैं. देयर वाज वन स्किन कंडीशन आई एम जस्ट रिमेंबरिंग, अ गर्ल ऑफ 9 years old, उनका खुद का क्यूरक्यूमिन का बिजनेस है, एंड शी वॉज नॉट sleeping early, she was sleeping late, and she was not having enough sleep. In Ayurveda we talk nidra as medicine, kala as medicine, ahara as medicine. Okay, so coming to the place wherein the girl was not sleeping, she had extreme amount of kushta, where she had a lot of itching all over the body. She would not be able to sleep in the night, and because she would not be able to sleep, it would increase. Just in 2 days, I gave her a lot of proper medicated ghee, and I gave her to sleep for 11 hours. Please note, when children are made to sleep for proper long duration, they rest well, their hormones are at better place, growth hormone increases, and within 3 days, her itching was reduced, please note, by 90%. By 90%, very simple medicines, very simple thing. That acidity wala uncle, उनको भी मैंने खाली हिंगोष्टक चूर्ण लिया, और उनको मैंने खाली बोला टाइम पे खाओ, खाने के टाइम पे मोबाइल बंद रख के खाओ, और 15 मिनट टाइम दे के खाओ. That's all. And within 15 days, he forgot all the institutions across the world, and he was so die-hard fan. ये चूर्ण में है क्या? He literally came to me and like, ऐसे क्या किया है? What have you done? Have you added any steroids? I said, ये आपके किचन का सारा नुस्खा है. You have changed what you have changed. I have done nothing. मैंने कोई steroids नहीं दिया है, मैंने आपको कोई जादू टोना नहीं किया है. I've just done the science. He is a Jain, and I just told you, this is what you are supposed to learn and teach all of us. That's all I have done. Ancient wisdom contains these principles of ahimsa, tapas, bhav, ethical eating. We have spoken enough on them, so I would be just skipping them. Jain ontology, nigoda, which is invisible but is all prevalent. हम देखते हैं, सोचते हैं, perceive करते हैं, only not just by our 5 sense organs, by we perceive by our intelligence, we perceive by our yukti, we perceive by anumana. And now I'm talking about not the science microbiomes, the science wherein Acharyas, Mahavir Swami, everyone created the principles of Nigoda when we could not even see. There were some kind of organisms beyond. Somebody spoke about frequency. We all are frequency beings. We all are energy. ये सारी चीजें उन्होंने तभी किया जब हमारे पास साइंस का, रिसर्च का स्ट्रक्चर कुछ भी नहीं था. जस्ट विद द केवल ज्ञान दे वर एबल टू सी द थिंग्स विच आर बियॉन्ड आर फिजिकल, इमोशनल, सेंस ऑर्गनल परसेप्शन, and they are present everywhere, and dietary restraint actually regulates them and gives them an extra edge so that they are symbiotically helping us. Philosophical meaning of Nigoda. These are some microbiome immune cross-sectional studies that have been found. The microbiome theory is just not even 100 years old. 1908 में हमें microbiome और immune में कुछ system है समझ में आता है, DNA structure समझ में आता है. 2010 में हमें मेटाजेनोमिक्स के लिए एक नोबेल प्राइज मिलता है. 12 में हेल्दी बेसलाइन का क्या आपको माइक्रोबियोम होना चाहिए इज just 10 years old. We are already spoken. अगर हमारे पास 100 ट्रिलियन सेल्स है इंटू 10 टाइम्स आर वी होस्ट माइक्रोबियोम्स, तो हमारे जितने जीन्स है उससे 10 टाइम्स उनके जीन ज़्यादा है. तो जितना जेनोमिक्स में अपना डीएनए एक्सप्रेस करती हूँ उतना 10 टाइम्स जो जीन्स में होस्ट करती हूँ, दैट दोज पीपल आर एक्सप्रेसिंग द वे आई थिंक, द वे माई इम्यूनिटी वर्क्स, द वे आई फील, द वे आई have my strength and many things more. Gut-brain axis, neurotransmitters, 90% of our feel-good hormones, GABA, acetylcholine, dopamine are produced in our gut. There are multiple places where we have these microbiomes, including our skin. So 90% हमारे feel-good hormones are not produced by the food we take, but by the microbiomes that we host. Actually, in that case, we are not hosting them because they are 10 times more in number. They are actually hosting us.
Ma'am, please sum up in 1 minute.
Yeah. Jain principles of ahimsa minimizes biological disruption of these kind of microbiomes which are supporting us. Fasting does autophagy and microbial reset and metabolic recalibration happens and thus supports us. Simple food reduce antigen and inflammatory load is reduced. Mindful eating, parasympathetic nervous activation and system dominance is supported. Ayurveda talks about Agni and time as treatment. When you have right Agni, you have Sama Avastha and right kind of bacteria. When you have imbalance Agni, you have Ama Dosha, you have Roga Avastha, and you have microbial disturbances. Modern research, we have already spoken on this. So plant-based food, actually आप जो खाना खाते हैं वो आपके लिए है, जो अगर plant का आप खाते हो, fiber आप खाते हो, वो अपने microbiomes के लिए है, जो आपके लिए ज़रूरी है. Wellness is not about adding superfoods. It's not about waging a chronic war inside of your own body. Conclusion: conscious application of timeless wisdom is a need of the hour. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we move towards our next presentation of Dr. Sailesh Mehta, sir. His topic is Bhed Gyan, Journey of Holistic Wellbeing till Samadhi Maran, Natural Salankhna.
So, good evening to everybody. As we start, my topic may sound a little different to you. Before beginning, as I had the conversation, just I'm asking you, how many of you have heard the word Bhed Vignan or Bhed Gnan or Atma Anatma Vivek? Please raise the hands. Yes, there are quite a few. I am happy. So those who have not heard, let me tell you, don't feel that it is something very deep, something very difficult. So we had just a little conversation with Sonal madam. So I just was discussing that what's easy, to know yourself or to know others. To go to your home, can it be difficult? No, it has to be easy. With that note, humorously, I was talking initially that nature has given me the opportunity to work with the outer eye, inner eye, small eye, that is my ego, and big eye, that is my pure self. So at the outset, I must bow to Lord Sri Simandar Swami Prabhu, who is at present traversing in Mahavidya Kshetra, and Mahavir Swami Prabhu is Siddha, because for this knowledge or to become functional in me, I have to connect with those energies who are the enlightened energies of the universe, and this is the way I am connecting. So, Bhed Gnan, what is the Bhed Gnan or Atma Anatma Vivek? So, initially when I was asked, I said, my name is Sailesh. So, then the person asked me, then who are you then? If it is my name, then who are you? So, we say my mind, my speech, my body, my car, my bungalow, my feelings, my karmas, and even my ego. Who is I then? So I was baffled. So then the question came that is it a small mistake or it is a blunder not to know who am I really, what is my true nature and what are the attributes of it. So Ved Vignan is the discernment or the knowledge which discriminates or differentiates the relative self. The Shastra uses word Jiva and Ajiva, but that is confusing. This is Ajiva, then what is this speaking to you? This is a mixture of the two. So pure self, so relative self, that is my mind, speech, body, name belonging, attachments, all the karmic bonds, and I as a pure self or the true self, and Atma, Anatma Vivek, based on the qualities of each one of that, and how its transformational effects can lead to holistic well-being. People have talked various perspectives. I am taking a different root cause perspective, how it can lead to holistic well-being throughout life, ultimately leading to samadhi maran or a peaceful transfer, akin serving as a natural savlekhana. It is an ongoing observational study of my own, almost spanning 48 years. I was introduced to this. I have my own experiential journey since 1977 till that. So when the presentation was made, 25th January, and thousands of aspirants having this vision or practicing Ved Gnan in India and spread across the globe, all age groups, right from 15, 16, even I would say even younger than that, but I would not mention that. Up till 99, I have seen and they are present, male and female, born Jains and non-Jains, having different backgrounds and different beliefs. Majority though having Indian roots, there are few others who are foreigners or non-Indians also. So holistic well-being, everybody has talked, but I am going to talk the effects at all the levels of this Bheda Vignan or the holistic science as such. So when we know that the negatives are having the adverse effect, if I examine my day, do I have criticism for anybody? Do I have aversion or hatred or rivalry or revenge for anybody? Am I getting upset at any situation? If I am not given 15 minutes and if because of time only 10 minutes are given, do I get upset? So all this has the effects on my system. Positives, that is helping attitude. Mahavir said yoga upyoga paropkaro. Vivekanand said those who live for others really live. So helping attitudes, friendliness, love, care, share, how they do have the positive effects. So just going very speedily, in the morning Sudhir Bhai mentioned about these things, that how mind through brain gets connected to body. It is through nervous system, through the endocrinal system, and stress releases several hormones also. I am not going into detail. The people have, there are three types of bodies: gross body, electrical body, energy body, aura body or the Tejas Sharir, and the causal body. Many people have also studied the Leshias or aura body, and they are different in when I am angry or when I am in a negative mode, and they are different in a positive mode. Genetic pathways also are talked, so I am not going into detail. Sudhir Bhai, but now the important part of my talk comes here, that there is an outside world. The things are happening. I am perceiving through five senses, and my inner machinery processes it. Humorously, if I ask you a question, who is driving you? What would be your answer? Just imagine there is no time to interact, so I am not interacting. So somebody says, my wife drives me, husband, the wife says, husband drives me, on a lighter note. But this is the inner machinery. Body is being driven, mind, intellect, reflective consciousness, ego, which is driving me. But the most important part is the filter in between. That is the filter of vision or belief or understanding. That is where the enlightened ones just look at that. If I have the wrong vision, mithya drashti, if I have the incorrect understanding, everything will be on the wrong side no matter what I do. If I have the correct understanding, right belief, samyak drashti, or then everything will change. So having said that, let us also have a look how my inner world is functioning. So as I said, I have the inner machinery in the form of mind, reflective consciousness, intellect and ego. they are under the influence of my beliefs and opinions. Just imagine that my whole life has several beliefs and physiological and psychological effects arising out of beliefs. Now they say we are under the influence of your intent or motive. All of us are sitting here. The people may have different motives also. And they say that we are not also standing alone. We are influenced by your subtle inner weaknesses like anger, pride, greed, deceit. And this is where the dhyan, artha dhyan, raudra dhyan, dharma dhyan or shukla dhyan, that is an inner state of being, comes into play. But at the root cause, what is most important is my belief about who am I. That is, people are talking about mindfulness, people are talking about awareness, very good. But if I can know this, I think everything changes. So the Bheda Jnana is there, which discerns my relative self and real self by its qualities, separate I and my with the Bheda Jnana. So as I said, whatever I am terming as my mind, my speech, my body, my feelings, my karmas, and on the other side is I. So this is where even the scriptures have said that this is the simple way to have the self-realization. And Mahavir's Diksha mantra, ego me shasho appa gnana dansanam sanjuo, it also talks about the same thing. So there are several references, those who are interested, Samaisar, Kalas, Gnansar, and even Gita, Krishna talks of Kshetrajna and Kshetra, Shankaracharya also talks of the same thing. Now the question for all of us is, how it can be practical, how it can be acquired, and whether it remains functional in my daily living. So again, my experience and the science is very simple, that if somebody who is knowing it and who is living it can help you to have the Ved Vignan, then with the 5 precepts, it makes a complete experiment. First is relative viewpoint. Who is talking to you is a relative. I as a real is just the knower and seer. And I also have to see with the vision that all of you are relative scholars, dignitaries and aspirants, and really you are all pure soul self, as pure as Mahavir or Krishna or whomsoever you are believing. So these 2 viewpoints in a scriptural language, they are termed as Vyavhar Nai or Vyavhar Drashti, Nischay Drashti. It reaches up to the Keval Jnana. The third is how the things happen. Sometimes the things are according to my expectations, sometimes they are not, and I am puzzled. So it's a whole natural regulatory system. The scripture says as federal causes. In a simple term, it is scientific circumstantial evidences, how I have to deal with the outer and inner situations, including people. So dispose your files amicable with equanimity and with the awareness of the pure soul self. So this addresses the root cause. The people talk about leaves, people talk about fruits, people talk about trunk. That is what we have been doing since morning. But enlightened ones try to address the root. Where is the root cause? And that will change everything. All the results will be effortless. So this is what I am going to describe in the coming slides. These are all real life situations, real life experiences I am going to talk. So based on my personal journey, as well as I have come in interactions with so many hundreds and thousands of people in these 48 years. So physical well-being, I do not have the double-blind study, but I have definitely the data of this. The people having this vision, what is the prevalence rate of the diseases, what are the prevalence rate of unexpected deaths, and the other people, then especially its beneficial effects in critical illness and during death. Mind, we will discuss how the individual happiness, harmony and positivity is affected. So before having this knowledge, though I was having everything, I was having inner unrest or akulta, vyakulta. After having this, I started with the nirakulta, that is termed as the inner bliss. This vision makes my inner conscious free of the clashes, puzzles or adverse effects of the happenings. At the familial level, the families have become harmonious like a heaven. So transformation, talking more about the transformational journey, how would we measure the spiritual aspect of this? Once I talked as inner bliss, then awareness and inner steadiness in real self. Whatever is happening outside and the effects inside my mind or relative inner self, I try to remain as a Shuddhatma or a pure self, and that results in the qualities like harmony, equanimity, forgiveness, or pure love in the relative self. We are talking of all of these things. But I ask myself, how can I achieve this easily, effortlessly, and scientifically? So this gives me the answer that with this vision, these will be the results. So it takes me from Artha and Raudra Dhyan to Dharma Dhyan and Shukla Dhyan. Artha Dhyan is the self-disturbing state of being. Raudra Dhyan is disturbing to others as well as my inner rage reactions. Dharma Dhyan is keeping me harmonious, balanced and equanimous in different situations. And Shukla Dhyan is my awareness of the pure soul self. I have put my own clock here, so I'll take only so I'll skip over some parts and take some real life case studies. So this lady I met on 31st December, just last month, and 1st January. She's from Sweden, works in a Volvo at a very high position, non-Jain, no background, not heard the word of Arihant. I had on first day 1.5 hours conversation. Second day she was very keen, so we had the Ved Vignan Prayog, and this is her message on 15 January. Discussions and simple principles you transmitted have been life-changing. I see the difference between relative and true self. I understand life better through natural laws. I ask for forgiveness to everyone I have hurt or harmed. I am inspired constantly, accompanied by the image of Simandar Swami. Now this is the effect. I hardly met her for 4 hours in 2 days and no background. So another example, I know one person, Kushal Bhai, having very small flour mill, very poor person in our language, but very content, very happy within. Every day he was putting 1 rupee aside from his small earnings. One day he comes with 1,000 rupees to donate for the Gnandan. Now you can imagine what inner state it elevates to this thing. Now in critical conditions, this is the photograph taken on 25th January, just last week. This is a lady, 80 years, suffers anterior wall myocardial infarct. See the smile on her face. This is a photograph taken in the nursing home itself. And she says, I'm fine, I'm Shuddhatma, I'm just seeing what is unfolding. So this is a real life practical situations one can pass through. I also has my own experience. I was once had to undergo the small surgery. General anesthesia was given. I was not yet awake. I was just in a semi-conscious state. Somebody tested me that you have been operated and you must have pain. In that semi-conscious state, it came out, no, I am the pure soul self, free of the agonies and miseries. The body has undergone this. So there are many such examples. This is my mother, 90 years of age, and has almost 3 near-death experiences, but living happily and trying to remain as a pure soul self. This is Mr. Trivedi in the Tata Memorial Hospital to be operated for the 4th stage of esophagus cancer, and you can see the calm, and his son is trying to make him aware that you remain as the pure soul self and see what is unfolding to the body. Now coming to the last part of my presentation, because I was told that nobody is talking about Salekhana, you talk. So okay, well, I'll talk that part. So Salekhana, we are trying, what one is trying to get inside one's own self, detach from the other things, and to achieving that purpose, we are trying to leave everything and take the arduous course. Here, truthfully, I can say that during these 40 years, I have seen hundreds of deaths, and they are all Samadhi Maran, peaceful transfer, because there is no fear of death, because the body is different. I am pure soul self. Even though it is a hypothetical belief, it has profound effects. As a doctor, I have personally seen in front of my eyes, and I have heard. So almost all have Samadhi Maran and very peaceful transfer. And the second last thing I want to what we believe is when the medicine ends, try to keep the inner self elevated in a good parinati, in a Simandar Swami Bhakti or something. And I will leave this part. This has also big science, but I'll just mention one last example and leave my talk here. More we can interact personally. Once I was in a Duncan Greenville of USA, and I happened to visit one Satsangi Thakur Bhai Patel. He was also suffering from 4th stage lung cancer since very long time. So when I went there, he was smiling, he was passing through years. What he told me, a Patel, non-born Jain, but following this, he said, when you have come, please, I like to call all my family members, 3 sons, their wives, grandchildren, almost 2022. I will like to do pratikraman of everybody. I will like to do beg pardon, seeing Shuddhatma, so my accounts will be clear. I'll be ready to go. So preparing for that transfer of journey also happens. Thank you very much. I'm leaving some part of it, but I urge all of you that to my experience, I have continued my medical career. I'm still practicing. I'm still doing everything. This vision allows both to go parallel. The bird has 2 wings, the train runs on 2 parallel tracks. So the scripture or the vision, and even if somebody tells you leave everything, can you live? So both has to run parallel, relative and real. Vyavhar and Nishchay, it helps both. It is not hindering any other. And to me, it is the most simplest yet most profoundly effective science. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Sailesh Mehta. By the way, I changed my mind. I'm back here for the last speaker. So from end of life, we are going to go to the beginning of life, I think, over here on this topic by Shri Suman Bansal. The topic is tackling childhood myopia through Digi Vrat practices. Is that? Yeah, Vrat. Sorry.
सभी को मेरा सादर जय जिनेंद्र. A very good afternoon, rather good evening to all of you present here. I'm very fortunate to present a paper on tackling childhood myopia through Digivrat practices, and I really thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present here in this big forum. So I would like to start with darshan. Darshan क्या है? दर्शन का मतलब क्या है? दर्शन सीधा सीधा हमें दृष्टि से जोड़ता है. Whenever we talk about darshan, the first word which comes to our mind is drishti. What is drishti? Drishti gives us the vision to attain knowledge. When we talk from a practical or a medical standpoint, what is drishti? Drishti is the process of physical and mental well-being, because drishti is directly related to vision. तो जब तक हमारे पास विजन नहीं होगा, हमारे पास फिजिकल हेल्थ नहीं होगी. इफ देयर इज, अगर फिजिकल हेल्थ इम्पेयर्ड है, डेफिनेटली इट विल लीड टू कॉग्निटिव इम्पेयरमेंट. सो हियर आई वांट टू टॉक अबाउट a problem which is related with vision. Today, I want to talk about myopia. Myopia is a problem where a person develops a problem with the vision, जहां उसको पास का देखते देखते इतनी आदत नजदीक देखने की हो जाती है कि वो दूर का विजन साफ रहता ही नहीं. It becomes really very blurred. So today I am here to combine the ancient wisdom of Jain philosophy, Jain darshan, Jain drishti ko और medical science को combine करके I am here to present a paper on how do we tackle this recent phenomena. This is though not a very recent phenomena, but जिस कदर ये बढ़ रहा है, the extent to which it is developing makes us pause here and look at it from a very philosophical standpoint. Why is it that myopia is developing at such a fast rate? डेवलपमेंट आखिर क्यों हुआ? डेवलपमेंट इसीलिए हुआ बिकॉज इट वॉज नीडेड, इट वॉज रिक्वायर्ड कि इनोवेशन होना चाहिए, इट वॉज द नीड ऑफ द आवर. बट आज डेवलपमेंट इतना ज़्यादा होता जा रहा है दैट वी सी नॉट ओनली अडल्ट बट small children glued to screens, and because of that ग्लूइंग एस्पेक्ट इतना ज़्यादा बच्चे नियर फोकस वर्क कर रहे होते हैं आर्टिफिशियल लाइट के अंदर, ब्लू लाइट के अंदर, कि उनका विजन इम्पेयर्ड होता जा रहा है. जब उनका विजन ही इम्पेयर्ड होगा तो उनकी मेंटल ग्रोथ कैसे होगी? हाउ आर दे गोइंग टू बिकम डेवलप्ड? एंड विदाउट चिल्ड्रन बीइंग डेवलप्ड, हाउ डू वी एक्सपेक्ट सोसाइटी टू बी डेवलप्ड? हाउ डू वी एक्सपेक्ट द नेशन टू बी डेवलप्ड? और जब नेशन डेवलप होगा ही नहीं तो संस्कृति तो डेवलप हो ही नहीं सकती. So this problem which comes because as a byproduct of development, it needs a really philosophical introspection. Medical science is very important because medical science हमको इस प्रॉब्लम को डील करने में हेल्प कुछ हद तक करती है. अगर किसी को, जैसे मुझे मायोपिया है, आई फेस द प्रॉब्लम जहां मुझे दूर का कम दिखता है, सो आई हैव बीन गिवन दिस स्पेक्स. What is it doing? It is helping me to be able to, मेरी पोजीशन तो वैसी की वैसी ही है. It is just aiding me to see clearly. So medical science will help us to maintain the problem at its own level, but it cannot cure the problem from its root. So where do we need to work? We need to work at the root. We have to find out that section, we have to reach that root where we can actually prevent it. And prevention medical science में नहीं है. Prevention is there only in darshan. In which darshan? I would like to say all Bharatiya darshan provides us that drishti to deal with such a problem. But since we are talking about Jain philosophy, Jain darshan में व्रत को, तप को इतना इंपॉर्टेंस दिया गया है जितना किसी भी भारतीय और दर्शनों में नहीं दिया गया है. तब उसे कहते हैं जहां पर हम अपने आप को इतना तपाते हैं कि हमको उस चीज का अभ्यास पड़ जाता है, इतना अभ्यास पड़ जाता है कि वो हमारे अंदर घुल जाता है, मिल जाता है, हमारा हिस्सा बन जाता है. हमको एहसास ही नहीं होता कि हम फिजिकल बॉडी हैं. हम एक्चुअली उस लेवल पर चले जाते हैं जहां हमारा भेद ज्ञान जो अभी अभी हमने समझा, वी रियलाइज दैट वी आर द सेल्फ. सो हम दर्शन से इसको देखेंगे. नाउ वंस आई टॉक अबाउट फर्स्ट ओके, सो लेट्स टॉक अबाउट व्रत. व्रत क्या होता है? व्हाट इज व्रत? व्रत वो होता है जो हमें वृत्तियों से बचाता है. हम ऐसा सोच सकते हैं कि वृत्ति तो योग फिलॉसफी का वर्ड है, बट नो, वृत्ति मीन्स एनी टाइप ऑफ मेंटल मॉडिफिकेशंस जो हमारे समस्थिति से हमको हटाती है. तो व्रत वो होता है जो हमको वृत्तियों से बचाता है. इट इज जनरली रिलेटेड विद ओनली फूड फास्टिंग. लेकिन जैन फिलॉसफी में अगर हम जाके व्रत का मतलब समझें, तत्वार सूत्र में अगर हम जाके ढूंढेंगे, तो इट हेल्प्स अस टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट इट इज द कंसेप्ट ऑफ वॉलंटरी रिस्ट्रेंट एंड सेल्फ डिसिप्लिन टू प्यूरिफाई माइंड बाय regulating your actions by having total informed control on your senses. दर्शन हमें बताता है कि सिर्फ खाना ही हमारा भोजन नहीं है. वी इनटेक वेरियस काइंड ऑफ फूड फ्रॉम ऑल आवर सेंसेस. और जब तक हमारे सेंसेस पे हमारा कंट्रोल नहीं होगा तो हमारा आहार अच्छा नहीं होगा, जिसके रिपरकशंस हमें दिखेंगे. पुराने टाइम में ये रिपरकशंस लेट से नजर आते थे, बट जो आज का टाइम है इसमें मायोपिया जैसी प्रॉब्लम्स के जरिए ये रिपरकशंस हमें बहुत जल्दी, इनफैक्ट इंस्टेंट नजर आने लगे हैं. मायोपिया के रेट की अगर बात करूं तो इट हैज बीन कंसिडर्ड एज अ ग्लोबल एपिडेमिक. ये ग्लोबल एपिडेमिक इसीलिए है क्योंकि डेटा हमें ये बताता है कि जैसे जैसे इंटरनेट का पेनिट्रेशन बढ़ा है, the rate of myopia has expanded exponentially. In 2010, 1.45 billion population was suffering from myopia. In 2020, 2.6 billion people were suffering from myopia, and it is expected that by 2030, almost 4 billion people will be suffering from myopia. Can you imagine 50% of the population residing on earth and wearing spectacles? Because medical science हमको लेसिक दे सकती है, spectacles दे सकती है, कुछ drops दे सकती है, but it cannot prevent it. ऑलरेडी अगर मैं कुछ कंट्रीज की बात करूं जैसे चाइना, जापान, साउथ कोरिया एंड सिंगापुर, 80 to 90% of the adults are already suffering from myopia. And if I talk about children who are suffering from myopia in China, 15 years के जो बच्चे हैं, almost 79% of the children aged 15 years in China are already suffering from myopia. And सिंगापुर की बात करें तो 6 से 7 साल के बच्चे almost 30% बच्चे they are suffering from myopia. This is a very big wake up call that we need to act on finding those ways जहां पर हम उसको prevent कर सके. If I talk about India, 1999 में 4.4% of the children, urban children, aged 5 to 15 years were suffering from myopia. यही percentage 2019 में बढ़ जाता है and it reaches 21.15%. In 2030, it is estimated to be almost 32%, and by 2050, 49% of our young children 5 से 15 साल के बीच में myopia के शिकार हो जाएंगे. So, Jain philosophy is utmost needed in the form of Gun Vrat and Shiksha Vrat, which are the supporting vrats to fulfill the Anuvrats for the Shravak. So what is Digivrat? Here I introduce Digivrat, a conceptual framework of the ancient Gunvrat and Sikshavrat. So this is where I have tried to reinterpret the concept of Vrat in Jain philosophy in the digital concept. So digital age में our Digvrat becomes the digital boundaries Vrat. यहाँ digital boundaries Vrat. Everybody, not just the children, the adults also, the parents, the teachers in the school, all of us have to implement these Vrat. The first Vrat, digital boundaries Vrat. In this, what do? We restrict the type of devices we are giving for access to the children. ऐसी mobile devices like the smartphones or the tablets, we stop giving them to children. Rather, we give them fixed devices, desktops or TVs, जिसको वो एक fixed distance से देखेंगे. Once they will watch these devices from a fixed distance, it will help them get cut from the near focus work. It will ultimately help in other things also, लेकिन वो उनके vision को स्पेशली नियर फोकस वर्क पे डायरेक्टली काम करेगा. फिक्स डिवाइस होने की वजह से पेरेंट्स की मॉनिटरिंग भी बहुत ज्यादा रहेगी. नेक्स्ट इज द देशव्रत. देशव्रत कैन बी रीइंटरप्रेटेड एज डिजिटल जोन व्रत. डिजिटल, व्हाट इज डिजिटल जोन व्रत? एरियाज शुड बी मिनिमाइज्ड. नो एक्सेस इन द बेडरूम, जिससे नाइट स्क्रोलिंग बचेगी. नो एक्सेस इन द डाइनिंग एरिया. व्हाई? व्हाट विल हैपन? माइंडफुल ईटिंग. Parents and children interaction will happen. They will talk. Nobody will be busy just looking at their screens while eating. Eating will become mindful. Jain philosophy directly impact hogi. This is the biggest problem in attaining mindful ahar in these days, क्योंकि हम सभी कोई फोन पे बिजी रहते हैं या बात करने में या फिर फोन को देखने में. Once this vrat is into place, definitely nobody is going to look at the phone, because dining table पे तो phone allowed ही नहीं है. Once it is a rule, it becomes a rule. Similarly, no access in the washrooms. Everybody takes the phone to the washroom and बहुत लंबा time हम वहाँ spend कर देते हैं. So we have to figure out areas, zones. So next is the Anartha Dand Vrat. No purposeless calling. All of us do doom scrolling. We have to take such vrats in our life where na hi hum, because we have to set examples for the children by doing by adopting this व्रत. Then is the mindful daily usage व्रत. जैसे हम सामायिक का व्रत लेते हैं, उसी तरीके से हमको structured sessions, mindfully interrupted digital sessions लेने होंगे with compulsory visual break. Medical science gives us 20-20-20 rule, which means every 20 minute में 20 seconds का break to look at things which are 20 feet away from your eyes. So यहाँ हम मेडिकल साइंस को इंटरप्रेट करेंगे अपने सामाहिक व्रत के साथ. नेक्स्ट इज द डिजिटल फास्टिंग व्रत. एवरी संडे इज गोइंग टू बी फैमिली टाइम, नो फोन, गोइंग आउट. This becomes a rule. Everybody accepts it. Everybody knows it. Children also accept it. Similarly, महीने के कोई 2 दिन, अगर संडे नहीं हो सकता, कोई भी 2 दिन नहीं हो सकता, 3 महीने में, क्वार्टर में, any 2 days, 3 days, we can figure out, finalize and then go ahead. The last one is the digitally consumable and non-consumable enjoyment limitation व्रत. इसमें हम डिजिटल कंटेंट पे लिमिट लगाते हैं, OTT scrolling पे लिमिट लगाते हैं, because we have multiple apps on our phones and we access the content on multiple platforms, on multiple devices. So here we restrict the digital content and also we restrict the type of digital devices we are using. If we adopt these kind of व्रत्स in our lives, तो हम सिर्फ फूड फास्टिंग नहीं, हम डिजिटल फास्टिंग करेंगे. ये डिजिटल फास्टिंग, these kind of digi vrat will help us not to enter the digital vritti cycle, because this digital vritti makes a very big vicious cycle जिसको ब्रेक करना इम्पॉसिबल होता है. व्रत बनाए ही इसीलिए गए थे, श्रावकों के लिए भी और मंक्स के लिए भी, ताकि हम इनको अडॉप्ट करें और हम इस साइकिल से बच पाए, बिकॉज दिस इज अ विशियस साइकिल एंड द तीर्थंकर्स ऑलरेडी न्यू इट कि ये वृत्तियां हैं एंड दीज अटैक एंड दे स्टे देयर फॉर द लाइफ टाइम. सो दिस इज अ Digivrat basically bridges ancient wisdom with modern health science. It provides cultural, meaningful and practical guidance. It is basically translating knowledge into sustained behavioral change, क्योंकि जब तक हमारे अंदर sustainable changes नहीं आएंगे, it is not possible that we will follow it for the lifetime. And Jain, Anuvrat, Shikshavrat and Gunvrat is a proof कि जो उसको अडॉप्ट कर लेता है वो उसका पार्ट बन जाता है. एंड सिंस इट इज अ प्रूवन प्रैक्टिस, इट शुड बी propagated, it should be propounded and it should be accepted not only in the Jain community but at a big global level, across schools, across homes, across every platform as it is possible. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was a very compelling presentation, Ms. Bansal. Thank you. I want to, since we have reached the end of the session portion, I want to thank all the speakers for their very eloquent presentations and passionate expressions of their key takeaways. I want to also thank my colleague, Dr. Rathi, for his great timekeeping. Didn't need to police too much today, so thank you. And on with the next portion of the program.
Okay, now moving towards the last session is panel discussion. We just start in 2 minutes a panel discussion. The panel discussion is invited our Miss Trapti Jain madam. She is our panelist. I request students please सोफा वगैरह अरेंज कर दीजिए सामने की साइड और विल स्टार्ट पैनल डिस्कशन. आपके जो भी क्वेश्चन है वो हम यहाँ पे लेंगे. वी हैव अ टाइम ऑफ 25 मिनट्स मोर एंड देन विल गो फॉर द डिनर. प्रियदर्शिनी मैडम, yes, please come for the panel discussion, madam. Their expertise will definitely help us. I will request Srinedra Pandey sir also to join us in a panel discussion.
Whatever your question have, we will take in a panel discussion. They will share their expertise, their views also in a panel discussion. So we are just starting the panel discussion, and I request all the dignitaries to come panelists for the in the dais. Thank you. Okay, fine. I'll accompany you, sir. No worries. Yeah, Ghanshyam Parmar sir will be also with us. Yeah, thank you. Whatever your confusion, whatever your doubts, maybe we have not taken enough question during the session due to lack of time. You may ask, we try to give their answer as per our capacity. Thank you. एक और सोफा लगेगा 5 जने ये 3 सीट We warmly welcome Priyadarshini Madam, Trapti Madam, Srinetra Pandey sir, Ghanshyam sir on the dais as a panelist. Arrange 2-3 mics also. Mic
अभी सूर्यास्त का टाइम हो रहा है, खाना खाने के बाद कर लेते हैं, सब लोग तो नहीं रहेंगे, कल्चरल प्रोग्राम के पहले कर लेंगे, आप भी कुछ नहीं लेंगे। Shall we commence? Good evening, everybody. I hope you all are having a great time at Sumandeep with wonderful paper presenters. Ek se badkar ek, right? Being a medical college, and in the morning it started with a very beautiful keynote address, and then all young presenters, and then senior scholars. So a good mix, a good blend of things. So definitely a lot of people have a lot of things to reflect upon and to talk. So before we invite the questions, I have prepared a few things that I would like to tell you. The abstract that I had sent for the conference was Understanding Holistic Wellness Through the Lens of Saptabhangi. Okay, I don't know how many doctors present over here would have heard of Saptabhangi, because even the Jains, they don't study much about it. They don't talk about it in their pravachan. They don't discuss about it. But what I would like to say is it's a very, 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 very important aspect as far as Jain philosophy is concerned, and the application of Jain philosophy in the form of holistic wellness is concerned. Saptabhangi, Nyay, Saptabhangi is a very important concept. And if we talk about holistic wellness, so one person will talk about myopia, one person will talk about Digivrat, all very, very important. In modern context, where we are having tremendous health issues, and more than the physical health issues, it is the mental health issues that our children are going to suffer from in future. And Jainism is a very proactive, preventive way of living, prevent the karmic bondage, and what karmic bondage has happened, how to get rid of it, and all this philosophy is there. So if we miss the philosophical aspect and we just focus on the physical, or we just focus on the psychological, or if we just focus on the emotional, then we are trying to search for the needle in the garbage, you won't find it over there. holistic wellness will not be there. So Saptabhangi is a very important aspect. This you should understand. Syad means relatively, analyzing. Okay, like when somebody said health is this, so it is asti, syad asti, relatively, yes, it is. But at the same time, there's another facet of the coin which says syad nasti, it is not this way. Okay, so asti and nasti, they coexist. So asti is there and you overlook the nasti point, then that asti becomes ekantik, it becomes one-sided, and it goes against the philosophy of Mahavir, which is anekantik. You have to have because reality is complex, life and living is complex, and there are so many dimensions to it, and if you miss even one dimension, then you miss the reality, and if you miss the reality, then your drishti parivartan or your drishti transformation from mithyatva to samyaktva, from materialism to spirituality, from ill health to good health cannot happen. So these were just some of my observations, that whenever we talk of any topic, because you can relate any and every topic with Jain philosophy. Autophagy Jainism में already है, environmental science already Jainism में है, mental health issue already Jain. अरे what is this? क्या Jainism is only for addressing the environmental issues or physical health issues? Because even without Jainism, you can, a person who studies, like one who got the Nobel Prize for autophagy, or those who have got the Nobel, they did not have Jainism with them. Yet they did wonderful discoveries, and the Nobel laureates, they have got the awards. Does it mean that they are Jains? Does it mean they are eligible for liberation? So when you refer to autophagy, you say, okay, fasting is a good way of life. But we should try to understand that fasting, just simply taking fasting or any vrat for that matter, comes where in the scheme of Jain philosophy? You have to see Ratnatraya, which talks about Samyak Darshan Gnana Charitrani. And Charitra includes tap. And under tap, you have your fasting and all that. So we just pick one slice from the cake and we miss the whole cake. And where is Samyak Darshan? Where is Samyak Gnan? Where is Samyak Charitra? And without that, straight away you're talking about tap and you say tap will do the holistic healing. How is it possible? So if only tap can do the holistic healing, or if just the vrat can do the holistic healing, then there would not be the need for Samyak Darshan, Gnan, Charitra, the three constituents of the pathway of liberation. So all the three constituents work in union. Only the unity of all these three is holistic wellness. And when the unity of these three is not there, what can be there? The four sangya. Ahar sangya, bhaya sangya, maithun sangya, parigraha sangya. There is so much talk about fasting and plant-based diet and all. Why? Because without conquering the ahar sangya, we cannot conquer the bhaya sangya, the maithun sangya and the parigraha sangya. Ahar sangya is the instinct for food, and it is there with all the jivas from the micro to the macro beings. So we are always constantly thinking of food, and food not just in the form of eating, but in the form of all the five senses. Like for example, you go for a movie, you just don't watch a movie. You also need your popcorn. You also need a seat that is comfortable. You also don't want to have a dead smelling rat nearby. So the dead rat should not be there. तो आपका घ्राणेंद्रिय को आहार मिल रहा है. Okay, your popcorn is there means your रसनेंद्रिय को आहार मिल रहा है. And somebody sitting back and doing cut on your chair, श्रोतेंद्रिय को satisfaction नहीं है, तो उसको भी stop करना पड़ेगा. तो श्रोतेंद्रिय को भी आहार चाहिए. ओके, रस स्पर्श आपका क्या बोले चक्षु इंद्रिय, वहाँ पे इमेज ब्लर्ड नहीं होना चाहिए. कोई लाइट लगा दे तो वो भी नहीं चाहिए. आपका क्या बोले चक्षु इंद्रिय बराबर होना चाहिए. स्पर्श इंद्रिय आपका सीट जो है वो डैमेज नहीं होना चाहिए, वो भी कंफर्टेबल होना चाहिए. तो पांचों इंद्रियों से हम आहार ग्रहण करते हैं. और अगर उसी समय आपके घर से न्यूज़ आ गई कि बिजनेस में लॉस हो गया या एक्सीडेंट हो गया या किसी की डेथ हो गई, तो क्या आप मूवी एंजॉय कर पाएंगे? आपका पॉपकॉर्न भी है, सीट भी अच्छी है, सब इंद्रियों को सेटिस्फैक्शन है, लेकिन वहाँ पर मन विचलित है. आपका ज्ञान स्टेडी नहीं है तो आप उस मूवी को एंजॉय नहीं कर सकते। और एक्चुअल में देखा जाए तो आनंद हमें हमारे व्यवस्थित ज्ञान से आता है, हमें लगता है कि बाहर में व्यवस्था करने से आता है। तो वो जो व्यवस्थित ज्ञान क्या होता है वगैरह वगैरह, ये सब हमें सप्तभंगी से समझने को मिलता है। तो हम कोई भी टॉपिक को ले, लेक्चर को ले, तो हमें अनेकांतवाद को लगाए बिना अगर हम चलेंगे तो अहिंसा और अपरिग्रह का भगवान महावीर का जो सिद्धांत है वो अधूरा ही रहेगा। और वो अधूरा हमारे जीवन में रहेगा तो हमारे जीवन में होलिस्टिक वेलनेस, हाँ वेलनेस हो जाएगा, थोड़ा बहुत आपका पुण्य अच्छा हो जाएगा, स्वर्ग देवलोक मिल जाएगा, लेकिन होलिस्टिक वेलनेस वाला वो जो रत्नत्रय का जो मार्ग है, रत्न है, 3 रत्न का जो मार्ग है वो नहीं मिलेगा तो हम वापस क्या है माइक्रो लेवल में जाने से हमें कोई भी नहीं बचा सकता है। सो अनेकांत को समझे बिना, अप्लाई किए बिना अहिंसा अपरिग्रह अधूरा है तो होलिस्टिक वेलनेस भी अधूरा है। तो इस प्रकार कहते हैं कि मनुष्य शरीर एक क्या है, आज हम इस शरीर की चिंता के लिए आहार की बात करते हैं, आँखों की दृष्टि सही रहे, एकदम सही है, मैं आपकी बातों से बिल्कुल सहमत हूँ। And I have been practicing naturopathy for 25 years and I have been living a life without medicines for almost 25 years and I'm very proud about it and I'm very happy to say that I integrate Jainism and nature cure, science and spirituality, the Shamanic and the Vedic culture, the ancient and the modern, to teach at the Department of Jainology, University of Madras. And we have all these papers where we teach the Jain logic, we teach the Jain food and thought, the Jain art and it's beautiful. So Jain philosophy is not just one bit of a thing, it is a holistic way of looking at things. It's a holistic life and living. And first of all, I would like to congratulate all the papers. From morning, I thought, what am I going to do with all these papers? Who is going to talk about philosophy? Who is going to talk about Saptabhangi? Who is going to talk about Jaina logic? But then it was so beautiful listening to all of you, all you young minds. You have really made an impression with the beautiful preparations and the papers. And I feel that if we really work with you and you work with us, then together we can take Jainism forward. So with these remarks, I would like to open the forum for the panel discussion. We have Tripti and we have Pandey sir and others. You can address the question to whomsoever you want. Jai Jinendra. Yeah, you want to say something?
जय जिनेंद्र। टाइम को देखते हुए वैसे तो इतने रेफरेंसेस थे कि आप सबके साथ शेयर करना चाहती थी। नो डाउट्स जो टॉपिक्स थे प्रेजेंट डे से रिलेवेंट थे और आज बहुत ज़रूरत है। बट एक पॉइंट जहां मुझे लगता है हम बहुत ज़्यादा मिस कर गए, किसी के भी प्रेजेंटेशन में सॉलिड प्राइमरी रेफरेंस वैसा देखने को नहीं, बिकॉज वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द होलिस्टिक वेलनेस इन जैन पर्सपेक्टिव। तो जैन पर्सपेक्टिव जब भी कोई पेपर पब्लिश होता है तो ऑब्वियसली हमें कुछ ऐसे सॉलिड एविडेंस देने रहते हैं। नो डाउट कुछ केस स्टडीज थी जो केस स्टडीज अपने आप में बहुत कुछ कहती हैं, बट वो बेस्ड किस पर थी उसके लिए भी हमें एक रेफरेंस चाहिए। तो आगमों के जो रेफरेंस, एक आचारांग सूत्र का नाम सुना, एक उत्तराध्ययन का सुना, बट वो भी रेफरेंस कंप्लीट नहीं थे। तो मेरा सिर्फ इतना पॉइंट है कि कुछ पॉइंट्स निकाले थे, अगर कभी टाइम मिलेगा तो डिस्कस कर सकते हैं कि कौन से आगम में कहाँ पर किस तरह से हेल्थ को लेकर, चाहे वो फिजिकल हो, मेंटल हो, इमोशनल हो या स्पिरिचुअल वेलनेस हो, उसको लेकर कहाँ पर क्या पॉइंट कहे गए हैं। इवन आप देखिए स्थानांग सूत्र में 9 प्रकार के डिसीज कहे गए हैं कि इतने प्रकार के रोग होते हैं और ये 9 प्रकार के रोग आपको बाकी के रोग जितने भी हैं वो जनरेट कर देते हैं। देन उसके बाद में उन रोगों का इलाज कैसे किया जा सकता है या उसकी प्रोसेस क्या है। हम एप्लीकेशन पार्ट पे ध्यान दे रहे हैं, उसकी प्रोसेस क्या है। तो जब हम उन सूत्रों की टीका, न्यूरिक्ति, चूर्णी आदि को जब डिटेल्स में देखने जाएंगे तो वहां पर हमें उसके आंसर्स भी मिलते विथ एग्जाम्पल एंड विथ केस स्टडीज। सेम इसी तरह से चाहे आचारांग सूत्र हो चाहे उत्तराध्ययन सूत्र हो, देख लाइक उत्तराध्ययन सूत्र और तत्वार्थ सूत्र, बहुत सारों ने तप की बात की, फास्टिंग की बात की, 12 टाइप्स के हमारे तप हैं। उसमें से एक और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट आता है वृत्ति संक्षेप। मीन्स एक कंडीशन रही हुई है कि पहले कहते थे जैसा खाए अन्न वैसा होवे मन, और आज प्रेजेंट कंडीशन क्या है? जस्ट रिवर्स, जैसा होवे मन मैंने नहीं कहा, बट ये कंडीशन है। तो वो जो वृत्ति संक्षेप है ना, वो यही कहता है कि जहां आप कहां कहां खा रहे हो उसकी भी लिमिटेशन करो। हम उनोदरी तक तो आ रहे हैं, लेकिन हम कहां कहां खा रहे हैं उसकी लिमिटेशंस हमें वृत्ति संक्षेप में मिलती है। कम खा रहे हैं दैट इज, लेकिन क्या क्या खा रहे हैं और कहां कहां खा रहे हैं ये हमें उस सब के अंदर। तो ऐसे और भी डिटेल्स हैं इन 12 व्रतों में ही, और भी ऐसी डिटेल्स हैं। एंड मेन इंपॉर्टेंस अगेन आई रिपीट कि मूल आगमों के रेफरेंस में जब डीप में जाएंगे तो आपको और भी बहुत कुछ मिलेगा, विथ प्रोसेस मिलेगा, क्योंकि अप्लाई तभी कर पाएंगे जब हमारे पास में प्रोसेस होगी। विदाउट प्रोसेस पॉसिबल नहीं है। थैंक यू सो मच।
Hello. Yes. So, yes. So, thank you, Trapti ji, for opening the door. And her speech was kind of invitation for your questions. I believe that the speakers and presenters, they have mentioned references in their papers. So, when they will submit their full paper, the paper will be well equipped with the references and other methodology, other required things. So with this word, I request you all, जैसा कि त्रप्ति जी ने मेंशन किया कि इस टेक्स्ट में इस डिजीज़ की बात की गई है, तो इवन इफ यू हैव क्वेश्चंस रिलेटेड टू मेडिकल एस्पेक्ट्स और फिलोसफिकल एस्पेक्ट्स, वी हैव विद अस दिस टू scholars to answer your questions. So now, yes, now the session is open for questions.
Namaste. It was enlightening to listen to all of you people, and especially the two speeches right now we have. They are also really inspiring. Dr. Suresh Mehta was also very inspiring, and various others were inspiring. Now here, madam, we have talked of Upvas, you talked of Unodari, you have talked of Vritti Sakshep. The fourth tap is Ras Parityag. Now that is one of the most critical tap, which unfortunately we have grossly neglected, and that is one of the root cause why Jain are suffering from various health issues like others. And we are grossly consuming vigay right from the morning when we get up till the evening. The amount of vigay that we are consuming is very high, and the very meaning of vigay is vikruti. एंड विच टाइप ऑफ विकृति, आपने आहार संज्ञा की बात तो की, तो आहार संज्ञा में ये विकृति पैदा करता है, और कौन सी विकृति पैदा करता है? मैथुन संज्ञा को जगाता है, उत्तेजित करता है। तो ये जब भी इतना बड़ा है तो आज तक कोई इस पे बोलने को तैयार नहीं है। तो ये इतना बड़ा तप है, इतना बड़ा वायलेशन हो रहा है, और उतनी हिंसा होती है डेयरी की, फिर भी नो, एवरीबडी इज नॉट टॉकिंग ऑफ दैट। इतनी वायलेंस, crores of animals are killed every year in India. Artificial insemination takes place, and thus whatever the animals that are being killed, the non-veg is spread in the market. So this is one of the important tap, and a serious discussion should happen for Ras Parityag and Vigay Tyag, which is missing.
Yeah. We'll request the participants to very
I'll
keep
just
your
add,
questions
no,
brief.
1 minute. I'll
to
just
accommodate more questions.
Yeah. This Vigay Tyag is there in Uttaradhyan Sutra,
It is there.
Acharang Sutra, and Sanang Sutra. So it's everywhere.
See, the problem that we have is when the youngsters, they go to Guru Maharaj gives them the vrat कि रात्रि भोजन नहीं करेंगे, जमीकन नहीं करेंगे। इसमें ही बच्चे लोग चमक करके बोलते हैं गुरु महाराज के पास नहीं जाना, ए तू और थारा मारा सा रे, तू ही जा, हम लोग ऐसे ही ठीक है, ऐसे ही नियम दिला देते हैं, हम फॉलो भी नहीं कर पाते हैं। तो फिर गुरु महाराज भी बेचारे डरते हैं नियम दिलाने से, है ना। सो प्रॉब्लम ये है कि गुरु महाराज भी जब प्रवचन करते तो उनको होलिस्टिकली बात करनी चाहिए। करते भी होंगे, नहीं करते मैं ऐसा नहीं कहती हूँ, तो एक बात अगर आप करेंगे तो वो बच्चों तक पहुँचती नहीं है। तो बच्चों के लिए वर्कशॉप्स लगाने, क्लासेस लगाने हैं, उनको उन सब का साइंस, लॉजिक, फिलॉसफी और मेथडोलॉजी से उनको बताएंगे तो डेफिनेटली अपने बच्चे समझेंगे, है ना। बच्चे समझेंगे। आजकल के बच्चे बहुत समझदार है, लेकिन दे आर नॉट गाइडेड प्रॉपरली, एंड इवन इफ दे आर गाइडेड मेथडोलॉजिकली, लॉजिकली, फिलोसफिकली, उन तक बात पहुंच नहीं रही है। सो कहीं ना कहीं हम सबको मिलकर के काम करना है। रस परित्याग बहुत ज़रूरी है, बहुत ज़रूरी है। आई विल रिकमेंड वन बुक फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू, मिल्क इज़ अ साइलेंट किलर, और उसमें रिसर्च करके बताया गया है कि मिल्क कॉजेस 12 टाइप्स ऑफ कैंसर, and I have not consumed milk and milk products 99%। व्रत तप नियम नहीं है, लेकिन मन में धारणा है कि दूध दही आदि से बचना है। बहुत सारे सब्स्टिट्यूट्स है हमारे पास उसके लिए, लेकिन उसके लिए आपको उसकी पढ़ाई भी करनी पड़ेगी।
नहीं, इट्स अ कैंसर कॉजिंग, इट्स कार्सियोजेनिक। वन मोर थिंग, अभी आपने जो कंदमूल का त्याग की बात है, लेकिन उसके तो कोई सूत्र ही नहीं है। जिसके सूत्र है उसको हमने आउट ऑफ सिलेबस कर दिया, और जिसके सूत्र ही नहीं है उसको हमने ग्लोरीफाई किया। व्हाई दिस सच ए डिस्पैरिटी इन जैनिज्म?
देखिए, भगवान
कंदमूल त्याग
महावीर
के
से
कोई
जो
सूत्र नहीं मिल रहे हैं।
भगवान महावीर से जो फिलॉसफी आई, वो आते 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 उसमें काफ़ी मतलब इन्वेशंस के कारण और कुछ परंपराओं के कारण, समय के प्रभाव के कारण उसमें बहुत सारी विकृतियां आ गई है। तो हमें वी हैव टू रीविजिट जैनिज्म, एंड वी रियली डेफिनेटली हैव टू वर्क ऑन टीचिंग जैनिज्म वेरी इफेक्टिवली।
इनफैक्ट कंदमूल खाने के सूत्र है, उत्तराध्यान सूत्र में इट इज सेड दैट यू कैन कंज्यूम कंदमूल, लेकिन
नहीं खाने के सूत्र भी सूत्रकृतांग सूत्र के अंतर्गत है।
नहीं, ऑथेंटिक सूत्र की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ, मैं ऑथेंटिक सूत्र की ही बात कर रही हूँ सर। वहां पर बस कैटेगराइज है कि क्या कौन सा कंदमूल है, क्योंकि आज कंदमूल में हम लहसुन, प्याज सब कुछ इंक्लूड करते हैं, बट प्याज कंद में नहीं आता है। तो वहां पर अलग अलग डिस्क्राइब भी किया है कि कंद किसको कहा है और वो कंद क्यों नहीं खाना, तो वो नहीं खाना चाहिए। तो हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि नहीं दिए रखें। डीप में अगर स्टडी करेंगे तो वहाँ सूत्र भी मिलेंगे, ऐसा नहीं है। बट आपकी बात सही है, लिमिटेशंस होती है किसी भी कॉन्फ्रेंस की। पेपर्स डेफिनेटली विगय, रस परित्याग सभी पे आए होंगे, मैंने वृत्ति का कहा उस पर भी आए होंगे, बट एक टाइम लिमिट होता है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग कुछ पेपर सिलेक्ट करने पड़ते हैं।
We can discuss in person.
Thank you. I think we have to come down to the earth. You are all philosophers talking a lot about book, knowledge in the book, let it stay in the book. I want you to practice it tomorrow. Dr. Modi and I request you, the organizers, tomorrow's meals must be vegan, 100% vegan. You tell the caterer, if there is an additional cost, we pay for
वीगन
it.
डाइट करवाना है, नो मिल्क एंड मिल्क प्रोडक्ट्स।
Yeah.
बिस्किट्स तो पहले उठा ही दीजिए। He says it's arranged but not for all.
Madam, vegan-free diet
Vegan
बोलिए।
food is available.
Everybody must have it. There is no choice. Okay? I mean, you are Jain. We are all Jain. We want to practice Jainism. Do it tomorrow. Why are you waiting for? What for? I mean, you made all the arguments for it. Do it.
आपके लिए प्रश्न।
Madam, instead of vegan, we say vegan-free. That's better for Jainism.
Whatever word you want to use, but make it happen tomorrow.
We'll try our best, sir, on that.
So, let me, I
Yes, sir.
and Dr. Modi are coming from USA. We have been traveling for last 2 weeks, meeting several Jain dignitaries out of Maharashtra side. The problem is our Maharashtra side. I don't know, they all not. They complain that I'm diabetic because you are giving me the food that makes me diabetic. And that is a wrong messaging. They must preach what is within the Jain religion, practice it. Tell you to cook the food which is good for them and good for you.
I would like to disagree with your observation. Kindly have a seat. जैनिज्म के हम बोलते हैं 4 पहिए हैं, चतुर्विध संघ है, साधु, साध्वी, श्रावक, श्राविक. We can't put entirely the blame on the sadhu, sadhvi, bhagwan. Are we good shravak? Are we good shravika? Do we follow Jainism? Do we know how to teach Jainism? Supposing one Guru Maharaj comes to my area for Gochri Pani, I'm sitting in the university doing my lectures. There's no food available for him at my place. So I'm failing in my duty as a Shravak or a Shravika. So all the 4 components of the Chaturvid Sangh have to take the responsibility and work forward, work collectively, work in union. We simply can't point fingers at them. With all due respect to you and to all the Guru Bhagwans, they also have their maryada. It is not their duty to tell you to plant trees. It is not their duty to tell you what to cook and what not to cook. It's our duty.
You know, today
to know what to cook and what to do.
Today, 99% of Jain Maharaj are suffering from diabetes. Dhanbar Muni, Rakesh Bhai, heavy diabetes. They're taking a lot of medicine.
So we'll all put them in the naturopathy course.
We'll
put them all in the naturopathy section of Sumandeep University.
That is not the solution.
Or we'll tell Sumandeep University to design a course for them and take it to all Guru Bhagwans.
The answer is worldwide. It's not one location.
Yes,
it's
to all the Guru Bhagwans, online, compulsory. Mara साहब बनना है तो ये कोर्स करके ही जाना है ना? बीमारी फ्री लिविंग करना है, समाज को बीमारी फ्री करना है, तो आपको ये कोर्स करना ही है.
So next conference, invite only Maharaj and Maharaj Sahib, nobody else. Okay? Thank you.
Next question. Mike.
Jai Jinendra everyone. Today a lot more was told about intermittent fasting. But I have read somewhere that it can be lethal for our health. Then what do you think about that? Is it okay for everybody, as it is told about everybody that we should follow intermittent fasting? So can it be healthy for everybody?
Okay, very good question you raise. Your concern is related to sometime intermittent fasting also not beneficial for you, right? What I'm getting the question. So now coming to your question's answer, first you जैसी हर बॉडी की प्रकृति अलग अलग है. फर्स्ट यू नीड टू अंडरस्टूड व्हाट इज़ बेनिफिशियल फॉर यू. जैसे कि एक सिंपल एग्जांपल देता हूँ कि अगर मैं सपोज उपवास करता हूँ तो मुझे पित्त प्रकृति हो रही है, सो आई नीड टू चेंज माई तब. अगर आम्बेल से नहीं हो रही है तो आई कैन डू आम्बेल. फर्स्ट यू नीड टू अंडरस्टूड प्रकृति ऑफ योर बॉडी एंड बेस्ड ऑन दिस यू डू इंटरमीडियंट फास्टिंग. नाउ इंटरमीडियंट फास्टिंग कैन लास्ट अप टू 8 hours to 18 hours जा सकते हैं आप, बट बेस्ड ऑन योर बॉडी वात पित्त प्रकृति या क्या है, आयुर्वेद में भी इसका आंसर है ही ऑलरेडी और जैन धर्म भी यही सिखाता है. तो आपकी एक आपने सुना होगा कि यथाशक्ति तब करना चाहिए. तो भगवान महावीर ने यथाशक्ति क्यों कहा? उसका अंडरस्टैंडिंग ये था, यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड योर बॉडी फर्स्ट एंड देन यू डू. आई होप आई हैव क्लेरिफाई योर क्वेश्चन.
सिर्फ इतना ही कि जैन धर्म में जितने प्रकार तप के मिलते हैं ना, कहीं देखने को नहीं मिलेंगे. तो जिसकी बॉडी में जैसी प्रॉब्लम है वो वैसा तप कर सकता है. ये सबसे बड़ा बेनिफिट है जैन धर्म. इसीलिए आज कॉन्फ्रेंस में किसी ने कहा था कि आपकी बॉडी की सुनिए वो क्या कह रहा है.
Exactly.
क्यों कहता है?
I would like to say that there are so many people in the Jain society who do varshitap. So varshitap करने वालों को तो बीमारी नहीं आनी चाहिए ना, लेकिन उनको भी कैंसर आता है, उनको भी डायबिटीज होती है. तो कहाँ गलती हो रही है? आप सब जानते हैं ऋषभदेव भगवान ने, नॉट भगवान ऋषभदेव ने, मुनि ऋषभदेव ने वर्षितप किया. पारना किससे किया? एक द्रव्य से किया. एक द्रव्य, दैट वाज गन्ने का रस. भगवान महावीर स्वामी भगवान बनने के पहले मुनि वर्धमान ने 6 महीने का तप किया और एक बाकला, एक द्रव्य लिया. सो एक द्रव्य, मोनो डाइट इज द बेस्ट डाइट. द प्रीवियस डे यू हैव फास्टेड, द नेक्स्ट डे you should not open your fast with fats. Fats is all your milk and milk products, ghee. और आजकल तो सीरा लेंगे, दूध उकाली लेंगे, दूध घी लेंगे, इतना फैट लेंगे वो फैट हजम नहीं होता है. यू हैव टू ब्रेक योर फास्ट विथ either टेंडर कोकोनट और फ्रूट्स. जबकि आई हैव हर्ड महाराज साहब टेलिंग कि टेंडर कोकोनट नहीं लेना चाहिए, वो तो एक बेबी है, वो बहुत सचेत है, वो नहीं लेना चाहिए. जबकि हर एक हॉस्पिटल के बाहर एक नारियल पानी वाला रहता. क्यों रहता है? क्योंकि उसमें 35 मिनरल्स है. इट्स अ कंप्लीट मील इन इटसेल्फ. इट इज नेक्स्ट टू मदर्स मिल्क. बट दे डोंट नो, दे ऑल्सो डोंट टेक इट. तो वो भी पारना में 5-10 द्रव्य लगाएंगे, फिर वो तो हजम हुआ नहीं, फिर वापस दूसरा मील ले लेंगे, फिर वो भी हजम नहीं हुआ, फिर तीसरा मील ले लेंगे, फिर वापस स्टाफ मतलब वर्षी तब चलेगा. तो वो जो फैट हुआ, वो जो बॉडी में डाइजेस्ट नहीं हुआ फूड, वो फर्मेंट होकर के कैंसर सेल्स भी बन रहे हैं. तो कहीं ना कहीं उपवास से ज़्यादा उनोदरी इंपॉर्टेंट है. इसलिए उसका प्लेस, उसका नंबर जो निर्जरा के 12 भेद में सेकंड है. क्यों? आपने फास्टिंग किया. जब पारना करो तो भूख से कम खाओ. 80-20 का फॉर्मूला फॉलो करो. 80% ऑफ योर फूड शुड बी अनकुक्ड, 20% शुड बी कुक्ड. और सचित त्याग प्रतिमा वो 5वें 6ठे प्रतिमा में आती है, अभी नहीं आती है. वो बहुत आगे जाकर के सचित त्याग में आती है. सचित त्याग हमारे लोग अभी कर देते हैं, जबकि बॉडी को, बॉडी के सेल्स को, माइक्रोबायोम को सचित खाना चाहिए. आप जितना अचित खाना खाओगे, अचित यानी कुक्ड फूड खाओगे, आप आपकी क्रेविंग को नहीं खत्म कर सकते, आसक्ति को खत्म नहीं कर सकते. इसके ऊपर रिसर्च होना चाहिए, है ना. जितना अनकुक खाओगे उसी से आपका क्या होगा, microbiome will be active, healthy, and your brain, your cognitive skills, everything will be super duper. तो लेकिन वो तो हमें नहीं सिखाया जाता ना. गुरु महाराज की मर्यादा है, वो नहीं बोलना, उनको नहीं बोलना है, उनको नहीं बताना है. लेकिन हमें मालूम होना चाहिए कि हमें क्या लेना है, उनको क्या देना है. तो अनशन से ज़्यादा उनोदरी इंपॉर्टेंट. आप नहीं अनशन कर सकते, इंटरमिटेंट फास्टिंग करके आप एक मील स्किप करिए ना, एक मील स्किप करिए, 2 मील स्किप करिए, 2 टाइम फ्रूट डाइट लीजिए, 1 टाइम ही कुक फूड लीजिए, 2 टाइम ही. बहुत तरीके से कर सकते हैं. उनोदरी से भी ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है रस परित्याग. जब आप खाना खाओ उसमें भी 5 विगय छोड़ करके खाओ, है ना. जो मिले उसमें कंटेंट रख करके खाओ, वगैरह वगैरह. से पूरे 12 भेद लगते हैं, तब वो तप कहलाते हैं. और बाह्य तप हमारे अंतरंग तप के हेल्प के लिए है, और अंतरंग तप आत्मा में जाने के लिए है. जब ये लिंक अगर मिस हो गया तो खाली अनशन करोगे तो आपको टोटल कंप्लीट जो एनलाइटनमेंट, अपना सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन होना चाहिए, वो नहीं.
मैडम, आई एम ए रॉ वीगन.
मोर ओवर तप की जो भी प्रक्रिया, इट शुड बी गाइडेड.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Madam, I am a raw vegan since last 9 years. So I have got all the experiences, and several lakhs of people have been cured without medicines. True, and so-called uncurable have been cured. Sir, and this is precisely what Bhagwan Mahavir Swami has said.
मिथ्यात्व से कितने लोग क्योर हुए, ये हमको बता दें.
मैं इसकी बात कर रहा हूँ, और ये भगवान महावीर स्वामी ने ही कहा है. अगर हम उनके 12 तप समझते हैं, महावीर स्वामी ने तो अग्नि रहित भोजन की भी बात की है. So everything what you said at 80% raw, and this everything is in line with the sutras of Bhagwan Mahavir Swami. That's what I'm saying.
लेकिन हम ब्रेकफास्ट कहते हैं, इंग्लिश में वर्ड ही आता है ब्रेकफास्ट. रात में 12-1 बजे तक तो खाते हैं, फास्टिंग ही कहाँ है, और हम सुबह कहते हैं ब्रेकफास्ट किया, ब्रेकफास्ट. तो कंडीशन हमारे आसपास ही है.
Okay, so sorry प्रदीप भाई. So हम सब यहाँ जो जमा होते हैं, सेमिनार कर रहे हैं, आपने बहुत अच्छा सप्तभंगी का जो एक प्रिंसिपल बताया. सारे जैन स्कॉलर्स यहाँ आए हुए हैं. एट द सेम टाइम दुनिया में COP29, COP30, नॉर्वे, स्वीडन पूरा प्लांट बेस्ड बन रहा है. द पॉलिसी एंड गवर्नेंस, क्लाइमेट के जितने भी समिट्स, G20, ब्राज़ील, इंडिया इज़ ऑल्सो सिग्नेटरी. जैनिज़्म अब 55, थैंक्स टू जसवंत भाई कि बिकॉज ऑफ हिम आज हम जैन प्रोग्राम्स, जैन डिपार्टमेंट, जैन चेयर, 55 चेयर्स चल रहे हैं. तो ये उन्होंने वो विजन रखा. आप जैसे सारे जैन स्कॉलर्स हैं यहाँ बैठे हुए, जिनकी वजह से कुछ पॉजिटिव आशा की किरण दिख रही है, जो अनफॉर्चुनेटली थोड़ी सी सब किसी के भी कारण हो, ये दिगंबर, श्वेतांबर, जितने भी सेक्ट है, उनसे हम जो ये डिवीजन हुआ है, मैं ये मुद्दे इसलिए ला रही हूँ. नाउ हियर आई एम ट्राइंग टू टॉक अबाउट द स्ट्रैटेजी एंड डिप्लोमेसी, व्हाट वी नीड टू डू. जेनजीज आने वाला, यहाँ जो थोड़े से यंगस्टर्स जो बैठे हैं, सारे कंफ्यूज्ड है. अभी जब मैं आपको सुन रही थी, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा. सप्तभंगी, स्यायस्ति, स्यायनस्ति, मिक्स, कॉम्प्लेक्स एंड द फिलोसॉफी. बट इन द जेनजी वर्ल्ड, जैसे अभी ये पूरा डिस्कशन प्लांट बेस पे जा रहा है, आज देखिए जेनजी जो है पहले जैसे बच्चे नहीं हैं. दे अंडरस्टैंड क्रूएल्टी, दे अंडरस्टैंड एवरीथिंग. तो अब कहीं तो हमें ये कह के चलेगा ही नहीं कि अभी जैसे वर्षी तप या तपस्या के आपने बताया, सारा दूध दही तो हमारा जैन समाज ही खाता है सबसे ज्यादा, मतलब जोर ही सारा मलाई, आई एम सॉरी टू से दिस, बट सारा मलाई पे जोर, या सारे मुझे लग रहा है मार्केट में अच्छा से अच्छा मिठाई जो है वो जैन समाज ही खाता है. तो कहीं तो एज ए जैन स्कॉलर, rather than being on the theoretical aspect, world is going much 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 beyond. मैं आपको यहाँ पे और एक दृष्टांत देना चाहूंगी. टर्मरिक जो इंडिया का था, हल्दी हमारी थी, पर पेटेंट किसने की? अमेरिका ने की. अब अश्वगंधा को ले लो, कॉस्टको में जाओ, वॉलमार्ट में जाओ, आपको अश्वगंधा इतना सा $38 में मिलेगा, जो हमारे यहाँ 8 पैसे में 100 ग्राम्स वो हार्वेस्ट होगा. ये मैं क्यों बता रही हूँ? क्योंकि विगई, जिस विगई की बात हम यहाँ पे, हम कोई लड़े झगड़े नहीं, सारे जैन स्कॉलर्स को तो मैं ये कहूँगी कि रिसर्च, अप्लाइड जैनिज्म, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पब्लिशिंग इन द इंटरनेशनल जर्नल्स, इस कंसोर्टियम के द्वारे हमारा एक राइट मैसेज टवर्ड्स प्लांट बेस्ड लाइफस्टाइल. क्योंकि आज अगर अब हम दुनिया में देखेंगे तो पूरा वर्ल्ड उसकी तरफ जा रहा है. तो कहीं तो हमें, चलो विगई अप्रोच है, प्लांट बेस्ड अप्रोच है, और डिप्लोमेसी और स्ट्रैटेजी वर्ड मैं इसलिए यूज़ कर रही हूँ कि कहीं तो हमें जैनिज्म को बढ़ाना है, पर अगर जैन वर्ड हम यूज़ करते हैं तो क्या हो जाता है, हम ग्लोबल सिटीजन्स को अट्रैक्ट नहीं करते. अब यहाँ पे वापस मैं एक आपको छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल बताऊंगी. आई वॉज अ पार्ट ऑफ द प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स व्हाइट हाउस डेलीगेशन. तो जब हम व्हाइट हाउस गए, और आई एम अ मिलेट वुमन ऑफ इंडिया, तो क्वेश्चन नहीं, मैं ये जो डिस्कशन चल रहा है, आई वॉन्ट टू गिव द समरी स्पेशली फॉर फोकसिंग द जेन जी. एंड मैंने जो अभी ये इवन इसका एग्जाम्पल दिया है, तो इवन यूएस इसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहा था जब हम वेजिटेरियन की बात कर रहे थे. जब हमने प्लांट बेस्ड की बात की, तो इट्स लाइक, देखो अल्टीमेटली एंड ऑफ द डे हमें जैनिज्म को प्रमोट करना है, जैन थ्योरीज को करना है, जैन प्रिंसिपल्स को करना है. तो वो प्लांट बेस्ड से आता है, वीगन से आता है, या क्रुएल्टी फ्री वर्ल्ड से आता है. आई मीन जितना हो सके कॉन्शियस, माइंडफुल एंड कंसिडरिंग द जेनजीज. So I think at least that strategy and diplomacy we all should have to work on the research and the applied Jainism. That is the gist of
Thank you.
my talk.
We are running short of time and almost 24 time 20-25 मिनट में ख़त्म हो जाएगा. So we are stopping panel discussion over here. Still, if you have any question, you can interact one to one. We are over here. So after a dinner, we can have also interaction one to one. So thank you very much to the all dignitaries, Priyadarshini Madam, Trapti Madam, Ghanshyam Sir, Pandey Sir. Thank you all delegates. Please join us for the dinner Chovyar. Thank you. Again, dinner is on the बाजू वाले ऑडिटोरियम में ही है. प्लीज़ पधारिए.
With this, we come to the end of a truly enriching session. Up next at 7:30 p.m., we invite you to immerse yourselves into a soulful bhakti session led by a wonderful and melodious singer, Jaideep Swadia and Deep Shah at